What's going on, Jets fans? It is day 2 of the NFL draft, and I am live without James, but he'll be here shortly, I'm sure. And so I've got you guys in here with me, and I just want to say, really excited for round 2 of the NFL draft. You know, we lost the second round pick in the trade up for Jermaine Johnson, but we still hold pick 38. So still tons and tons of intrigue here. How you doing, Vern? Good to see you in the chat. And yeah, so we can take a look back. Let's go back to round 1 and let's talk a little bit about it. So here's the whole board, what we saw last night, what happened. And one of the things that really threw me off a little bit was the number of wide receivers that went in the top 18. There were, I believe, 6 offhand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. All 6 going in the top 18. So a third of the picks were wide receivers. I was not expecting that many to go quite that quickly. What's going on, Straight 100 Jets? Throw in the comments, guys. Who do you guys want at 38? If you're asking me right now, like gun to my head, who do I want? Who do I expect? I am expecting that they are going to look at a defensive lineman or a safety. I think that, Jaquan Brisker is in play here, the Penn State safety. You could also throw in Jalen Pitre from Baylor. I think he's also in consideration if we're going to go safety. But my safe bet right now is that the Jets are going to take Perion Winfrey or Travis Jones if they're available when they get on the clock. That's not necessarily what I would do. I would take a linebacker. I would go with Nakobe Dean. I would go with Christian Harris. I would even consider Chad Muma. Those are the guys that I'm looking at in this early second round. And, it's going to be really, really interesting to see. Let's go ahead and see. I want Dean, Scene. Scene's gone, dude. Ebiketie and Jackson would be nice. Boye Mafe. Those are all guys that I think would be great. Jorge Gonzalez, good to see you, man. Thanks for coming again. Vern throws in Raymond, Jones, and Dean. Give me one of those. I'm glad I haven't seen anybody suggest Hall yet, although I'm sure that's going to happen. Thank you very much, Jorge. Yeah, we had a lot of fun last night. It took me a while to get up this morning. I'll just say that. I was a little slow to rise. But sleep deprived and just so juiced last night. I mean, how exciting was last night? I mean, on a scale of 1 to 10, as far as like players that we got and, basically players that I wanted on this team. I mean, I was a straight up level 9.5. I was very, very high off of last night based on the fact that we landed so many of the guys that I wanted. Sauce Gardner, Jermaine Johnson, and then Garrett Wilson, who, there were so many wide receivers that I was talking about, but Garrett Wilson all along was a super intriguing option. Let's see. Vern, this is an interesting topic of conversation, actually. So I do not rule this out at all. I think it's a possibility. We have pick 38, and then I believe we don't have a pick again until 101. So we are literally bookending this night. Yes, 101. So that's a huge, huge gap. I mean, offhand, I don't know the number. It's like, 63 picks between the two? So you're waiting basically 2 full rounds. Almost. It's quite a gap. And so Joe Douglas may opt to trade back, even though there's going to be some really, really intriguing names there. We'll have to wait and see, though. But what would you guys do? Would you consider trading back from number 38? Or would you really just stick and pick? I would be really interested to see what you guys have to say. And yes, AC, somebody already mentioned it in the comments. But yes, we do have a 3rd round pick. It's just very, very near the end of the 3rd round. We have the Titans' 3rd round pick, 101 from that trade up from last night. Straight 100 Jets, he says, I have to say, this is the most excited I've been about the Jets in a long time. Yeah, man. Those moves last night were no joke. Getting, the number 2 wide receiver off the board, you can see how the NFL evaluated these wide receivers. They went off the board not only in quick order, but also clustered together. They were all neck and neck as far as, how the teams were evaluating them. And then also there was just a dire need for some of these teams to land a top-notch wide receiver in the draft. And the Jets being at number 10 overall was always a really, really good spot for a wide receiver. Some people seem to suggest that was too early for a wide receiver. I never really bought that. I feel like these guys are very, very good, high-quality prospects for the Jets. So, yeah, I'm very excited. Garrett Wilson and Sauce Gardner is a guy that we've been beating the drum on all off season, and to actually have him on our defense to go along with Jermaine Johnson is something really has a lot of potential on this defense. And I talked about it last night a lot. The combination of having a top-notch cornerback and getting that pass rush turned up is really going to make this not just a good defense. It has the potential to, down the line, be a very special defense. So, all right, Jorge Gonzalez, he says, now let's go ahead and trade down a few times with these quarterback-needy teams and get a couple of third and fourth round picks and solidify our safety and depth. I think safety needs to be solidified. I think offensive line needs some work. I think linebacker, you could make the case that we need to go ahead and maybe draft one of these tight ends at some point. A running back late in the draft, I think, is also on the table. There's still many holes. Defensive line, are they going to go get themselves another edge? Are they going to get themselves some interior help? It's going to be very interesting to see. Isaac Wright, if Nakobe Dean is there, you best believe we ain't trading back. I don't know. I won't rule it out completely, but you're right. So I didn't get to that point, to that part. I was talking about what I think the Jets will do. And yes, if it were me, what I want is Nakobe Dean. I don't know if the Jets are going to do it, though, because there are some really interesting linebacker prospects that they could land, later in the second round. If they trade back and, like Jorge had mentioned, picking up some third or fourth round picks, you could still get a Chad Muma. You could still get a Christian Harris. You could still get a Troy Anderson. Brandon Smith is still available, the Penn State linebacker. So there's still a cluster of linebackers that I think are really, really intriguing. And maybe it doesn't have to be Nakobe Dean at 38. So I wouldn't rule it out. I think there's a very strong possibility. Vern says it's actually Philly's pick originally. They gave it up in the Brown trade. Okay, there you go. Did you hear the rumors that the 49ers didn't make the trade with the Jets because, as I predicted, they wanted Drake London, and once Atlanta took him at 8, that was the end of that. That was part of what I was thinking when we were on the clock last night. I had kind of said that out loud on the stream. I think they coveted Drake London, and I actually picked the Falcons before they made their selection. I had picked them to select Drake London. I just figured that was what they were going to do. And yeah, I think it was an impact. I think there was a factor. And I'll also throw out that I think that the 49ers just didn't get what they wanted in compensation, because the Jets offered the 10th overall pick and a 5th round pick. And then the 49ers were going to give us Deebo Samuel and their 61st pick overall, which is a late second round pick. So they balked at that. They didn't want to do that. And I honestly can't blame them. That's not a very good offer for the 49ers. But now their fans are and the team is left, with their hands tied. What are they going to do with Deebo Samuel? It's going to be very intriguing to see, over the next, tonight and over the next week or so. Are they literally going to be just stuck with him? Are they going to have to keep him on the team because they couldn't find a dance partner? Vern, he said, Joe D said that his phone didn't ring at all when they were on the clock at 10. Yes. Yep. They did have a proposal, I think, in place, but you're right. They did not engage on the clock. Go Jets go. What's going on? Although you said go Jets goo. That doesn't sound right. Go Jets go, man. Good to see you in the chat. Thanks for stopping by. I'll be live all night, guys. I'm going to be streaming with James at some point, I would imagine. I hope he's okay. I haven't heard from him. He usually is a very timely guy. Straight 100 Jets. He says, I love all the picks, but I am stoked. Oh, here's James. Here we go. He just ring-a-ding-dinged me. Let me get him on here one second. He says, I love all the picks, but I am stoked that they got Garrett Wilson. Reminds me a lot of Diggs and even early OBJ. He'll be perfect in this offense, and he and Moore will tear it up. James, what's going on? I'm going to add you to the screen. How are you feeling tonight? Oh, we don't talk yet. Don't talk, because I haven't added you. Let's see here. Give me 2 seconds, and I'll get you on here. You are here, so there you are. James, what's up, man?
What's going on? Sorry, man. I apologize about that.
Dude, it's not a big deal. The draft hasn't started. We're all good. I just started talking to some people that are here, and actually, I'm going to set up the other stream scene because I think we're gonna go back and forth tonight on, analyzing what happened in the first round because that's kind of like part of the game here, right? Is seeing
Yeah.
what teams have already done in the draft and kind of figuring out, okay, what are they likely to do at this point of the draft. So anyway, guys, James is here. James, talk to me, man. I gave a little bit of my feedback on the first round last night, and I did a little bit just now. But why don't you go ahead and just give me a little bit of your insight here on round one for the New York Jets, and you can just talk about the first round in general too
Yeah.
if you want.
Yeah, no, so I feel bad that we dismissed some people's dream scenarios and like that's never gonna happen, right? Because I don't think I ever envisioned a scenario where we wound up with Sauce, Garrett Wilson, and Jermaine Johnson, only because you could have realistically made the argument that each one of those could have been worthy of the fourth pick in the draft. And
Yes.
so the fact that you got all three of them and Jermaine Johnson fell to, 26, 26. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He fell to 26. So the fact that we got him there, obviously maybe media and us were a little bit higher on him than teams were. But the Jets were also saying that they were trying to trade up as early as 15 to get him. And sorry about that. My
No,
wife just got home, so he's going to bark for maybe 30 more seconds.
it doesn't
Uh,
matter.
um, but the Jets were looking to go up as high as 15. So we ultimately found out that they had a top 8 grade on him. And so they thought very highly of him, despite the fact that he went number 26. And so Sauce, I was extremely happy with. I mean, you guys know me and that infatuation that I had throughout the entire draft process from the very beginning almost. And so the fact that they landed him and Joe Douglas, um, not that he went off script, but yeah, it went out partying. I actually have a couple beers here, which I usually I know you enjoy a couple drinks on the channel, so I actually brought some with me because I don't think I've ever had one
No,
with you.
that's
So
you're more than welcome to.
um,
I drank myself senseless last night. I was a little bit intoxicated. Had a good time though, man. It was really fun.
oh yeah, no, for sure. And so, yeah, the fact that we got him, I was super happy with. Joe Douglas kind of surprised us, and he went the route I wanted him to go. Right, playmakers. Obviously Jermaine's in the trenches, but 4 and 10 were guys that are skill position guys that can help this team make plays that can change football games. We didn't do it on defense, and we didn't do it enough on offense either. And so Garrett Wilson, I was on a Zoom with my dad last night while we were watching it. And I did say I would have taken Jamison Williams at 10 pick, but I had zero reservation at the fact that they chose Garrett Wilson because he's a heck of a player.
Mm-hmm.
And he does, he's a little bit different in the sense that, yeah, he might be a smaller guy in the general sense, but he plays really strong for his size, and so that's pretty impressive. And the route running ability is kind of second to none in this class. So they got him at 10, and then I was sitting there, and as pick after pick, I'm like, what is wrong with Jermaine Johnson? Like,
Yeah.
what is going on? And so the fact that Joe Douglas had made the right move to go. I know people maybe are reserved in a sense that they don't have as many picks today. Tonight's not going to be as busy of a night. But ultimately, he made the right move to get those three guys in the building, and then he can get a fourth starter at 38 here, and whatever he does after that is what he decides to do, and we should be happy with whatever the outcome is.
Yeah, I was gonna talk to you about what you think the game plan should be. There's so many things to talk about, and that's the one thing
Yep.
that's kind of nice about these 30 minutes because we can really pack it in. What's the game plan here? Because personally, I always try to present both sides of the coin. What I think the Jets will do, and then what I would do. I think
Mhm.
that if they're at 38 and Nakobe Dean's sitting there, you go ahead and you just make him the pick. I think that's
Yeah.
a very, very easy pick if you ask me. I'm starting to wonder though if the Jets will opt for a trade back or draft another defensive lineman. And I think
Yeah.
that could be an edge. I think that could be a defensive lineman in the interior, Perion Winfrey, Travis Jones.
Mhm.
Personally, I would do the Nakobe Dean thing if it's an option. But what do you say? What's the game plan here? We have one, two, three, four, five picks ahead of us. So what would you
Mhm.
wait? Hope. What would you hope to be the case at 38?
Yeah, I mean, if Nakobe Dean is there, you pull the trigger. I know. I don't know if he's sliding because there were some late injury concerns, but listen, like I said before, scared money don't make any money, and ultimately, playing it, you could play it safe and it could still not work out. I mean, listen, last year, Trey Smith, Creed Humphrey, whatever they had going on, proved to fool everybody, and so Joe Douglas here, I think he has flexibility now with being able to take that extra chance given what he did last night. And so if Nakobe Dean is there, I'm with you 1,000%, make him the pick. But if it's not Nakobe Dean and he's not there, I would look to the interior of the defensive line because I do think they're sorely missing the guy that needs to play next to Quinn and Williams. And if that's Travis Jones, very happy with that. If that's Logan Hall, again, Perion Winfrey, very happy with that as well. I would not rule out a trade back to try to get
Mm-hmm.
or recoup some picks, but the only other piece of that is I think tomorrow now we have 101, 111, and 117.
Tonight we have 101, I believe. That's third
Oh,
round.
is 101 third round?
Yeah, it's like the very end of it, but you're so we have 38, we have 101 tonight, and then you were right. We
Okay,
have two fourths, and then we still have the one fifth.
one
So
fifth.
we
Yeah.
have two picks tonight, assuming things don't change or move around. And then day
Hmm.
three, we've got the three picks, fourth and fifth round. Um, I predict that it'll be Winfrey. That's my guess, like my prediction, if you will. But I'm
Yep.
still I'm still fingers crossed that, excuse me, that we see Nakobe Dean just slip a little bit more. I think that'll make the pick a little bit more at least exciting. Even if we don't take him, we'll be on pins and needles. I do have to thank Go Jets Go. He left a super chat with no comment. Go Jets Go. Feel free to leave a question or a comment. I really appreciate that, though. It's super cool of you to do that. There's not a whole lot of you in here, and that's just very kind of you to basically give me a little a little tip. So really appreciate that. Straight 100 Jets. He says so. The MGM it was a little dead, but they have a great setup. Two movie theaters screens plus multiple smaller screens to watch whatever else is going on in sports. Total sports fans dream. Yeah, anywhere where they have basically like every sporting event on at the moment that you're there is pretty cool.
Yeah.
You can just see
Pretty solid.
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Grant Rude throws in a comment. He says, to put Wilson's size in perspective, both Diggs and Ridley are within 1 inch and within 5 pounds. And I think that
Yeah.
we've been comping Wilson a lot to, that prototype. I know that I know that Grant had mentioned Diggs a lot, and I think we all kind of agree with that comp. That's a really good comp.
Yeah.
I will even just say, like, Ridley, whatever happened with that, he had the issue going on off the field with gambling. He is built like him, and it is a similar skill set, if you will, like the route running ability and to be able to separate. It's clearly something that the Jets covet in their receivers in this offense. So let's take a couple more comments and then we'll get back to talking about what's coming up in about 10 minutes. Jorge Gonzalez, he says Commanders, Seahawks, Colts. Let's see here. Sorry. Saints, I can see all of them wanting to move up for a quarterback. I like where your
Yeah.
head's at.
Too.
I could see all of them wanting to move up for a quarterback. Would love to gain a couple of early mid threes to pick up Joseph and West, shore up that safety and center spot. Donovan West is an interesting prospect from Arizona State, I believe. Yeah, I have no problem with trading back. I think that's going to be an intriguing option. It's just, again, it's going to depend. Like if Dean's there and we trade back, that'll suck a little bit, but it just depends on the compensation.
Right.
We'll go to the next super chat here. V-Man, thank you very much. Very kind of you. He said he says, "What do the Patriots and the Russian cruiser Moskva have in common? Both are smoldering wrecks." Jeez. Well,
Yeah, that was a weird one last night.
yeah, the Cole Strange pick is what he's referring to. Thank
Yeah,
you for the.
good player, but geez, that was early.
Yeah, it felt a little odd when it happened. Andrew Gabriel said he was here all night last night with us, so thank you for tuning in again. He says, so stoked. JJ at 26. I said last night, JJ at 25. I was only off by one. We are hooked up. James, you talked a lot about all of the players we got. Any thoughts on maybe what caused JJ to fall? Clearly, the Jets had him really high. They ranked him high. And as
Yeah.
you said, they were trying actively to get him starting at pick 15. They just couldn't find a dance partner. I think that
Mhm.
goes to show you that you can't just trade up. You can't just say the word trade up or trade back. You really do have to find somebody that's willing to do that. So anyway, talk about JJ falling a little bit, and I guess he's a starter. He's a day one starter, right?
Oh, yeah.
We're looking at all three of those guys as day one starters.
Yes, no doubt about it. He's a day one starter. I would probably put it in two spots. I'd probably put it his age, right? Age is
Mm-hmm.
a factor there, and not that he's like really old, but you look at when the time comes that if you exercise his fifth year option, and then you may not give him that entirely long deal, right? Because if you give him another 5 year deal in 10 years, he's going to be like 33 years old.
Mm-hmm.
But I would probably say the second piece of it is um, the 1 year production, right? I mean, he was at Georgia for a while and it didn't shake out very well, and then he goes to Last Chance U, junior college, and I think it was Mississippi at the time. And so then he comes to Florida State for the 1 year, and he balls out right for Florida State. So maybe it was team scared of 1 year wonder plus older prospect. So he fell a little bit. And I one of the other things I think it is too, the run on the wide receivers was crazy yesterday. And
Unbelievable. Let's go to
not,
that scene. Let's go to
yeah,
that scene real quick because I want to show it. Because while you're talking about it, I spent a lot of time freaking out about it, and I don't even know if I adequately freaked out about it enough. Go ahead and talk about
yeah,
it.
yeah. I mean, obviously Drake London went at 8, which I think was, I like Drake London, but I think it was the right move that he didn't end up with us. I had Garrett Wilson, Jameson Williams higher on my list, but he wasn't far off. I just didn't see fit wise for him. Sure, we could make it happen, but I think they needed someone a little bit more dynamic, speed, athleticism wise. Not to say he's not athletic, it's just a different skill set that I was envisioning us getting. So I was happy that he went 8. And then once he went at 8, there were reports. I think Rich Samini said the report not too long ago that the Jets were at that point exploring a trade with the Seahawks to get up to 9 because they were afraid that Garrett Wilson would go. They'd get skipped over by someone because the first domino fell. And then I guess they got the inkling that Seattle wasn't going to take a wide receiver or trade the pick. So they were comfortable at 10. And it went 10,
I
Garrett
have it. It's
Wilson.
right on the screen.
Oh, yep. 11 was Olave, so that was pretty cool. Teammates go back to back. And then the Lions make a trade up from 32, which, quite frankly, I have one of my roommates from college is a Vikings fan. And I texted him and I was like, I don't think you guys got enough to move back 20 spots, but it is what it is at that point. They
I
go
thought the same
Jameson
thing.
Williams.
I thought the
It
same
seemed
thing.
very odd. I thought it was like a mistake when they were reporting the draft compensation. I was like, to move up 20 spots, I would need a
A
whole heck
lot.
of a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so you get London, you get Wilson, you get Olave, you got and Williams in the span of 5 picks there. And then Dotson at 16 was a little bit, I don't want to say a shock, but I don't think anyone had him maybe middle tier there. And I think the Commanders actually traded up for him, if I'm not mistaken.
They
Um,
traded back, I think, because they were at 11.
Gotcha. Yep, you're right. And then the probably the craziest part there was Traylon Burks basically just replaces AJ Brown,
Yep.
who I don't know if you saw the Mike Vrabel clip, but he looked like he wanted to kill the general manager when that happened.
Oh, I
Um,
did
did
not.
you see it? Oh yeah, you
Mm-mm.
get go looking on Twitter for that one. Mike Vrabel like got up out of his seat and basically like walked away and like threw his hands up like this is like are we really trading AJ
Wow.
Brown? And so they basically replaced Brown with Burks, but AJ Brown, who we had no news that he was going to get traded on draft day, goes for pick 18. Um,
They got a
and
third
then
too.
and they got a third too. And then probably the biggest overpay of them all is that the Ravens fleeced the Cardinals for pick 23 for Marquise Brown. I thought
Yeah.
that was crazy there, and so you have six wide receivers in there with also the trade of two wide receivers that are in the NFL veterans. So just an absolute crazy look
Nine
there.
nine trades in that first round. That is
We were
a
both very off.
very, very off, very off.
Mhm.
And I need to go back and look it up because I thought that the record was like 7 or 8. It
Yeah.
was a shit ton of trades in that first round.
Yep.
It was a lot of movement. Let's go to this question because I want to address this because we're almost about to have Goodell come out there. This is
Yep.
from Josephi Patterson, and Josephi is not alone. There are people on Twitter this morning, as early as 6 o'clock when I got up this morning, talking about going and getting Hall. And I'm gonna say I don't have an aversion to a stud running back. I'm gonna answer your question, Josephi. But what I do have an aversion to is taking one at this juncture of the draft. I see players that are at the same level of caliber at just different positions that we could really use. And it's not not really a complete slap in the face of Hall because I'm not saying he's not a good prospect. He is, but I feel like I would prefer Dean. I would prefer Perion Winfrey. I would prefer Travis Jones. I would prefer even shoot, my mind's not working. Safeties, Jaquan Brisker, I would value him
Mhm.
higher. I would value Pittry. I would take him. So I guess that's a devaluation maybe or an aversion. I'm not sure if that's what you're going after, but personally, I'm willing to wait on running back until fourth or fifth round. And assuming we stick and pick, we don't have that many picks left, and I'd like to potentially see what's available later at the running back position and just maximize these picks as best we can. James, thoughts on Hall at 20? I'm sorry, thoughts on Hall at 38, or just in general?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't take Hall at 38. It's just me. It's nothing against him. Like, again, he's a good player, but I think the difference between a running back that goes at 38 and a running back that goes at 138 is a lot different than a safety or a linebacker that goes at 38 and a safety and a linebacker that goes at 138. I think the gap there is a lot closer with running backs. I mean, you look around the entire NFL, Tony Pollard and Ezekiel Elliott are on the same team. One got taken fourth overall. The other, I can't even tell you when he was picked. But Tony Pollard, you could argue, was the better running back this year for the Dallas Cowboys. You look at a guy like Philip Lindsay. He comes in as an undrafted free agent. I mean, Jets fans are used to it. You look at Bilal Powell. You look at all the guys around the league to where even last year, who um, was he 49ers running back maybe?
Uh-huh. No, I know exactly who you're talking about. The name is
Crap,
not coming to my
it's
mind right now.
escaping me.
I didn't have him in
Um,
fantasy football, so I don't know who he is.
yeah,
He
yeah,
was
no. So
solid though.
yeah, I mean, he was excellent. He was one of the better rookie running backs in the entire. And Elijah Mitchell, maybe Elijah
Yep,
Mitchell.
that's it. That's it. Eli Mitchell. Yep.
So yeah, I mean, you just look at it, and it's a position where I don't want to say it's heavily dependent on what's up front, but if you got guys that can block up front, you just need a guy that can hit the hole. A lot of these guys are fast. A lot of these guys have speed. I can see it to where it just works out where you can get someone very, very close to a 38 overall running back at 138th overall and be more than completely fine with the difference in talent, I guess.
Yeah, I think we're going to be happy with, once we get to the fourth round, I think we're going to start to get that itch. James and I think we'll start to see the running backs, the ones that are available still be very intriguing. I don't know if they'll
Yeah.
end up doing it in the fourth round, but to me, that's really where I'm looking to do this. I'm not comfortable doing it in the second round. And if they do it, I will be. It would be a similar feeling to as if they had taken an offensive tackle at 4. Not as significant, obviously, but to me, it's disappointing because you got to get the value. You got to find the value at the
Yep.
position. So no disrespect to you, Josephi, because like I said, there are other people who agree with you. It's just not my thing, not my cup of
Yep.
tea. Budster, I am definitely going to mail you your koozie. The only thing is I've been crazy busy preparing for the draft. So don't fret, don't worry. I am going to mail it to you. It's going to come this weekend. I'm going to ship it out to you. So be on the lookout. Be out on the lookout. Sorry, be on the lookout for it starting in next week. Grant Rude, he says, I loved seeing Wilson in tattered old sweater at Jets Drive. Gave me the I don't give a F MTV unplugged Kurt Cobain vibes.
Yeah, he seems like a personality, huh? He seems like a real good dude.
The Jets just continuously find these guys in the draft, and that was one of the things that I thought uh, about Sauce. He just
Hmm.
felt like the exact same type of character guy they're trying to find. He says he's never had
Yeah.
a cigarette, he's never had a drug, he's never had alcohol in his life. Like he just is just like a
Yeah.
good dude, and he balls. He loves ball. All ball is the expression. So that's what it
Yeah,
feels
that
like when we listen to these guys talk. It just feels like they're all about ball. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I watched a little bit of the clips from the press conference today. They had the three of them up there,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a very interesting mix. All three of them of style, you know, confidence, but also like very super professional. All of them,
Humility.
you know, yeah, they were saying all great things. Just guys who definitely have each of their own personality, which you really want. That's how locker rooms get built up. You add personalities like that to the locker room, things get interesting. You got Sauce with the jewelry on. It was awesome to see. And then you got Wilson, and he's like, I'd rather wear the pearls instead. And it's like you have
Yeah.
these mix of personalities, and that's really how you build up relationships in the locker room and stuff like that. And so, they're gonna gel in really well with the coaching staff and the guys that they already have in the building. So it's fun.
Yeah, the pearls was a real. I mean, I can't even imagine if I put pearls on what I would look like. It would just look
Oh,
like a.
yeah,
But
yeah.
he
People are
pulls
gonna
it
start
off though.
asking questions.
He's a good looking dude. He pulled it off fine, I thought. So
Yeah,
all
no,
right.
for sure. What feed are you watching, by the way?
I always go NFL Network. I always
Okay,
prefer
yeah.
them.
Is,
I just
is Daniel Jeremiah on? He's on
Daniel.
NFL Network, right?
Yep, DJ's on there. Rich Eisen is my guy. I love watching him talk. He's just a great voice, I think.
Yep.
And the Stanford coach, David Shaw. I couldn't think of it yesterday because I was
Oh
too
yeah,
drunk on the stream. Yeah, David Shaw is usually on there. I love him. He's a good,
I love David
smart,
Shaw. Yep.
intelligent coach as well. Straight 100 Jets. It's actually 6 in the top 18, man. That's what makes it even crazier. I don't sleep anymore. I think I'm a vampire. The face that you're looking at underneath of it all, I have vampire blood. I don't sleep anymore, and honestly, it doesn't even seem like it affects me anymore either. I'm just tired all the time. Big Al, he says, you guys see Bryce Hall getting traded for the late second or third? Great question.
Uh-uh.
No, 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 no. And maybe you're just posing it as a question. Do not trade Bryce Hall. And there's two reasons why. Number one, depth. Second reason, and it's the easiest one. He's on a cheap contract for 2 more years, guys. He was a fifth round pick. Am I wrong
Yep.
in that? He has 2 more years, right, under contract?
Yeah, this is his third year in the league, so he's got
Yeah.
third and fourth year.
So,
Yep.
yeah. So, why are we trading away a cheap and again, we all agreed that he is a solid CB2. Why are we shipping him off? What's the point? I don't see the
And we're
point.
not
I
getting a
mean,
second or a third for it either.
well,
So
and that's the other problem, right? Is that you're probably, I would say maybe at best you're looking at a third round pick, but probably you're not going to get that either. We are on the clock apparently, according to some of our chat. It is pick 33 right now, and the Bucks are up. I don't see that it says that the clock is on yet, although it is 7:05.
either.
So, all right, what's going on, C. Wally? He was here most of last night. Thanks for tuning in again, dude. Appreciate you. He says, "What's up, boys? Round two, let's go." Let's get to the reaction for Sauce Gardner. I screamed like a child, of course, because I couldn't help myself. I was actually expecting JJ because we had heard that speculation that Kayvon Thibodeau was not going to be the pick. And I was
Mhm.
like, I just don't. I mean, I want that. I think I said during the stream, I want them to take Sauce, but I was expecting Jermaine. So, what was your reaction like for Sauce? Were you screaming? Were you jumping around? What were you doing? Or are you just chilling like,
Yeah, well, I kind of got what is this guy doing? Um,
let's take a peek? I don't know. You might. Oh, wow.
do
Look
you
at
see
that.
that?
Yeah, I sure do. That's pretty weird. There's a man.
Sorry, I
There's
just like
no. Let's go
got
with it
caught
because
off guard.
this person is upside down and they
Is
are.
that Chris Angel?
I don't know. What a spectacle. Jeez, this guy's if you're not watching the live show right now, there's a guy with or no, that might be
Is
a
he in a
girl.
straight jacket?
Oh, it's Chris Angel. Yeah, yeah. So he's in a straight jacket and he's got sparkly pants on. And he's trying to he's like spinning. What is happening?
He's getting out of the straight jacket.
Oh my gosh. All right. Well, that
Right,
is
well,
too
that's
weird to
Vegas
look
for you, I
at.
guess.
That's
Um,
too weird to look at. Is there anywhere online that I can stream the draft for free? Unfortunately, you're gonna have to find it illegally online because you can't. You're not gonna find it on YouTube, Dark Soldier. You would lose your account. It would just get shut down.
um,
Jason Wilkes, hit it. What's up, Jason Wilkes? He got
Yeah, no,
out.
sorry about that.
No,
I
it's
got caught
okay.
off guard for a second, but
Go ahead.
yeah, I felt really good when the Jaguars took Trayvon Walker, because I feel like that unlocked some things for us in a sense.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but it felt like we got off to a good start, and then like the Lions put their pick in, and it was like 25 seconds. So I was like, that's Aiden Hutchinson, no doubt about it.
Uh huh.
And then once I heard Derek Stingley Jr. That was like all right. So of course I was like nervous as heck. I was like standing up. I felt like my stomach was. I was just gonna throw everything up.
Yeah.
Um, but once they picked Gardner, it was just like a relief. I don't. It was just like a relief. I didn't really jump up and down or scream or anything, but it
Sure.
was like a
Sure.
relief because I just knew that they picked a really good player and we got someone at 4 that's kind of that fits the bill for what you're looking at a fourth overall player. And so I was really happy. And you know, I thought back to when we talked on Wednesday night, because I thought that the best avenue for finding the starters was going edge first. And then so I was like, all right, well, now how do they play this? Now, if you get JJ at 10, all right, then what are we doing about wide receiver? Like, you know, or if we go wide receiver, then okay, what the heck are we doing about edge? So that's where I started to get a little bit nervous. But ultimately, it worked out for him. So Sauce at 4 was like it was a relief because I spent so much time looking at him that I felt so comfortable with the
Yeah.
player because you just have to hit at that pick, and I think they did in fact hit on the pick.
Yeah. I had said, and you had said it as well, that we wanted Kayvon Thibodeau, but I guess I never really spoke about how I wouldn't be upset if that weren't the case. I guess I always said that I was
Yeah,
okay with Sauce being the pick at 4, and I was very, very. I had a strong belief that they were going to aggressively pursue an edge,
yeah,
and they certainly were. They certainly did that, and I still wouldn't rule it out here at 38. I don't know if they're going to do that. I don't know if they're going to bypass linebacker or safety or even an offensive lineman. But I think they're going to go defensive line. There's a really good chance here at 38 that they're
yeah.
going to do that and surprise, at least a portion of the fan base. Straight 100 Jets, he says, as an added bonus to an incredible evening, we didn't draft Drake London. Thank goodness. Your boy actually predicted that the Drake London was going to go to the Falcons right before they made the pick. I was pretty proud of myself, not going to lie. Grant Rude, he says, I wish all the extra crap went into a totally different show that people didn't want the picks to get going. See how many people watch the added crap. Then get rid of it and get down to business. All right, well, yeah, and that's the case because after Chris Angel did his little twirl in the air, we're on the clock. The Bucks are up and they are on the clock. They've got about 5 minutes left. Each pick's about 8 minutes, right?
Yeah, I think it is it 8? I think it's about 8, and then maybe the third round goes down after that too.
Yeah, I think maybe.
Maybe.
I'm not sure. I'm not an expert on it. I think, like I said, I think it's 10. I'm sorry, I think it's 8, and then I think it may even go down to 6 in the third. I'm not sure. Um, we got the Bucks on the clock. I'm trying to rearrange my board here because there was a bunch of trades, and so all of these second round picks got reshuffled around. So the Bucks are on the clock, and it looks like we were wrong. 7 minutes, according to C. Wally.
Okay.
Thank you, C. Wally. And that's good because it used to be, I don't know if you remember this, James, maybe you're too young to remember, but back in the day, 15 minutes for the first round.
Jeez. Yeah, it's a long time.
It was a
Um,
really long time, really long. It was either 15 or 12. I'm pretty sure it was 15, though. It was something asinine.
I mean, it's some
Uh,
spectacle now that they what they do with this draft and stuff. It's crazy.
yes. Bill Goodwin, he says, I've come to my senses since last night. Grabbing JJ, pulled it all together. Bill Goodwin, it's all good. I think that many people in the stream were very, very anxious based on the idea that we weren't sure what was going to happen at edge. I guess in a way I'm kind of lucky because I always felt like there was some good depth. Like I never really felt too stressed out about the edge position because I like so many in the second round range. So even if they had not traded up for JJ, I felt good. Like I think there's a chance that Cameron Thomas is there at 38. I think that Boye Mafe could potentially be there. Arnold
Yep.
Ebiketie, a lot of people really like Ebiketie quite a bit. Analytically, he's pretty strong. Has a really really high RAS score as well. So I felt like that was going to work out one way or another for us. Let's see. Clock is ticking for the Bucks. Dean, Ebiketie, Jones, all on the board. Jeez, what do you? So we'll try to play the game here, Grant. Grant, jeez, James. What do you think the pick will be? We'll try to do this at each pick. I'm gonna go ahead and say they're gonna take Andrew Booth Jr., the cornerback from Clemson.
I think I'm gonna take a shot in the dark here,
Mm-hmm.
um, and it's just my take on it because Daniel Jeremiah doesn't even have him in this little piece here. But if I was the Bucks, I would go with Jalen Pitre at 33. If I was being honest, I think he
Wow.
fills the. I think he fills the exact role that is now empty by us getting Jordan Whitehead, and so I think it would be a fantastic fit for Tampa Bay to take him at 33.
That's actually a really good prediction, and I hadn't thought about that with Jordan Whitehead being, signed by the New York Jets. So that makes a lot of sense. I do remember at one point last year, uh, their secondary was just absolutely devastated with injuries.
Mhm.
Jamel Dean was injured.
Yep.
Um, who was the cornerback that hit free agency? Um,
Oh,
I can't remember his name, but he also was hurt at one point last year. So I'm wondering for them, I'm wondering if they're going to try to add as much depth to the cornerback room as possible,
yep.
but certainly you could make the case for the safety spot as well. I guess I'm going to try my best to not be biased at any point, but I would love to see the safeties slide just a few more picks so that way we're not we don't have that as an option because if Brisker goes and Pitry goes, I don't know if all along we kept talking about how the early second round was like the landing spot. Perhaps it's not.
Yeah, no, you probably ended up seeing what's available at 101 at that point between
Yeah.
Brisker, Pitry. I mean, I think those are the two biggest names at
Hmm.
least left on the safety market with Scene going. I think he went 32 right to the Vikings
Yeah,
yesterday.
back to back safeties at 31 and 32.
Right. Oh, right.
Hill and
Hill.
Scene. Um, yeah. So what was I gonna say? The pick is in for the Bucks, so they did make a pick. They did not trade the pick. We didn't need another trade to shake things up on day two. We need day two to just be a little bit more civil and a little bit more I don't know, even keeled. It was too wild yesterday.
Yeah, yeah. I feel a lot more calm though, because I mean, at this point,
I mean, we're
not
gonna
that.
hit on something.
Yeah,
Something's good's coming our way at 38.
yeah.
Oh Lord, look at this.
Oh wow, wow. Logan Hall goes. It's an interesting, very interesting pick.
You
He
get it
is
ahead of
the.
me.
Oh shit! I'm sorry.
No, 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 no. It's okay. I was just saying it because I didn't think you would get ahead of me. Yeah. So Hall is the pick. That's interesting. Go ahead and talk on him because you were
Yeah,
talking about him in the last stream actually.
Yeah, so he's on that interior. He's a little bit leaner of a player in terms of being 6'6". He's only 283. So he's not really your traditional fat guy, which I thought would work really well for the Jets. Now, obviously, in that regard, you do sacrifice a little bit of the strength, but I do think there were instances where he showed he would be able, or be capable in the run there, and so I thought it was really interesting fit for the Jets because he would have been the guy that really gave the pass rush from the inside. And I thought could have been a really interesting solid pick to fit that interior defensive line need because he was more upside in the pass rush game than being your traditional fat guy.
30 QB pressures in 2021. That was fourth in the AAC conference. Is it American something something
Yeah,
conference?
American Coaster. Well, Packers are
Yeah.
already in, by the way.
Oh wow, Packers just traded up. There you go.
Oh, they traded up.
Yeah,
You
they
think they're
just
taking a
traded.
quarterback?
Could you imagine? No, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna say they are taking Christian Watson or Pickens, and I'll say for this sake of this,
Oh, right. They probably want to take a wide receiver.
I'm going. I said it a couple of times yesterday. I'm gonna say Watson just because I said it so many times yesterday.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't hate that at all. Pickens or Sky Moore would be an interesting one too. I don't think he's talked enough. I think he's got some Elijah Moore to him in the sense that
Hmm.
someone in this range here is going to walk away with a really good wide receiver, despite the fact that 6 teams took one yesterday.
Yep. HD Marino says can't stay too long. Let's go Jets. Grant Rudy says James is a good 10 seconds ahead of me. Yeah, James gets the.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys.
No,
I
don't
didn't
be.
realize.
It's the first pick. It's really not that big a deal. It's all good. Let's see here. I think the Bucks take Jones. They didn't re-sign Sue, and they have a hold of Hill in the middle. So you got the right position, Grant Rude. Kudos to you. For anybody that's here, if you're new to the channel, hope you consider subscribing, and hope you guys are here. Throughout the evening, we're going to be talking Jets, and we're going to talk about this draft, some of these players that come off the board. I'm only really saying Christian Watson over and over again, just because I feel like the upside is there, and um, you talk about the size speed combo, and then also he's not ever going to be a huge separator, but I think that he offers a little bit more in the route running department than maybe people realize. So yeah, see Wally, this feels like a definite wide receiver move. They they
Oh
they
yeah,
stayed
it's
they clearly stayed true to their board yesterday. Not reaching for a wide receiver.
all right. I'll shut up.
Yeah,
Give. I'll wait till you say it.
there you go. That's fine.
Oh, Aaron Jones, nice hat.
That is pretty sweet looking.
I love Aaron Jones.
Oh my god, he's so good. He and
Fifth round pick.
the
There you go.
what'd you say?
Fifth round pick.
Oh, is that all they gave up?
No, Aaron Jones was a fifth round pick.
Oh, it does say that. Okay. 34th pick.
And there you go.
Oh, yeah,
Nice.
look at me. Look at me
Yeah.
go. Yay. Actually, funny thing, a lot of Green Bay fans were commenting on my mock draft when I mocked Watson to the Jets, and they were like, you take your hands off of Watson. That always stuck with me. The fans in Green Bay really wanted him, and I
Did
do
they? Yeah.
think, yeah, they really did. They did. Anyway, great target for Aaron Rodgers.
Hmm.
You have to imagine he's going to like throwing the football to him. Rodgers was apparently high on Burks. Watson would be the next best thing.
Yep.
So there you go. They definitely went wide receiver there, and I think that's the right move for them. They needed to get one. They had obviously a hole after trading Devontae Adams.
Hmm.
They've had a pretty good little draft here so far, the Packers. They've got Quay Walker,
Yep.
Devontae Wyatt, and now they just
Hmm.
added another player in Watson. I like what they've done.
Yeah. No, I think. Well, you take two Georgia defenders, you're bound to have a better defense now.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I really like Devontae Wyatt. That was one of the guys that I was hoping would potentially fall around this area, and then it just became pretty clear that that wasn't going to be an option anymore. And so for us anyway, so I really like the Devontae Wyatt pick. Pretty interesting that Quay Walker was the first linebacker taken. Nothing against the player, I think he's really good, but I don't think throughout this entire process we had that being the case at wide receiver, at linebacker, that Quay Walker would be the first one.
Well, and you alluded to it earlier with the age of Jermaine Johnson. Maybe that's part of the thing with Devin Lloyd because he
Yeah, is
also,
he right? How old is he?
I think he's 20, he's either 23, about to be 24, or he's already 24. He's an older
Yeah.
player, no doubt. So that could be a similar, scenario is that they just, because of the age, he
Oh
fell a little bit.
crap. We're
Oh, don't.
next.
Oh, we're picking next.
We
So
moved up to 36.
interesting. I'm looking at that right now. So 36. We moved up. We jumped with the Giants and we jumped ahead of the Texans. So what could the Texans be eyeballing at? I'm surprised we traded up. That's very surprising. All right, Titans are picking. I'm gonna go ahead and say they take. Ah, shoot, I don't know.
Oh
You
man.
you already know who was taken, don't you? You son of a gun. Here, let's see who it is.
Here we go. With the 35th pick in the 2022 NFL draft, the Tennessee Titans select Roger McCreary.
Oh wow, Roger McCreary.
Oh,
So
make it happen, Joe. Make it happen.
yeah, it feels like for the small jump that they did, they clearly got one eye on one dude, right? And it's got to be Nakobe Dean. It has to be, right? Right?
You make him the pick, Joe. This would be incredible. Incredible.
So I'm still in the back of my mind. I'm still trying to figure out why the Texans, why leapfrog them, or maybe they had another team trying to jump even ahead of us. You know what I'm saying? Like another team vying for that pick to
Yep.
trade for it.
Or maybe you just feel like you have the capital to get up those two picks. The difference in the two picks is probably like 14, 17, 20 points. It was
Yeah.
probably maybe you just give 163 and you just walk away with whoever you want now at 36, and then you have 101, 111, and 117, and you move around at that point. But clearly, if they moved up in that regard, they saw someone falling and they're not letting them go.
It wouldn't even shock me if it was a future pick. Do you know what I mean? Like nothing this year. It's possible. I mean, I don't
Yeah.
know what I mean. Like you said, it's literally the difference of like 15 to 20 points. So I would imagine like a future fifth, a future sixth might even get the job done. I have no idea.
All right, because I'm gonna keep my composure here because this is the Jets pick. This is important, so I'm just
You
gonna
can
stay
mute. You
silent.
can mute yourself. That's an option, right? Can you mute that mic?
No, because then you're just gonna see me go berserk if it's who
Oh,
I'm
all
hoping it
right,
is.
all right, fair enough. Or I can, I
Uh,
can, I can turn your camera off.
this would be yeah. This
I
would be
just tur-
something.
I just turned your camera off, so you're not on the screen.
All right. All right.
Oh man, the pick is in, guys. As you can hear from us talking. Let's see here. I'm gonna turn off the chat here. And Grant Rude says that hey James, or he says bingo James. I think JD knows he has too many picks, and it's better to move rather than cut a late rounder in a couple of months. Again,
I don't
I
know
would
who
be
it's gonna be.
I would be shocked if it wasn't Dean, man. That would be really, really shocking, I would say.
If it's not, there's something wrong. There's something wrong with. There's got to be something wrong with them.
Yes. Well, and before the pick is turned in officially, I'm just going to go ahead and say it. He's definitely a first round prospect. He's worthy of a
Mhm.
first round pick. This would be very similar to the Elijah Moore situation. And then we would have at each level a newly added player in the first round range in Jermaine Johnson, Nakobe Dean. My man James just muted himself. No worries, James. And first rounder Sauce Gardner as well. Pick is in, and they're going to announce the pick. I'm going to turn the volume up here a little bit.
Got sauce. They need the sauce.
We gave up 146.
Wow. Okay. So that's a fifth. So we only have 2 picks. That's a lot. They gave up a whole full 5th round pick. That's a pretty good trade for the Giants, I would say. It's got to be Dean. There's no way it's not Dean. They gave up a whole friggin' pick for this one little jump. I look over at James and he's just got his hands on his face. Good Lord. Darrelle Revis is announcing this pick, everybody, too. I want to remind you all. Come on, get on with it. Get on with it. Put the friggin' player on the screen. Sorry, chat. I'm ignoring you because I want to ignore James. I also want to see the pick live. Rich Eisen's talking about how scarred we are. I don't want to hear about that. It's a new day, Rich Eisen. It would have been nice if they had predicted who they thought it would be. Look at Darrelle Revis looking healthy. Looking good. All right, Darrell. Come on.
The New York Giants have traded the 36th pick to the New York Jets. With the 36th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Breece Hall.
Whoa! Whoa! What just happened, y'all? Damn. They wanted a running back. I'm shocked. Floored. James, you're back on the screen. I would have never guessed. Would have never guessed. Go ahead.
I mean, he is phenomenal. But I did not see that coming whatsoever.
No.
They want to score. They want to score points. I mean, now you have Michael Carter and Breece Hall in the backfield with Elijah Moore, and you just picked up Garrett Wilson. You just picked up Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall in the same draft. That's incredible. I did not see that coming.
I am shocked. I am really shocked, guys. So Josephi Patterson, kudos to you, dude. You hit the nail on the head tonight. Daniel Robertson's here. He says, nice. See Wally go.
Holy moly.
See Wally goes, what? HD Marino, that is insane. Bill Goodwin says weapons everywhere. So with a 2nd round pick at running back and a very, very, very talented one at that, all right, so this was something I wanted to save for Wednesday, but I can't help myself. It has to be discussed right now. What are your expectations for not the offense? And it's early to say this right now, but what are we doing with Zach Wilson this year? What are the expectations? Because now, zero excuse, and this is the beautiful thing about this scenario for us, James, and we haven't really discussed this quite yet. No more excuses in regards to what's around you, right?
No, none.
So Michael Carter, you're too deep at running back now. You do not have an issue at running back. Our offensive line is set. The starting unit is set up. Jalen Pitre just got drafted, by the way. Our wide receiver core is featuring Garrett Wilson, a top 10 pick, Elijah Moore, who we feel phenomenal about, a likely 1st round pick in most draft classes. Corey Davis as our wide receiver 3 right now, who can put up wide receiver 2 numbers. Braxton Berrios, a gadget guy, an all-around receiver. Denzel Mims is still sitting there sleeping in the dark, waiting for his chance. And I got to say, there have been a couple of people who called this, and Isaac Benjamin, you are one of the people. James, talk. I'm going to stop talking now because I can't believe it. I am absolutely stunned. Go ahead.
It's one of those where, like, again, it's one of those where it's not the player that causes the shock. Like, we should all be very excited. And Breece Hall, with Breece Hall, I mean, he's a stud. But with Zach Wilson now, yeah, you're at the point where it's gotta click, and it's gotta click very, very soon. And
You
by
talking
very
about
soon, it's
Zach?
gotta be Zach. Yeah, it's gotta click now. I mean, you're
There's
gonna
no time.
have
There's no
you're
time now.
yeah, you're gonna have the run game. You're gonna have the protection up front. You're gonna have the guys you need to throw to, and Garrett Wilson. Of course, we expect him to be great. That may not happen right away, but now you look at it, you have. I do very much expect Corey Davis to be closer to what we expected Corey Davis to be than what he was last. I think last year was very uncharacteristic for
It
him,
was,
and
yes.
it was very uncharacteristic. So now you have the line up front. You have two tight ends that can block, and they can also, they have a mean streak in the blocking game. Um, so now you have those, and they're both veterans. So it's no more young guys around them. Um, and then all of a sudden, you're going to be handing the ball off to Michael Carter and Breece Hall. Breece Hall can catch the football as well. He was Iowa State's offense outside of Charlie Kohler when they needed.
Daniel, I'm sorry, I want to cut you off because Daniel
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Jeremiah said that he's Jonathan Taylor like, but he has better hands.
Yeah, yeah, that's crazy. That's insane. I mean,
Yeah,
like, and I'm not saying insane meaning he's wrong. I'm saying,
right.
like, it's just crazy that Joe Douglas, he's doing everything he said he was going to do. I'm just so proud of him in a sense that we have weapons now. Like, you can categorize these guys as legitimate weapons in the NFL.
And we're
If
so young. We're so young everywhere. This team is so freaking young at like every friggin' way you look, dude. That's the thing that's great. It's like crazy. Running back. We
uh,
just drafted a running back in the second round, and we just drafted one in the fourth round the year prior. We
yeah,
we have
I mean,
we have Elijah Moore and Garrett Wilson, two young studs at wide receiver. I cannot believe, like you said, you can't feel but anything but other than just like surprised, but also proud of Joe Douglas for really truly sticking to what he said he was going to do. Unbelievable.
yeah, I mean, they need to score point. They better be able to score points now. This can't be a
Right.
next year we'll add more. Like, next year in the draft. Now you're just hoping, okay, if some guy leaves in free agency or something happens along the offensive line, whatever it is, like, maybe we have to replace Connor McGovern or whatever. But if Zach has the year that we're expecting him to have, you're not going to be adding a running back next year, um, unless something drastic happens, but I doubt it. You still have Corey Davis next year. You still have Elijah Moore next year. You still have Garrett Wilson next year. You still have Braxton Berrios next year. Like, you're going to end up, if they build some kind of foundation this year and actually play well, you're going to walk into 2023 with the exact same offense. And we've talked about this, John, 1,000 times. Like, the chemistry build, like, the turnover was just so crazy each and every single year that they could never get anything to gel. And now they're gonna walk into 2023 with the exact same offense that they walk into 2022 with, and that's when you hope the sky all of a sudden becomes the limit for these guys. And I want to make one comment just because we're passionate Jet fans also, like, to the people that were essentially saying Trevor Lawrence should have put his name back in the bag for Clemson if the Jets got the first pick last year. I mean, you look at it now, Joe Douglas is doing everything that you should be doing for a young quarterback. And I can guarantee you, I can't guarantee it because I'm sure he's a nice guy and everything, but I can guarantee you that people in Trevor Lawrence's camp right now are probably saying, I wish he would have went number 2 overall in that draft last year.
Yes. Um, if you're just joining us, welcome to the mad world of being a Jets fan. We are not I mean, I said I would be disappointed, so I guess I can't completely backtrack. I guess more or less I'm stunned, and having now had a chance to really sit here and ponder over it because he's now actually a Jet. Um, there's no doubt in my mind that if Zach Wilson does not do what he needs to do next year, there is no question that he is not the answer, right? Like you can't
Right.
sit here and tell me that if he doesn't really make a huge jump. By the way, the Arnold Ebiketie just was drafted to the
Yep.
Falcons. Good pick for them. Anyway, I'm like losing my train of thought here, but basically the idea is that you have no room for error for Zach Wilson. Like he he has to show that he's the guy, and
Yep.
he has to take a pretty big step forward because there really are no weak links on the offense anymore. There's a lot of inexperience. I will continue to say that. There's still young players everywhere,
Mm-hmm.
but we have a veteran line. We have everybody on that offensive line has at least 1 year of experience in the NFL, and some of them have more than that, plenty more than that. So now my next question, and this is for everybody. This is for you, James. This is for the chat. Are we going to turn into the East Coast San Francisco 49ers? And what I mean by that is, are we going to be in the bottom 5 in the NFL in pass attempts? Because Zach Wilson can have a great year efficiency wise and not lead the league in passing attempts. He can have a great year and not lead the league in touchdowns. He can have a great year limiting mistakes, protecting the football, and scoring efficiently in the red zone. So
Mm-hmm.
what do you say to that in regards to the offense becoming a truly a ground and pound offense? I don't see how you can sit here and look at the investment that they just made in not only the second round pick, but also trading away a fifth round pick to get up to get him, and tell me that they're not going to run the snuff out of the football.
Yeah, they're gonna run the ball as much as they possibly can. They're gonna run the ball not only not only well. I'm trying to think of how to put this, but control the game more, right? And that's what the 49ers do. I mean, obviously it works for them where, you see them win a playoff game when their quarterback basically doesn't have to do a thing. Um, but it becomes they want to be able to run the ball probably as much as the 49ers do. But when they need to throw the football or in passing situations, they have a guy that they think can be dynamic in that regard as well. It's probably why the 49ers went and got a guy like Trey Lance. And so you take that running ability of the running offense, and then you throw in a quarterback who can make the off-platform throws, who can make the downfield throws. Now all of a sudden you're putting the defense in a bind. If they stack the box, then ultimately you have the weapons on the outside and the quarterback to make it happen. But it's also a matter of you now have the offensive line in the run game to where even if they stack the box, you can still run the football. And so I think we're going to see a team that's going to try to limit the defense, the other offense in terms of possession, control the game, control the clock, get first downs that way, and then generate the big plays in the pass game with the ability to kind of strike fear, with the ability to run the ball. I just can't believe, you know, now. I mean, we got Michael Carter and Breece Hall in the backfield now.
It's wild, man. Absolutely wild. I can't say that I'm sitting here like absolutely loving it because I still think we could have gotten a running back later and been excited about it. But here's the thing: like Joe Douglas saw something, and
Yeah.
I think a lot of people saw something with Brees Hall. I'll be honest with you, I didn't study the running backs a whole heck of a lot because I always
Mhm.
felt like it was better just to wait, and I was assuming that Joe Douglas would do that, and I assumed wrong. He did not wait. Um, the one concern I do have, and I'm going to throw this out there at you when I talk about running the ball a lot and playing, controlling the football, like you said, and kind of limiting the offense on the other side, you kind of need to have a good defense to be able to do that, don't you?
I'm sorry, John. Can you say that again?
No, no, you're good. So by running the football a lot, you're kind of
Mm-hmm.
placing a lot of pressure on your defense.
Mm-hmm.
You're expecting them to be able to not only stop the other offense pretty
Yep.
frequently, but you're also expecting them to get the ball back to you and limit the points. So
Yep.
I don't know. That's the one part that I will say that kind of concerns me is our defense actually ready
Mm-hmm.
because we gave up the most points in the NFL last year, and we
Yeah, that's pretty
struggled.
bad.
We struggled to create turnovers. So I worry a little bit about the investment in the running back spot with
Mhm.
those factors considered. What do you say to that?
Yeah, because it does become a game of, if your defense can't stop a lick and the other team is putting up points, then it limits how much you can actually even run the ball, because you're going to be down in games and having to kind of throw to get back in it. So I mean, the defense, of course, it got better yesterday and throughout free agency. But they're going to need to they're going to need to come away with turnovers, way more turnovers, impact worthy plays, stops on third down. They got to get more stops on third down. They were one of the worst teams getting off the field on third down. And so ultimately at that point, you're looking at hoping that your defense is a lot better, because it does allow you to continue to run the ball throughout the entirety of the game. And not have to say, oh crap, we have to get off of the game plan. Now we have to throw the ball around the yard. So it's interesting, but man, I can't believe they went that route.
I really can't either. Kyler Gordon is a Chicago Bear. They just drafted
Good
him.
pick.
Yeah, McCreary went just a little bit ago. You were a lot higher on him than most. I think he was always in that late first, early second round range for sure.
Mm-hmm.
He's pretty versatile too. Isaac Benjamin, he says it will be more of a ground attack, but allowing Zach to air it out when he needs to. Nothing force, and the pressure is going to be off of the quarterback. We have to score points, like you said, James. That's the thing. Like if it's going to be one of those scenarios where they are actually going to maybe surprise us a little bit and throw the ball and try to stay balanced, using him as a weapon in the receiving game, using Michael Carter as a weapon in the receiving game, because they can both do that. And that
Mm-hmm.
is one thing I will say I love about the pick, is that we don't lose a daggone thing if Michael Carter's on the field. We don't lose a daggone thing if Breece Hall is in the game. They are both obviously explosive players. I wonder how Michael Carter feels about it, because I feel like they were ready to ride him, I think, but I guess things transpired and they just felt like this guy was too good to pass up. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
still.
I think he's fine with it. I think he understand. I think most running backs at least understand um,
Yeah,
kind of the nature of the position too, and he probably feels pretty, at least in a way that it becomes where he may have a longer career now, because he's not getting run into the ground. And so
that's a fair
I mean,
point.
heck, you could put him on the field at the same time if you wanted to, and then you really put it in a bind of, one releases out, who's getting the football. You could put Zach in the shotgun, and you could just have a split backfield with, on his left hand side is Michael Carter, on the right hand side is Breece Hall, and then you got Elijah Moore and Garrett Wilson on one side of, each on one side of the field. And if they want to throw in like the RPO game and get those guys on the quick slants because they can run routes. I mean, they opened up the possibility for a lot there, but I can't believe they went that route. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still stunned. I'll try not to perseverate on it all night, but the one thing I will add also, you kind of just alluded to it a little bit, is the variety in packages that they can now start to throw out there. They can really get
Yep.
creative with packages. We had said something about 3 tight end sets, 2 tight end sets, 2 running backs on the same, on the field at the same time. Could be wild
Yep.
and could be a ton of fun. You could put one of those guys in motion to be a threat prior to the snap even going off. And you can
Yep.
also
Absolutely.
throw 3 wide receivers on the field with 2 running backs. You can throw 2 wide receivers, a tight end, and 2 running backs. You can do all kinds of zany things. And gosh, I'm just, I don't know. I feel very conflicted right now. I know I said I'd feel disappointed, but I actually feel somewhere in the middle
So
of.
I think it was reported that the Jets were or the Texans were the ones that had the interest.
Mm-hmm.
So they wanted to jump the Texans for Breece. So they made that. And listen, at this point, I mean, you walk away at this point with Sauce Gardner, Garrett Wilson, Jermaine Johnson, and Breece Hall. You know what? At that point, give up the fifth round pick. It's they're at in the big guns here. They're not. I don't think they don't seem to be worried about the fifth rounder anymore. They're looking to add guys that can contribute right
Now,
now.
yep,
Yep.
that's what the running back pick says exactly. They they said they're tired of losing, and it's that move right there tells you they are really actually trying to now not just stop the losing, they're trying to win football games. That's what that move means.
Yep.
So in a way, I guess that should feel good to us fans. You know, maybe we have some more wins coming our way in 2022, just on the idea that they are truly going for it. I'm not saying playoffs. I'm not saying anything beyond that, but they're going to try to be competitive this year. It's no doubt about it. Um, I was trying to find the comment earlier. Somebody had said they got cornerback one in the draft, wide receiver one in the draft. You can make the case for that, right? For both of those players. And then they just landed
Yeah.
RB1 in the draft, too. Um,
Good
pretty,
pick.
pretty cool. Who did the Seahawks take?
They took Boye Mafe.
Boye Mafe. That is a good pick. Oh, and it just converted to made. Boye made. All
Yeah, they
right.
have back to back too. So
Yep, they're gonna get two good players here. Uh, we don't have a pick until 101, and then we have 2 fourths, so we still have 3 picks in this draft class. So we're gonna have 7 picks potentially, depending on what happens if they trade up again, which I doubt they do. But they have 3 picks left in this draft class. There's Boye Mafe. Shock in his hands. Quiddy pays a comp, 6 foot, just under 6'4", 260 pounds. What do you think about Boye? I felt like he would have been a really good fit at 38 if we didn't opt for a running back there. That would have been an interesting pick.
yeah, I think that would have probably been the guy that I would be looking at that spot if we, never let's just say we never traded back in for Jermaine. I think, and you're sitting there at 35 and 38. I think that's where that would have been where the value was for the edge. And the Seahawks are going to make back-to-back picks. I didn't know if they were going to trade one of them, but Boye Mafe, yeah, no, that would have been. I don't want to say the consolation prize, but that would have been where I would be looking if we didn't address edge last night.
Yeah, for sure. Vern says, get Zach more weapons. Mission complete. Yeah,
Screw it, just keep going.
to.
Come back in, get George Pickens. Let's really roll.
Oh my God. I,
That's not
bizarre,
gonna
man.
happen. I'm just kidding.
It's just wild, man. We are loaded with weapons, legitimately, which is awesome to say out loud. C. Wally, he says, compare our weapons.
Wow.
Who'd they take?
Kenneth Walker, another running back.
The Michigan man. Okay. Kenny Walker is a Seahawk. That's an interesting pick for them.
Yeah, they may want to get some run blockers. That'd probably be a good idea.
This quarterback class, Malik Willis is just like not going.
Crazy. Yeah, I don't know if you saw the tweet from one of the big time Pro Football Focus guys, but he tweeted a couple hours ago about him. He was believing buzz that he was hearing around Malik Willis and the Giants.
And where did they? They're not picking for a good while, so that would be.
No, they're going to be where the Colts are slotted behind the Falcons.
Oh yeah, I see it now. I see it. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so there you go. So that would be interesting.
That's a possibility because you do think about it with Willis. It's like they didn't pick up Daniel Jones's 5th-year option, and where did Brian Daboll excel in Buffalo with a big guy who can run the heck out of the football and maybe was raw as a passer but had a monster of an arm. That's not Daniel Jones. If they try to run Daniel Jones like they ran Josh Allen, Daniel Jones is going to be gone by week 3. He's just not going to last. And I don't think he has the upside in terms of his, wow ability with his arm. I think he's good, but I don't think the wow ability is there. And I think with Malik Willis, he's the project to me that the Giants would say, if we can get him to throw the football, he's already got the athleticism. Brian Daboll can start to turn him into maybe his own Josh Allen. So I think it'd be a great pick for the Giants, but I don't know if they ultimately go that route with pick 43 rather than building up the roster a little bit.
You make some really good points with Dayball, excuse me. He did. I mean that Bill. I give so much credit to the Bills, and I eat
Yeah.
crow constantly when I talk about it. I was so sure, and many of us were, but I was so sure that Josh Allen was not going to work out in the NFL,
Yeah.
and they just did. They did as a staff, as a coaching staff, as a the general manager bringing in talent around him. They did an unbelievable job of just everything, supporting him
Yeah.
and coaching him. He is a hell of a quarterback, Josh Allen. That's to say the
He
least.
is.
He's such a good prospect, and he's going to be good for a really long time. Um, we got a good question from Grant Root here. He says, "How much of an impact do you think Wilson?" And he's talking about Garrett. We're gonna have to start putting the G or the Z in front of that. G Dub or Z Dub, either one. Uh, what impact do you think Wilson makes year one? Do you think JD is looking at a backup tackle now for an insurance policy for the running game? That's two questions in one. Let's start with Garrett Wilson. What kind of impact year one do you see him having?
Yeah, Garrett Wilson, he's obviously going to play right away. The impact, I do think he's going to be a bigger play type of guy, right? Because I think what he's going to do, what they're going to try to do with Garrett Wilson is open up Elijah Moore kind of on the more short intermediate. And not to say that, Elijah Moore doesn't have the big play ability. He does. Clearly, we saw it last year. But I do think Wilson will be on the outside. He's got really good releases off the line of scrimmage, so that means he could beat man coverage. The Jets did not have a guy last year, especially when Elijah Moore wasn't playing, that could beat man coverage. So you put him on the outside. You could make Elijah Moore the Z or the slot or whatever it might be there. And I think he opens up the underneath with his ability to go deep, whether it's on the post route. He really finds the blind spots and for the corner. Really easily, which is rare for someone his age. It's kind of it's a rarity skill wise. That's something you feel like comes along later on. And so I think he's going to be that big play type of guy downfield, and it's going to open up Elijah Moore, in that short intermediate type of area.
The Colts just traded ahead, or I'm sorry, the Vikings just traded ahead of the Colts, it looks like.
I mean, they just paid Kirk Cousins. They're not gonna draft a quarterback, are they?
They also just drafted one last year as well. So no, I don't think so. It's interesting that they jumped them though.
Oh,
So
he
the
signed a
Vikings.
1 year, 35 million. Okay.
We got a couple more questions. By the way, Grant Root, I think James made good points there. I'm gonna say Garrett Wilson. It'll probably be one of those things where maybe they try to bring him along kind of slowly, use him in roles on offense at the beginning of the year. But I do think he's gonna have a role and be impactful and see a lot of playing time. I still think they're gonna rely on Corey
Yeah.
Davis and they're gonna rely on Elijah Moore because he has a year experience in the National Football League and in this offense. So
Mhm.
yes, he's going to be relied on. Statistically, I don't know, but I think as a role though, certainly they're going to give him opportunities down the football field. And I do like the idea of them using Elijah Moore with the crossers and zig routes and things like that. Just getting him underneath, making him rely on his route running ability because that's what he is. He's a guy. He's got God given ability to separate, and that's what he should be doing on those underneath routes. That should be one of the things that I think this offense does is give Elijah Moore a lot of targets. He doesn't have to be the downfield guy. He doesn't even have to be the number one wide receiver, but pepper him with targets underneath as like a check down guy. And I think he can make plays, after the catch. That's what he does. So that's my answer to the question. Not week one. I don't think he's going to be getting a billion targets, but I think down the road, that's kind of what you're hoping, right?
Oh
And then
yeah,
he
for sure.
he he talked about an offensive tackle as an insurance policy. We have 101, we have 111, and we have 117. They're all lumped together. Third round and two fourth round picks. What about a offensive lineman or an offensive tackle specifically? Green Ghost, we're going to get to your question next. And by the way, guys, if you're watching this right now and you do have questions, throw them in there and we will talk over them. That's what we'll do all night long. So, James, what do
Where are
you...
they going? Oh, who's going to be starting?
No, no, no. The tackle for the insurance policy. All right, the Vikings are making
Oh,
their pick.
Abraham Lucas is a really interesting name if he can fall to 101. That'd be an interesting. But I do think that JD will get back to his ways, and he'll find a way to get someone on the offensive line.
Yeah, it should be depth from here on out with these fourth round
Yep.
picks. We're not looking for starters at this point. So, yeah, I agree. Offensive tackle would be a good one. I think still I would go for another linebacker. If they do not draft a linebacker, that says something about Nasruddin and Sherwood even for
Yep.
what they believe in them. Let's make the pick here, old man. Come on, get going here.
Yep. He keeps talking.
Yeah, they all get up there and they think that's like their opportunity to do a TED talk. Just get up there and read the freaking pick.
Yeah. Just read the card. Yeah. We ain't got all night, man.
Yeah. Well, it was that daggone Cowboys receiver. He got up there and just went ape shit. And now everybody wants to do that. Everybody wants to get the crowd all out of sorts. Oh man, he's drinking out of
This
a
guy's
horn.
gonna get booed. This guy's gonna get booed in about 3 more seconds.
He's still talking.
Yep. He's still talking on my screen too. Poor guy who's about to get picked. He just wants to hear his name.
I know, right? That's what I'm thinking too. Like they I don't know. I know it's entertainment. They're trying to make it entertaining, but like, come on, just read the card. Like, I don't care what you have to say. Do you have the player yet?
No, this guy's still talking.
Oh my God! All right, well let's skip it for now. We don't care that much about who the Vikings are taking. Who do you think the starting running back is? To me, it's clear as day. They took a second round pick here on Breece Hall. He's the starter, right?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, they're. Oh my God, they're telling him.
They're telling him what?
To pay. The producer just went on and told him to pick it. But I think it could be.
Oh man, she did. Oh man, she did get up there and tell him that.
Oh, okay. Yep, good pick.
Who did they take?
Andrew Booth Jr.
Jeez, wow, he really went up there and just did absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I mean, starting running back. That it's such an interesting question. One, because it's new. I mean, yeah, you just traded up and picked a running back in the second round, so he's going to be seeing a lot of time. I don't know how much you have to distinguish it though as a starter. I do feel like you can legitimately make it some kind of 50-50 split, and it's situational. Who's in the game, who starts. Yeah, that's one thing. Who gets the first carry of the game, I guess, is who you categorize as a starter essentially. But I think there's going to be quite a bit of snap share between the two of them there. So
yeah, definitely a timeshare. I am going to give the nod though to to Hall. I think he will outtouch him right away. I think it's going to be definitely they got him early in the draft for a reason. Not only are they going to want to ride him early, they're going to have a role for both those players. But I think that Hall, they see something in him and they see a specific role, and it should be in the 15 to 18 touch range, and
Yep.
Carter's probably going to be in the 10 touch range, which is totally fine. I think that's perfectly good for him. Give him 3 to 5 catches a game, give him 5 carries a game, and let's roll. Like, that's fine. That's good for Carter, and he'll be efficient with those touches too.
Wow.
That's the other. Oh, the Giants just took somebody.
Sorry, I keep doing that to you, man. It's like a natural reaction.
It's okay. Let's see who it is. Wow. Ahead of George Pickens and ahead of Sky Moore.
George Pickens, Sky Moore. I think he's a little dude.
He seems to be that. Wandale Jones, is it? No, Robinson.
Wandale Robinson.
Wide receiver Robinson goes to the Giants. That's a statement for them to take him. Maybe they see him as like a Cole Beasley. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I don't know his size or if they put it up there, but
he appears to be a shorter dude. He lit up the combine though, right? He had a pretty big combine.
Oh yeah, no, he's fat. I mean, he's really fast. He's explosive for sure. And that's why they were probably comfortable trading twice, because I don't know if they were too worried about anyone taking Wandale Robinson this early.
He had 22 missed tackles on receptions in 2021. That was top, I think it was the top 2 or something, or top 5 in Power 5 football. He had 61 first down receptions. Jeez, that whole guy with the Vikings was weird.
Yeah, that was weird.
Let's get to some more comments. Jaime, he says, wow, best running back, best defensive back, best wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
I'm coming around on Breece Hall, guys. I said I was going to hate the pick. I don't know if I hate it. I don't think I do. I think what I like about it is, again, what I said initially, is that there's no more excuses for Zach Wilson. And again, you couldn't afford to go into year 3 wondering, right? That was like the worst. That's the worst case scenario. And now there will be no conversation of, oh, he just didn't have this, he just didn't have that. BS. It's over. That conversation's over. So Zach Wilson, he's got to be in the playbook. He's got to be working on mechanics. He's got to be with his quarterback coaches, and he's got to be ready for this season, man. It's gonna be a very, very big year for him. So, Michael,
the Texans should trade it up.
Wow, lots of movement again. There's just a lot of movement in this board, in this draft. It's very crazy. Let me get to Michael's comment here, and then I'll put Texans on the screen. He says George Pickens is going to be such a steal for someone at this point. There's some people that I follow on Twitter that are adamant that he is one of the best wide receivers in the class. Like, he should be. He's super talented. I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't say that personally. But I mean, it's hard. It's hard. Like some of these people, they watch a lot of these players. Texans are on the board. Sorry, I'm just trying to focus here and do this correctly. Wait a minute. I did that wrong. What the hell is happening? Texans. I got to write Texans.
Mm-hmm.
I'm having a hard time multitasking. Sorry, guys. All right, Texans are on the clock. Let's go back to some more comments here. Jaime says Breece Hall equals Jonathan Taylor. I did see that in the pregame show. I was watching it. Daniel Jeremiah was the one that dropped that. Green Ghost, he says, I didn't see McCreary to the Titans. I'm a lot higher on him than most think. Chad Muma at 101 would be great.
Yeah, that would be.
well, let's talk about that. So targets for the late 3rd round, it's way too early to even really forecast it because there's so many picks still. We're at pick 44. We don't pick for another 56, 57 picks, which is the equivalent of nearly 2 rounds. So we're going to have to wait, and we're going to have to hold off on any forecast of who's going to be available. Maybe by the end of the 2nd round we can start to talk a little bit about it, but it's just too hard right now. I don't think Chad Muma will be available. I'll just say that. But anything's possible. Grant Rude, Giants, Lions, Saints all picking right away. Willis should be gone soon. Possibly. It's not a guarantee. I mean, I don't know. There's something going on with this guy. There's something about him that people don't like. Let's see. Let's see here. GW and ZW got it. How do I distinguish between Breece Hall? Oh my gosh. Well, I guess ideally Breece Hall is playing in a limited role, so we won't have to. We'll call Breece. Somebody said Breece the Beast. I liked that nickname, Breece the Beast.
That's good.
I'm okay with that. Breezy. I'm grabbing a drink, see if he reads the pick by the time I'm back. Texans are on the clock still in my end here. Their pick is in, though. I really feel like the Jets drafted 4 starters. This has been an amazing draft. And they did. That's exactly right. And that Joe Douglas talked about that before the draft even happened. He said that he expected 10, 4, 35, and 38 to all become day 1 starters, and that is the case. I really do believe that Breece Hall is drafted to be the 1A to Carter's 1B. John Mechie is the pick.
Yes, nice.
Little Alabama love here.
Yeah, he's so good, John Mechie. it was terrible when he tore his ACL, but he was the technician for Alabama. I mean, when Bryce Young needed to make a play, a clutch type of play, he was going to John Mechie, and he just had a great career at Alabama. And this is a great play coming up here. He's going to force this fumble on a monster hit. But yeah, just cool to see him get picked that high, because when he tore his ACL, it was kind of you didn't know when he was going to go.
Yeah. I'm looking for this. Oh, is this the play right here where he makes him fumble? Oh, Lord, have mercy.
Yeah, that was
Good
the
God.
yeah, that
That's
was crap.
that's
Was it the
missile.
SEC championship game the year before? Not last year, maybe the year before. Yeah.
JW, we agree with you. 4 day one starters. It's without a doubt. You guys are going pretty good here in the chat. Thanks for so many comments. Michael N. He says so many trades. Got to be close to a record. It's been so many. A ton. The Ravens are on the clock now at 45. What picks do we have left? We have 101, 111, and 117. 1 third-round pick and 2 fourth-round picks left. At this rate, I'm expecting him to just trade up again. Just because that's what he's been doing this draft. He's just been super ultra aggressive. So let's see here. The best quarterback was drafted first. Pickett is the guy.
So John, at what point are you like, if it's like pick 60 and
I know what you're gonna say.
Nicole Dean
I
is
know.
still there, like are you willing to give up like
The rest of
something
the
next
draft?
year too? Yeah, like the rest of the draft too. Like, are you willing, like, at what point are they like, all right, it's not that much of a concern. Let's let's try to really get up here around like pick 60. I don't know.
Here's what I'll say, and I'm gonna say I would be okay with it. I would be freaking excited. The problem is that unless they know of a couple of guys in free agency at the offensive line spot that they feel like can be an upgrade over McDermott, then I wouldn't do it then. So if there's nobody out there that they feel like can be a backup, I'm not sure what they see in Adoga as the backup tackle either.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I just feel like we talked about it. We were pretty spoiled with Morgan Moses. That was a lucky scenario to have him fall to us last year in free agency. So I don't know. I don't think we can swing it right now because it would probably cost the rest of the draft, literally. We wouldn't have any other picks. And I do think it's important that we come away with a tight end in this draft too, with it being a deep class and there's so many good ones. Although none of them have been picked yet, so think about the value that's going to be there for these tight ends in in the 4th and 5th round. It's going to be incredible. Let's see here. Will Leo Chenal go undrafted? No, he will not. Where he goes, I have no idea, but he's pretty beefy and pretty athletic. I don't think he's going to fall out of the entire draft. So
Yeah, I'm also just I like the player. My opinion, and again, this is just me. Maybe I'm not saying other people can't have other opinions, but I don't think he's a fit for the New York Jets. That's just me.
Who?
Leo. I don't see it.
I thought you were talking about Dean. I was like, wait a minute, what are you talking about?
No,
So
the Jets. When you're that 4-3 defense, your linebackers are a little bit of a different mold than what Leo is. They need to be able to cover. Wisconsin didn't ask him to do that a whole much. I mean, he's going to stop the run, but that's the reason for the four defensive linemen. They each have the gap there, and then you're kind of hoping your linebackers are kind of the cleanup. They can be in coverage, and you attack with the front four. If we were the 3-4 defense, I would definitely go ahead and say Leo. Leo would be an excellent fit. I'm not sure he's what we're looking for at the linebacker spot, despite being a tremendous at what he is good at and what he does.
The Ravens, say whatever you want about what their forecast is for this season. They've drafted 3 really good players in this class. They just got a Jabo at 45. Clearly, he's going to be out for most of the year, but they are willing to do it, obviously, for the upside. He's emotional. That's always awesome to see. He's just like so overwhelmed.
Oh man, yeah, it's great. It's great. Good for him.
Yeah, man. Still a second round pick. That's pretty awesome. Even after suffering the ACL or the Achilles injury, it's pretty cool.
And you get to
Let's
go to
see.
Baltimore. Like, that's cool, you know?
It's a great place to go play football.
Yeah, it's just a great place to go. Yep.
Although I do not like Ravens fans. So, but it's because I live next to them. Matt
Okay.
Ryder, he says Breece Hall, Bryce Huff, 2 Wilsons, 2 Davises, and 2 Michael Carters. Yeah, that's enough to
Yep.
make your head. That's enough to make your head spin, wouldn't you say?
That's for
Uh,
sure.
Robert Jackson throws in the names Sky Moore and Damian Pierce. I think Damian
I mean,
Pierce is a lock for the third or between the third and fourth round. I think that's where he'll go. Sky Moore is a bit surprising that he's still available. I would say. I mean, I wasn't like crazy high on him, but I would say he's certainly a second round pick, and I think that he'll probably go in this round.
yep.
For the for
Absolutely.
the for the
He should anyway.
Yeah, and they won't be a Jet. Neither one of those guys are going to be Jets. So, you didn't get to tell me your opinion on the Dean because you asked me the question.
Oh, yeah.
Would you do it? So you said you would say
Mhm.
you would wait until like pick 60 maybe to make a swing up.
Yeah, I would. I'd do it for sure. No doubt about it.
So what would you give?
Unless there's something injury wise that is like all of a sudden severe, like there has to be something really wrong. Unless they're just not valuing linebackers like that. I mean, I don't know if we could pull up yesterday, but what we had yesterday, we had Quay Walker, Devin Lloyd, and then today we don't have any linebackers taken today. So are they just, I don't know, linebacker altogether is just kind of falling. Um,
It's a pretty good class. There's a lot of them available. Pascal from Kentucky
mhm.
just went. I still like the depth of the linebacking group, and that's why I wouldn't trade up. Is because I do like Troy Anderson, who's now, I mean, he's still available. Muma's still available. Brandon Smith from Penn State's available. Christian Harris is still available. N'Kobe Dean is still available. So we are like 5 to 6, maybe even
Yep.
7. I know that Asamoah was the guy we talked about on the last stream. He's another name.
Mhm.
It's kind of like the tight end position. Nobody's drafting them, so everybody's just content to wait because they know there's still a bunch available. Pascal is gone.
That's a good
Uh,
pick.
there are still so many good players, and that's why these second rounders are so juicy and exciting because there's always guys that you're like, man, he's still available. Michael N. He says the Ravens got a baller. Ajabo to the Ravens is good for football. Agreed. After the injury, it's good to know that your career's not over, basically. Ravens take Ajabo over Dean, and just like what you asked, what is wrong with Dean?
It's
I
got to
think
be
if
some
it
kind of injury concern. It's got to be, I think.
right, like a medical issue or some sort that we haven't heard about, but I feel like we would have heard about it by now
Yep.
if there were really something super serious about it. Michael N says, yeah, his heart must have been broken when he tore his ACL at his pro day. Good for him. Definitely.
Yep.
And you and I talked about that. He's a human being. He's also a kid. He's like 21 years old, 22 years old. I mean, just put
Yep.
yourself in those shoes. He's about to make millions of dollars going to the NFL, and he has a devastating, devastating injury. It's a huge hit to anybody, no matter what your what your walk of life is. If you had a serious injury, it would impact you in your career, I'm sure, at some point. So, good stuff to see him go.
For sure. No doubt about it.
Jim Pock, good to see you. He says, I'd like to see JD work some magic to get Bernard Raymond, the offensive lineman.
Hmm.
Green Ghost, he says, Benjamin Albright, who is very, very clued in, says that N'Kobe Dean slides past 64 at least. And he's right. Benjamin Albright is excellent. He is a Broncos, I guess covers the Broncos, I should say. But he's also a pretty good insider source. I remember when the Jets had the Sam Darnold draft, he knew a lot about what was going on in that QB class. Thoughts on that? He's going to fall past the second round.
Yeah, I mean, listen, at that point, then I would do it. I mean, I would do it, right? I mean, take swing for the fences. Like if you only had like 1 or 2 picks to this point, and you're like, all right, well, we need to get some kind of volume and get players in the door. I mean, it's pick 47, and the Jets have added 4 players already. And so they've put the work in to get the guys that they need to get. If it's pick 65 and Nakobe Dean is still there, you know what? Take a swing. Take a swing. And listen, maybe they don't like the player. I don't know. That's
Yeah.
very possible. But for me anyway, I mean, like, look, the Washington's on the clock right now. They've had one pick in this draft, and they took
Great
Jahan
point.
Dotson.
Great
And
point.
we're sitting here with four guys already, and we picked the last time we picked was 36. We picked four guys in the top 36, and so if you're gonna, if you want to take a chance on a guy that maybe has some concerns, this is the time to do it.
Good
Man,
stuff.
I did not see the second round wide receivers shaking out this way.
Yeah, and quite a few have already gone too. 3 in this second round, and so there were how many in the first round? 6 or 7? Let's just see. I'm gonna check real quick.
I
Yes,
think it was
so
6.
it was
Yeah.
6. So that's 9 altogether. That's a lot of freaking wide receivers in
Yep.
46 picks. That's a lot. It was a good class always, and there's going to be more that come off the
for
board
sure.
in this round. There's going to be a couple more go for sure. So, all right, let's get to some more comments. Vern, he says someone's going to be there at 101 the way this is going. And
for sure.
again, for the millionth, billionth time, every freaking year, somebody falls like this. It's every year. I remember, and it's not the perfect comp to this, but Dylan Moses was a linebacker for the Crimson Tide that people speculated he was a mid-round pick, maybe even a second or third round pick. He fell completely out of the draft. He didn't get drafted.
Oh, I know, it's crazy.
It's insane, man. It's insane. So never, ever, ever go into a draft thinking of like a certainty. There's just no certainties. The Commanders are making their pick. I think James already knows because I heard him make a sound. Let's see. Was reading a record number 10 teams didn't have a first round pick. Yeah, there were so many teams with multiple picks in the first round this year. Oh, Santana. There's another Crimson Tide. All right, good for him.
He's a stud. Big Phil. He's a stud.
Big Phil. All right, Mathis is gone. And you can talk about him. He's your Alabama guy. If you want to say anything about him.
Yeah, he was one of those guys. I didn't think he would go this high, but he is one of those guys to where he's an interior defensive lineman, but he offers the athleticism to be able to rush the quarterback. And so he was on my list. If we didn't end up addressing interior defensive line early on, I thought maybe he would be a guy that would be there at maybe a 101, or if we had to trade up a few picks and get him. But he's a guy, interior defensive line, who's a massive human being, but he's not just a run stuffer. So that's what I really liked about him. And he's a 4-year player at Alabama, captain. So the character fit perfectly for what we're trying to do. And so yeah, Big Phil is gonna. Now let me throw you for a spin here.
Sure.
Now that, I mean, you look across the defensive line of Washington, I mean, they have, I don't even know how many guys at this point, but it came out report wise that they were looking to trade Daron Payne, who's an interior defensive lineman for them. And so now there's no, if you're taking Big Phil at 47, you're most likely moving on from Daron Payne, probably because you don't want to pay him. You have to, put resources elsewhere. So you just drafted his replacement. Now, do you say, okay, well, now we may not have to take a defensive lineman with one of these picks. Maybe we give a future mid-round pick for a guy like Daron Payne to, I don't know. I don't think he was definitely on the same team when Quinnen Williams was there. But I don't think they Quinnen Williams was Quinnen Williams before that. But yeah, it would be an interesting guy to potentially add to the room. He's a pretty dominant force in the interior there. So that would be interesting.
Yeah, I'm open to that. I'm open to anything like that. And it probably wouldn't cost very much in compensation. The Bears just made a pick. The pick is in. I'll read a couple of comments before the pick is announced. Green Ghost, he says, Dean is awesome, but I actually really like the Hall pick. I think he can be special in this offense, no doubt. Jordan Snow, thanks for the comment. He says, I heard that Dean has not tested well from medical staff. So I'm going to go ahead and say, because of the reporting and based on this information, he may fall way further than we expect. Like Benjamin Albright said, past 64, and that could mean literally like fifth, sixth round, like something wild could happen with Nakobe Dean,
Yep.
which is crazy, crazy, crazy. And I'm very eager to find out what the medical is. Is it like a bone on bone knee issue? Is it a spinal issue? Like, what's the deal here? Is it a heart condition? Is it a blood condition? Like, what are we dealing with here with Nakobe Dean? It's very puzzling. Yep. All right, Bears pick is coming up. Let me turn on some sound.
All right, well.
Rocking the Devin Hester jersey. That's a solid choice. Oh, wow. Great pick.
That was coming at some point. I was kind of waiting for that one to drop. I didn't know who was going to do it, but.
Yeah, that felt like I kind of even forgot about him, to be perfectly honest with you. That's a hell of a pick.
Yeah, it's a great pick at this point.
Brisker is a Bear, and they just added a cornerback in Booth, I believe. No, Gordon. So they've got Gordon and Brisker in the second round. That's a nice little duo in the back end for sure. They'll be able to make some plays there. I will go back to a comment from earlier. Grant Rude mentioned it, and a few others. Why are the Bears not doing a little bit more to help their quarterback, Justin Fields?
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, I'm not entirely sure, like their depth chart offensively.
Byron Pringle, and the Mooney kid, Darnell Mooney.
Mooney. Yep. Which isn't a whole. I mean, I shouldn't say it. That's not a whole lot, if we're being honest, at all. I like Mooney a lot, but he feels like one of those guys that definitely needs like a running mate. But ultimately, I don't know why I don't think they were very active in free agency either, right? I don't think they were active at all, really.
No,
almost.
they signed Byron Pringle. That was one of their signings, was getting him in the building from the Chiefs. It sucks because Justin Fields, I mean, I said it all through the draft process. He was definitely my 2B to Zach Wilson. I really liked him a lot. We talked a lot about him on the channel together. And it's just one of those things, man. He's not getting the support, and it might not go well for them. It might not go well for Justin Fields, which sucks for him, and it sucks for Bears fans too. But you never know. Maybe he takes a big step and he's able to get the most out of the guys around him. You never know.
Yep. No, for sure.
Joshua McMillan, good to see you in the chat. He says, trade 111 and 117. Those are both the 4th round picks. And he says, get into the mid 3rd round with both of those picks. So then we would then have 2 3rd round picks. And he says, then we can all take off tomorrow. I'm going to sit on my butt tomorrow. I'm not going to do a whole lot. 8 hours of streaming. It's a bit of work. It's a bit of a energy suck. So I'm going to lay on the couch tomorrow. I'm going to have the thing on, and I can't wait to take a nap. I'm going to take a nap during the draft, and I'm going to wake up and I'll be like, okay, what'd I miss? And then I'm going to watch another couple of hours of the draft. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be glorious.
I'm glued to the television during the draft. I can't it's so. I'll watch. Obviously, I all the way up to Mr. Irrelevant. I can't take my eyes off the TV during draft week. And I like hearing the stories too, like, because you watch some of these guys, or you see their names, or you try to do a mock draft and you see the names, but like you don't know everyone's backstory. And some of these guys really do have cool stories. Like I don't know if you know about Josh Pascal, the DN from Kentucky there, but he's a cancer survivor, and he's a guy that he would get his chemo done and then go to spring practice, and then he didn't miss all that much time of the season and things like that. So just a really cool, you see some of these guys and, maybe we trash them on the field, or we don't want this guy, or we don't want that guy, but some of these guys come from, really difficult situations, and it's kind of nice just to see them, have this moment.
Yeah. And to overcome all of that, that is the beautiful thing, man, overcoming odds to get to where they are. John Rogers, he says, Dean at 101. Could you imagine?
No, I can actually.
Because here's the thing. I remember. I mean, it's not a perfect comparison because, he would be in the third round if that were the case. Who's the linebacker for the Jaguars that went in the second round? Miles Jack.
Miles Jack, yeah.
He was rumored to be a first round pick, and he fell because of a medical condition, but he was fine. He's still playing in the NFL. He plays pretty good in the NFL.
Yeah.
Maybe it could be one of those scenarios where it's like it's scaring teams, but he just lands on his feet and overcomes it. That would be huge.
Yeah, or even as recently as last year, how many times did we mock Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah
Yes.
at 23 for our
Yes.
second first round pick last year? And then he went, I can't remember where he went. I think it was the end of the second round, third round.
It was
something.
like 50, I think I looked it up recently because he's been the one that I keep telling people. I'm like, guys, there are players that fall every single year. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, I think was picked 52.
Yep, and
So-
he had a great year for the Browns.
Yes.
And he was another guy where it was like, we don't know health wise what's going on with him, and clearly it turns out that he's more than fine.
Mm-hmm. Kirby Joseph, I see in the chat, and that puts a smile on my face. He's a my guy. That would be
Yep.
sweet if we could find a way to land him in the the third, fourth, or fifth round. Although I guess we don't have any fifth round picks anymore, so I can't say that. Let's go to this comment right here because I haven't read this, but I don't know where you found this, John. Let me know if you have a source on this one. But did you hear that Dean tore his pec right before the draft?
No, I did not hear that.
No clue. Now if that were the case, if he tore his pec and that was the reason why he's falling, go up and get him.
Yeah,
Go
he'll
up and
be
get
okay.
him. I would be okay. I wouldn't be as leery. I wouldn't be as worried about it because that's certainly an injury you can recover from. I wouldn't be afraid of that at all, even if he's not going to play right away.
Right.
Okay, now we're getting conflicting reports. Green Ghost says apparently Dean has something going on with his knee. Came up in his physical, maybe why he's dropping. That was the same situation with Miles Jack as well.
Yep.
Pick 49. The pick is in. The Saints are announcing it's Cam Jordan. John, you're showing your age when you get excited to take naps on the weekend. Michael, you're exactly right, but I'm overjoyed, excited. All right, you got the pick already. You can tell me who it is.
Yeah. It's Alante Taylor out of Tennessee, my guy. I did not think he was going 49. That's awesome. Good for him.
Yeah,
He's some player. He's fast. He's physical. He makes plays on the ball. I thought it was going to be kind of a sleeper-ish type of pick, but clearly not.
No.
Teams thought really highly of him, and the Saints thought highly of him enough to take him at 49. But he's a guy, big-time character guy as well. I thought he would have been a perfect fit, but I just saw it being maybe a little bit later. That's all. But 49, man, that's a nice spot to go for him.
That's also the other side of the coin. People can fall, and then people can go earlier than you expect too. Somebody that I haven't heard their name, and he's a my guy, is Cam Thomas. Maybe I hyped him up too much. I always thought he would be in the second round. He hasn't been called yet though, so that's interesting as well. Best weekend to have the power go out for 10 minutes. Oh no, you lost power? 2 days in a row. That sucks, Grant Root. I'm so sorry. But you must be on your phone if that's the case. Joshua McMillan, the Bears front office reminds me of our front office with Idzik and Mack. That's a great connection. I think that's fair to say with the way they're trying to build their secondary rather than build around their quarterback. That is all I want to do. Michelle knows me best. All I want to do is just snore as loud as I can and in a recliner, specifically.
In a recliner.
Yeah, literally like an old man. Robert Jackson says, "Man, the Jets just killed this 2022 draft." I'm gonna have to learn more about Breece Hall. I know that he's got some special traits to him. I know he's got 4.3 speed. I know that he's only 21 years old. He was the Iowa State offense. Like, he was the reason why it was so good. It's the reason why their coach won so many games in college football. They fed him the rock at Iowa State. I think he had like 600 to 700 touches in his time there. So yeah, the running back pick still. I'm thinking like I'm 60% liking it, maybe 40% still feeling like, man, we should have just held on to that fifth. We could have taken another defensive player, but I don't know if they feel like they can. If they feel like they can get the offense churning, and if they can get Zach Wilson going, maybe then it's worth it without a doubt.
Patriots are on the clock.
Patriots trade up to 50.
Yep.
Where the Chiefs were? Was that who was next? I don't know.
Yep. That's where the Chiefs were. Yep.
Okay, the Patriots were not slated to pick in this round either. They have not made a pick in the second round, correct? Oh, no, they were. They were at 54. I do apologize. Sorry about that. So the Patriots jump up to 50. What do you think they're targeting?
It could be a guy like George Pickens.
I was going to say, don't take Cam Thomas, please. Yeah, that makes sense. Some George Pickens. Give Mac Jones a weapon.
Yeah.
They have. I think that the Devontae Parker move is actually pretty decent. I mean, I'm not like saying he's like a beast or anything, but Devontae Parker is a pretty solid guy. I think as a wide receiver, he'll probably do well in that offense as well. Pat's just moved up.
Christian Harris is a possibility, I guess, for them also at the linebacker spot.
Oh, man. Dude, there's every linebacker that I named earlier is still there. Not one linebacker has gone in the second round. Not one.
No.
So literally all of them. And I can run through the list again if you guys want, but I'll hold off for now. If somebody wants me to say it, just go ahead and put it in the chat. Duncan McLean, he says we got a two-headed monster in our backfield. A two-headed monster in the backfield, along with Garrett Wilson, Elijah Moore, Corey Davis, Braxton Berrios, Denzel Mims, CJ Uzama, Tyler Conklin, Laken Tomlinson, AVT, Mekhi Becton. Like we got a lot of dudes on offense right now, guys. It's not just the running backs, it's the whole package.
Yep.
Oh, Sky Pilot, he says running back before a linebacker pick is the one puzzle in a great draft. Maybe they can get a. Here's the thing. We said that, and I agree with you. I said I wanted Dean at the 38 spot. I think that James agrees.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But the way this is falling right now, at 101, there could be a really, really good one. There could be a really, really good linebacker.
Absolutely.
Now, things can change because we still have a ways to go here. We still have upwards of 50 picks, but there could be a really good prospect in the third round available. Can John do streams in a rocking chair, please? Oddly enough, we have a rock. I have a rocker right there, actually. So maybe I just need to mosey on back there for a few minutes. Let's see. Patriots are about to draft a 5th round prospect here. That's the truth. They do like to do that for some reason. Michael N says, after Cole Strange, who knows? Michelle says, we have recliners in our living room. Don't tell them every secret, honey. Don't tell them all of the secrets, dear. Frank Pagan says, I hope it's not Dean. That's a good comment right there. That would suck.
Would stink.
If they landed Nakobe Dean. I think that even happened in a few of our mock drafts that we did. Nakobe Dean, I feel like went to the Pats at least once. Travis Jones, maybe. That's a good guess as well. So much speed was added this weekend. Yeah, we're getting faster, younger. Wow. Again, just think about all of the different players on the offense and on the team right now that are so unbelievably young. Our team is very, very young, and that was always going to be the case, but it's just shocking when you list it all off. It's crazy. All right, Ben Lepper, a Make-A-Wish recipient, is going to read the pickoff with Lawrence Guy, the Patriots defensive tackle. And James, if you get it before me, feel free to just shout it out whenever you got it. Let's see. Green Ghost says, I'm nervous that the Patriots are going to take Dean. They did just trade up. Doesn't mean it's necessarily. Not Dean. Okay, not Dean. There you go. Let's see here. Just keep the stream going while you nap. There's another one. Nap time today, baby. Let's go. All right, here we go.
NFL Draft, the 6-time Super Bowl champion.
Cool.
They took Tyquan Thornton.
A wide receiver. Okay, Baylor. That's the burner guy. That's the fast dude.
Yeah, he's fast as heck.
Okay, so Tyquan Thornton, wide receiver to the Patriots. That's probably a good move for them. Oh, he's a big dude too. 6 foot, almost 6'3". I didn't realize he was so big.
Yeah, he's six two and a half, I think.
Is he a? This is maybe a little bit ignorant. Is he similar to a Denzel Mims in the size speed combo?
Yeah, for sure. He might be a little bit faster than Denzel, but
Oh yeah,
probably actually
4.28. They said 4.28 on
quite
the
a bit.
screen.
Yep.
Sheesh, 4.28 at 6'3" almost. Wow, that's some serious
I know,
some
it's
serious
crazy.
get up and go. That's awfully fast. 4.28. Okay, I hope you are
George
right.
Pickens is falling, Sky Moore, all these. I mean,
Yeah, ahead of them. It's because speed, man. The speed is no joke. I know those guys are fast too, but 4.28's different. That's something that you can't get that anywhere else. Okay, Sky Pilot says, I hope you are right. If they get a quality linebacker, the Jets can beat anybody. I do agree that getting a linebacker is important. I've been saying that all offseason. James agrees as well. Let's see here. Just have her yell JETS. It'll be a hit. Are we talking about, is Eleanor coming down here? Is that what we're talking about? She already came down here last night. I don't know if you heard that. My daughter came on the show for the first time. She was she was very shy.
Was she? Yeah.
Yeah, very shy. I tried to get her to do a Jets chant. She was like, nope. So, she did not want anything to do with it. Whoa, they reached again. Maybe. We'll see. That speed is serious. I'm not saying that he's worthy of a pick in the second round, but you just don't know. They've certainly made him. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, yeah. I mean, these teams, they want guys that can run. I mean, obviously, I guess they always want guys that can run, but some of these dudes are just freaks of nature now. I mean, it's. I'm sure there were freaks of nature back in the day as well, but it seems like each year they get bigger and they get faster, and it just keeps going on. You know, this trend here. But yeah, when you run the 4.28, you're going to, especially a coach like Belichick is going to say, you know what, maybe he's a little deficient in some other areas, but if I can turn him into a player, then I can't. Bill Belichick can't teach someone to run a 4.28. So you already got one thing working for you there.
NFL Chaos with Jeremy. He says, we are building quite the offense. I hope Zach takes the next step and pans out. Jeremy, if he does not take a step and if he doesn't really show something, that really validates him as the number 2 overall pick, because let's not forget about that. It's not that he's just a first round pick. He is a top 2 quarterback in the draft quarterback. Like, we selected him extremely high, and the expectation with the number 2 overall pick is that he's not just a good quarterback, he is a top 10 quarterback in the National Football League. Like, there's no anything less than that is a disappointment. So there's a lot of pressure on Zach Wilson. He doesn't have to be a top 10 quarterback this year, but he's got to start to step forward and show himself. Hey, baby girl, you want to come on the show again? All right, well, wait a minute. You got to come around. Hey, you got chocolate all over your face, girl. Here, let me wipe your mouth. Let me get a little napkin here, and then you can come say hi. Are you gonna say hi this time? Or are you gonna be a silent, scary girl? Don't be scary. Say hi.
Hi. Hi. How are you?
Say hi, James.
Hi.
So what do you want the Jets to do? They took a running back. You know how you like the players when they run? We just got a running back. Are you excited about that? Do you want to know what his name is? Breece Hall. You like that? What about? Wait a minute. What about Sauce? You like that name?
Yeah.
Sauce
Yep, yep.
Gardner. I'm gonna get you a jersey and it's gonna say Sauce, baby. What do you think?
I was thinking about that. The Jets should definitely release a Sauce Gardner jersey, and it just says Sauce on the back of it. That would sell out like crazy.
They're gonna be able to do that, and they're gonna he can go hog wild with endorsement deals and like I mean he can
Can't
go
even imagine.
nuts. They're gonna the nickname Sauce is just like home run. Like you could kill. He could kill. He could literally make his own company with just sauces. Like it would be a killer one. Maybe he and Nick Mangold could hook up because Nick Mangold
Ooh,
I think
yeah.
I think he's big into the barbecue sauces. Get your finger out of your nose. What are you doing, girl? We're on live TV here. All right. Jorge Gonzalez. Oh, the Eagles are on the clock. They're making a pick.
Oh.
What do you
Yep.
think they're going to take? Let's see what the Eagles take. Cam Jurgens. Wow.
Yeah.
That's earlier than I expected.
Definitely earlier than I expected. He's a really good player though. And I don't know if you just heard, but he's got his own beef jerky company. So you want to talk about a guy that set himself up for endorsements?
Yeah. Can you hear James? You can. Do you want to say hi again?
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Good. Are you enjoying the draft?
Mm-hmm.
Good.
What's your favorite team?
Jets.
Yeah, girl.
That's it.
Then,
There you go.
And then one more time, who's your favorite, mommy or daddy?
Daddy.
It's always daddy.
Oh,
Daddy.
is Michelle listening?
I don't care. It doesn't matter. Come on, it doesn't matter.
Dad, look. Dad, look what
Yeah,
you're
she's warming up to the camera now. This is the thing. I'm
Yeah,
grooming her. She's gonna be Jets tomorrow. All right, what are you doing? What is it? Oh, the pick is in. Let's go. Pittsburgh Steelers are making a pick here.
Chase
The
Claypool.
the Eagles took center Jurgens. You want to? Oh, what are you doing? All right, let's see here. You went to school today, right?
Yeah.
How was school?
Good.
Did you listen to your teacher?
Yeah.
Good.
That's
All right,
good.
Steelers are picking. Chase Claypool's there, looking like a stud.
Look, Dad, look what they're doing.
There we go.
I see it. What's he gonna say? Oh,
There
wow.
you go. That's a good pick right there.
Wow. That is a very good pick. So they just take another wide receiver, and they actually have a ton of weapons. So they're really supporting their quarterback. Pickens, Johnson, and Claypool, plus the running back from Alabama,
look.
whose name is eluding me right now.
Look, Dad.
Not Najee.
Yeah, Najee Harris. And they have Pat Freiermuth, the tight end. He's a stud too. Yeah, I'm
They
watching,
still-
girl.
They
What's
still
he
have
doing?
Deontay Johnson too.
Yeah, Johnson. Yeah. Oh man, he just pushed him to the ground. Is that nice? Sure it is. It's football. They're allowed.
Was
to
that
play.
Daxton? That was Daxton Hill, right?
Yeah,
Was that
he-
Daxton? Yeah.
Yes. I mentioned that when we talked about Pickens on the stream. I was like, I love Dax Hill, but he got embarrassed on that
Yeah.
block. He
Yeah,
got put on his butt.
happens.
All right, let's see here.
Dad.
Yeah, I see them. They're all excited to be there, aren't they? All right, the Colts look like they just traded up with the Vikings. And they are
Look,
picking.
Dad.
What is it, sweetie? What do you see? Tell me.
They said they're picking up the draft.
They are. They're picking up the draft. Who knew it? Let's see here. Blue for the Colts. They are making their pick. And let's go to some of these comments.
Look, Dad.
Awesome. Love the daughter.
What's
Thank you very
they're
much.
gonna say?
I have no idea. Wide receiver Alec Pierce, who was a second round
Yeah.
pick. So we're seeing wide receivers now. It's like they always cluster. Have you noticed that with the wide receiver position? It's always one, and then
It's
the next.
always, yep.
It's a cluster every time. Mechie and Robinson went side to side in the draft board. We know what happened in the first round, where 4 went in the 5 picks, and now we've got 2 back to back again. Pierce and Pickens. And Thornton. I just realized Thornton went 2 picks. That's crazy. Yes, baby. What is it? Oh, look at him kick that ball. All right. Let's go to the comments.
Look, Dad.
I see him. That's a Colt. Let's see here. Tua will be exposed, especially with pressure in the defensive line and the secondary speed. Our defense could take a step forward. I'm still wondering, and maybe, James, we can talk about that for a second. What are we expecting with the draft not being completed? Sauce Gardner's been added. Jermaine Johnson's been added. We're hoping for better health this year. But what are you expecting in terms of, like, let's just straightforward, like, rankings. Like, how, girl, get your finger out of your nose. What are you doing on TV doing this? They're watching you do that. What do you think about the defense, like, taking a step forward? How big of a step forward can we hope for?
I think it's going to be a pretty massive step forward. I'm thinking we're
Really?
somewhere about. I think we're somewhere about 8 wins. I think we're going to double up in wins.
Wow.
I don't know. I don't think we're going to make the playoffs or anything, but I do think we're going to take a pretty massive step forward. I think we'll clearly make more plays. You know, some guys are getting older now, and it's going to be
Sit down.
a little bit tighter games for the Jets. I don't think we're going to see those 50-point blowouts anymore. So,
what about the defense, though, specifically, though? Like, what kind of step forward? I see it. It's a commercial. Very exciting.
Well, if Carl Lawson comes back and he's the player that we kind of expected him to be last year before he got injured, and then you add Jermaine in, Quinnen takes that next step. CJ Mosley continues to be who he is. I think Jordan Whitehead is really going to help that secondary room, especially in the run game there, which was a massive hole. And I think we're going to see 2 new corners play football. We're going to see DJ Reed and Sauce Gardner. So.
True. I didn't even mention DJ Reed and Jordan Whitehead. Do you want to put that in your ear?
I think one more safety there. We need a single high safety
and a linebacker.
And then there's a lot of rotational depth that they could work with on the defensive line. But Travis Jones is still falling too, so he may be there at 1-on-1 also.
Yep, that's Pizza Girl. Yeah, all good stuff. I just hope that we can get after the quarterback. That's my big concern, because if we're not, that's going to make everything, it's going to impact everything. And I hope that we are able to hit the quarterback more. And I know you know that about, what we need to happen. It has to improve. Let's see. Pickens is good, but he is no Garrett Wilson. I like that comment. Why are you being a weirdo, huh? Why are you being a weirdo? Dig them deep, girl. I see you picking your nose. Hey, they said they see you picking your nose. Oh, they saw you picking your nose. Eleanor is gonna learn early about bad publicity. And now my wife's like, "Yep,
send her up. She's digging for gold."
Do you want to say anything else before you go? Say go Jets. Good job. All right.
Jets.
No, Mommy said you got to go upstairs. She needs you to do a big job. Go ahead. Okay. All right. See ya. Love you.
All right. Bye.
Maybe. We'll see. Oh, yep. Got it. All right. Bye, baby. See ya. Goodbye. Love you. All right. That was fun. Thank you, James Jameson. Appreciate you. New Jets would never pick a Pierce. Yeah, I knew you were. Jim Pock, you've been talking about Alec Pierce all off season. And I've said it a million times, but I really respect people that have a player that they identify and they stick with them pretty much the entire process. It shows conviction, which I like. C. Wally says, go Jets. Calling the next 2 picks now, Dean and Kirby Joseph. Jesus, yikes. That would be amazing. That would be incredible.
I went on Twitter, so I know who the pick is. Do you want me to hold on to it, or
no? You can say for the Chiefs.
Yeah, it's Sky Moore. They took Sky Moore.
That's a very, very good pick for them.
That's a very, very good pick.
They needed a wide receiver. Did they? I don't even know. Did they take one in the first round? I don't think they did.
No, they took.
Wow.
They took Karlaftis.
4 out of the last 5 picks. It's just like the first round, man.
I don't mean to crap on the Giants here, but
right.
I would have taken Pickens, Pierce, Moore, I probably wouldn't take Thornton though, because I'm not
What
entirely
about
sure about
Mechie?
him. But Mechie, I would have taken Mechie. I just feel like Wandale Moore is a smaller version of Kadarius Toney. They do the same things. It's like
Yes.
redundant. Like I would
They
have
traded
given.
Tony. They traded
Yeah.
Tony. So
Who?
I don't know. It's wild. This is a
Yeah, I don't
wild
know.
draft with the wide receiver position.
But I know Sky Moore is going to be a hell of a player. He's super good, Sky Moore.
And now he gets to play with Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelsey, and the like. Yeah, she definitely needed to do a big job. That's always the thing to get a kid, dude, to do what you want. Just you got a really important thing you got to do. Go do it. We're counting on you,
Yeah.
kid.
Build up the
Uh,
hype.
yeah. Kev Chad, what up? I'm late. Did you like the trade up for the running back? I said before the draft started that I would not be happy if they took Breece Hall, and I'm still on the like 60-40 split. I'm happier. I'm more happy than I am like I'm not liking it, and I think that it took them selecting him for me to realize this is the type of move you make to really find out who your quarterback is. This is not a let's get the best value pick. This isn't like we can wait and get a running back. They said, screw this. Let's get the best running back for our quarterback so we can find out who he is. And that to me, that's what the move is. And it's starting to click for me. And it also makes a lot of sense for me. Cardinals make a pick. Aeneas Williams, excuse me.
It's one of our guys, John.
Oh, Trey McBride. Wow.
Well, I guess at one point was one of our guys. We kind of fell off of him for a little while, but finally, first tight end taken it at 55 here. That's an excellent pick.
Yeah. And I think that there will be a bunch that go in the third round as well. I think Ruckert could go in the third round. You could see Dulcich maybe go in that third round, depending on where they like him. We talked about what's not Little. Why do I always screw up this guy's name? The Isaiah Likely.
Oh, Isaiah Likely.
He could be one that maybe goes a little earlier than we expect as well. The big guy from Virginia could also be a guy that sneaks a little higher than maybe expected.
Yep, Delani Woods.
Yeah, Jones. Isn't it Jones?
Oh,
no,
Jelani
Woods. Jelani Woods. Yes.
Jelani Woods. Yep.
All right. So based on the last the second half of this the second half of this second round has gone well for the Jets in regards to players that are being selected at positions that we are not likely to take in the third round. So for that reason, we should all be pretty excited. Like, players are falling, and we are creeping up to pick 60 now. So we will be selecting in the third round, this next round coming up. So there's a chance that some really good players are there. I think it's definitely coming. And Grant Root, I agree with you. There is going to be a run coming. I think it's going to be at the end of this round or the beginning of the third round. We're going to start seeing some tight ends come off the board. And it's about time, too, because this is right where we expected them to start coming off the board, too. Go ahead, James.
Didn't they give Zach Ertz like a pretty big contract?
Yes.
Not saying you can't have two tight ends. That's not. But they gave him 3 years, $31.5 million this offseason.
Yeah, I think this is one of those scenarios where they want to probably utilize some more two tight end sets, and they certainly have a contingency plan now if Ertz maybe gets hurt or if he starts to regress. I don't actually hate the pick.
No, I don't hate the pick either. And maybe Cliff Kingsbury realized that this isn't Texas Tech, so he may need run the ball. I'm sure they run the ball, but they're very Big 12 offensive based football. It feels like, and at some point in the NFL, it just gets beat. It gets figured out, and you got to be able to run the ball.
Vern said McBride's draft party looked like something from the 80s. I didn't actually get to see it. That's pretty funny, though.
Oh, good pick.
Kev Chad, I'm going to read your comment next. I'm going to look at this Cowboys pick real quick. Sam Williams, the edge.
Yep.
And if I'm wrong on this one, let me know. But I thought he had some sort of off-the-field thing not all that long ago.
Yeah. Yeah,
It
I
wasn't.
forgot. I forgot what it was, but and Daniel Jeremiah just mentioned it being the reason why he's actually still around.
Yeah, no, talented and very, very good upside with that pick for sure.
Jerry Jones ain't afraid to make those kind of moves.
No, not at all. Yeah, he
No.
definitely has a thing for that, no doubt. Let me read this comment. So Kev Chatta says, "So John, you process running backs pick faster than me. Yet. I can't figure out trading up when he could have fallen to us at 38. So I guess the expectation or the rumor right now is that the Jets were expecting the Texans to take Breece Hall,
Mm-hmm.
and if you think about it, it kind of makes some sense because what do they really have at running back? I mean, maybe I'm forgetting who they have, but anyway, that's the reason why they did it. Whether that's the right move or not, I have no idea. That's
Yep.
why I'm still 60-40 on it, Kev Chatta, because I still would have liked to have the extra fifth. And I just think that depth is going to be a factor at some point, and I think that we need to keep these picks for that reason.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly might have even preferred a trade back over the trade up for the running back. So again, I remain 60-40. I like the idea that they're trying to finally just,
Yep.
have everything in place. There's no more question marks on offense. If we have injuries, we have no excuse. There's depth
Yeah.
now on the offense. There's depth.
Absolutely.
So I think that's the reasoning behind it, Kev Chatta, and for that reason, I'm just barely liking it over not liking it. He's got to be really good as a second round running back. You've got to be at least a 1,000 total yards player, and honestly, he has the potential to be much more than that. So if he can do that, it's worth the pick.
Tampa Bay is on the clock. They just traded up.
Okay, Tampa Bay trades up with the Bills, and the Bucks are on. They only moved up slightly from 60. And now they are on the clock. The Texans would have taken Hall if we didn't jump. Apparently, the Jets considered jumping into the first again last night for him, according to Jake Asman, who does have some insider sources there. That would have been wild if we took a fourth player in the first round. Joe Douglas in the press conference after the first round, Connor Hughes asked him, he's like, "Are there any players at the top of the second round that you are excited about?" And Joe Douglas just smiles and he says,
Yeah.
"Yes." He's just like very big smile and a yes, and that was it. He wasn't willing to say any more than that. He didn't want to spill anything, obviously, but they clearly they clearly valued this guy much more than I had anticipated them doing.
Oh yeah, no. I wonder who Tampa Bay's coming up here for though.
Let's take a look at the board. I that's the one thing I don't like is I have to look at this million screens on my screen to be able to see this. Let's see here. Dean is available, obviously. Travis Jones, I already took a defensive tackle, so probably not him. Maybe a backup tackle in Bernard Raymond. That could be a good move. Perrion Winfrey's still available, a pass rusher.
That's true. He's another one, yeah. Wow, he might fall. He might fall into round 3. That's interesting.
Yep. There's
I
some
guess. I mean, I guess not everyone could be a first and second round pick. Someone's got to fall.
Yeah,
But
dude, I'm looking at the board right now. It's stacked. There are some really good players. There's a million names that I recognize here. Dulcich, Muma, Chanel, Thomas, Benito, Abraham Lucas, the offensive tackle, DeMarvin Leal, the defensive end from Texas A&M, Christian Harris. I mean, there's a lot of guys still that are really good.
I'd really like Christian Harris. I mean, Dean is above him in that regard for me, but I mean, I kind of watched him play for, I guess it was 3 or 4 years or whatever it was. So, I think a guy who would definitely fit. He's got a lot of closing speed, so I think that's something the Jets need.
Good point here by Jeremy. Breece Hall is very special. We needed to stop being the team that can't survive an injury when we have no depth. Right. Tevin Coleman probably will be the number 3 back. They're not going to draft another one, obviously. I think that Ty Johnson will be the obvious odd man out in this running back backfield. So Tevin Coleman as a third down back as a receiving option as well, I think is nice. The Buccaneers are about to announce their pick. Oh, they did take an offensive tackle. It just wasn't the one that I had suggested.
It
Go
was
deep.
Raymond's his running mate, his teammate actually.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know that much about him, but when I did the Oklahoma drill podcast with Andrew and Matt, Matt is really high on Gadecki here.
Gadecki.
They both kind of said it. They were like when they watched Central Michigan play, they were waiting. They were watching to see about Raymond, and then they were like, "Holy crap, who's this guy?" And then
Mm-hmm.
they actually started focusing more on Gadecki. So it's pretty interesting that first of all, that I got that nugget from them because I wouldn't have known otherwise. But that I guess the NFL saw it, or at least Tampa Bay saw it the same way.
There's some really interesting comments here. So Grant Root says, I like JD going after his guys. The Jets will have to cut some of the young talent this year. They just have too many players on the roster. So that's a good point to make. The secondary is gonna be really interesting. So guys like Panak and guys like Guidry, I think could be thrown into that conversation. He's pretty young. Who's the other cornerback I'm thinking of? The one that was undrafted that we picked up last year. It's not coming to me right this second. It's not Brandon Eccles that I'm thinking of, but
Oh no, I know what you're talking about. He didn't have a great run at it though.
yeah, so he might be an odd guy out.
Yeah.
Jonathan Marshall is maybe a guy you're thinking of. I think he's going to be. They're counting on him. So
Yeah, especially if they don't go D line here.
yeah, that's the thing I'm thinking is like maybe I was onto something with that one. Is like we surely could probably get stronger at defensive tackle, but again, you want to go cheap and you don't really want to have to spend too much in draft capital to get that position. If you ask me, ideally, Marshall develops into a rotational piece, somebody that they can put in there to pass rush a little bit. And again, Jonathan Franklin Myers, we're counting on him to play some more reps on the inside. Frank Rankins is still here. We signed Solomon Thomas. I know he's not a world beater, but he's going to play on the inside as well. That's depth and rotation. The pick is in for the Falcons. They're at 58 here. We are 7 picks away from the end of the second round. It's flying by already. Here's another interesting comment here by Kev Chada, which is good perspective, I think. He says, what I'm understanding is that we got lucky. JD couldn't trade up to 15 to get JJ. And he says that JD couldn't trade into the late first round to get Breece. We would have lost more picks in that trade, which is true. We would have probably not been able to land Breece Hall. So it's an interesting perspective for sure.
Yeah, no, that's.
Oh, wow. Troy Anderson just.
I know. I was holding that one in.
Wow.
Yeah, wow, that's incredible. But yeah, no, it's a great pick. You're right, because if we would have had to have gone from 35 to 15, although we saw the Lions trade up 20 picks and it wasn't really all that much compensation, but but ultimately, yeah, if we had to go up 20 picks, then we probably would have had to have given up a lot more. And then you maybe are a little hesitant to not trade up for Breece Hall and maybe wait and see what happens in that regard.
This guy looks like such a beast. I wanted him so bad.
He's just a football player, man. He whatever they asked him to do, he did. He played freaking quarterback too.
Yeah, I saw that. And again, valedictorian of his high school class, so he's got the brains for sure. He's going to be able to learn quickly, which I do think coaches they value that a lot. They want them to be able to learn their systems and get out there and play right away. And he feels like a guy that can probably go ahead and do that. Excuse me, in year one. I'm a little bit sad though. I love Troy Anderson, but certainly there's still a lot of linebackers that I like. I was kind of holding out hope he might be there at 101. Maybe that's foolish because the reports were that he could, well, there were some people that said maybe he could go in the second round. So, and it happened. Grant Rude again. He says from the 0 minutes I watched on Godecki or however you say it, my opinion of him is he's got an attitude and takes too many plays off. And I'll cut him down. So I'll have a word out on him. Interesting. I did not. I've made it very clear. I excluded certain position groups in my analysis. Like I did not watch offensive linemen in this draft class. I just didn't do it. I read about them, but I did not watch film on them. I didn't watch any running backs at all, really. I looked a little bit at some of the later round picks, like Tyler Algier I watched a lot of. Jerome Ford I looked at. I did not pay any attention to Breece Hall. The Vikings are picking.
Yeah.
Oh, Ed Ingram. That's a guy I
Ed
liked.
Ingram, yeah.
And he's a good fit for our style of offense, so it's unfortunate. Did the Packers trade with the Vikings? Because that's who I had next.
Oh,
Vikings.
they must have. I missed that.
That's a wild trade in the division. All right, so the Vikings have made their pick, and they selected guard Ed Ingram from LSU. I did watch some of him, and I did learn a lot about him. He also had a little bit of a off the field thing, but it was years. It was a couple of years ago, and it was all cleared up. And he's been a good kid, the rest of the time in college. And he translate. I think he's going to be a pretty good football player for the Vikings. He'll be good for Dalvin Cook getting the running game going there. I think he's probably going to wind up being a starter for them. Oh, Grant Root said he was joking. He says I literally watched 0 plays on him. Okay. Well, sometimes you talk about how you watch some films, so I can never know. I can never tell with you, buddy. All right.
Buffalo's on the clock.
Yes, the Bills are picking at 60 now, and I'm going to go ahead and take a look at the board here, see what they might be coming away with. There are still a lot of really good players, and they should try to get maybe another pass rusher in there or a linebacker to stop, some of these offenses from going. I'm going to say they might want to go after, I'm going to say either Travis Jones or Perion Winfrey to get after the quarterback. Cameron Thomas could even make a little bit of sense. So there you go. That's my pick. They're going to go some sort of defensive lineman here, get after the quarterback, Pat Mahomes, and all of these other quarterbacks in the AFC. Russell Wilson's now in our conference. We got the Browns with Deshaun Watson. So you got to be able to compete with these other quarterbacks that are going to potentially be in the playoffs. So hitting them really helps.
I can't believe we're at pick 60 and we have one quarterback. One quarterback is gone, right? One quarterback's gone. That's it.
Only one, right? Yep. And I'm trying to look right now. 49ers won't take one. Chiefs won't take one. Bengals won't take one. Broncos won't take one. So
Jacksonville won't take one.
No. So it will.
The Bengals just moved up.
They're at what, 61 now? And then
60. Bengals are at. They traded with the Bills.
Oh, there you go. So Bengals are up. They skip up 2 spots. Bills Mafia is so cringe. I don't want the Bills to have any success. I want them to lose. I want them to suffer more, and I don't want anybody in our division. I don't know if you recall that, James, but there were actually Jets fans that felt bad for the Buffalo Bills fans after that loss in the playoffs to the Chiefs. I still can't believe that. I still cannot.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
I don't care how they lose. They could lose with it being unfair. I would still be okay with it because I don't ever want anybody in my division winning anything. So Travis Jones is still on the board. It's wild, I know. There's still many players that I would be very excited about. Yep, Christian Harris, Perion Winfrey, Abraham Lucas is there. Nicholas Petit-Frere, the offensive tackle for Ohio State. I've read some things about him. He's a pretty good product. Cameron Thomas, Chad Muma, Greg Dulcich is available. What if they do that, James? So what if they don't?
That'd be interesting.
I was just going to say that. So instead of linebacker, because that's what I think we all want at this point, what if they just say completely and say, screw it, let's just go get a playmaking tight end?
I was going to say that before. Like, what if Joe Douglas just says, you know what, screw it. I took 4 offensive guys last year. I got Garrett Wilson. I got Breece Hall. We added 2 tight ends. But you're right, because there are some tight ends that are available here that don't really have the same skill set as the guys that we signed. So Joe Douglas can be a complete maniac and just be like, if Isaiah Likely's there at 101, he presents a playmaking downfield threat that we don't have at the tight end spot. We now just added another playmaker, right? Or someone like Jelani Woods, whoever it might be.
There's a lot of flavors in this draft. It's like Baskin Robbins. Is that the one where it's like whatever a number of flavors? Baskin Robbins.
Yeah, 31 flavors.
Yeah, there you go. That was it. 31 flavors. That's basically what this draft class is at the tight end spot. There's a lot of flavor, a lot of opportunities to get playmakers at the tight end spot. Let's see here. So with like no picks tomorrow, is JD gonna have the entire day to get contacting UDFAs? Actually, that's not true, C. Wally. We have 2 4th-round picks right now for tomorrow.
Yep.
So this is only round 2 and round 3. But you're right. He's gonna have a jump start on it, but he's gonna have to wait for the draft to conclude to do that anyway. It's not gonna really matter because he won't know who's available. And they probably have rules set up so that you can't contact players before the draft ends. I don't know what those rules are, but I would imagine that would be the case. Jorge Gonzalez, again, my man from Chicago, the Windy City. I hope you guys, who are watching this right now, I hope you guys call in on the Sunday show and give me these takes. So Jorge, he'll probably call in on Sunday. He says, well, when people were saying that front offices really don't like these quarterbacks, they weren't playing.
Nope.
They were not. Desmond Ridder was somebody that people talked about could go early. Obviously, Malik Willis was talked about, as of like a top 10 pick. Some people said he could go in the top 10. BG, Jelani Woods would be just fine with me at 111. I would even consider him at 101. I feel like we need to build an O-line depth. Injuries galore these last 3 seasons. Joshua McMillan, you're absolutely right, and that is certainly the responsible thing to do. I think that is a very, very likely possibility. Linebacker, tight end, offensive tackle, some sort of defensive lineman, any of those positions. Safety you could throw in the mix as well. They're all possibilities. And here's the deal. At the end of this draft, there's going to be positions that we didn't hit. And that's just the facts. And we're gonna have to get used to that idea, is that they're not gonna fill every hole.
Nope.
Oh yeah, the safety cornerback hybrid guy. I like him.
I like that pick. That's a good pick.
Yeah, cornerback Taylor Britt. I like that pick, and I watched film of him. I actually watched him on the screen. He's pretty good. I don't think he's super athletic. I think he may have ran a slower 40.
Mm-hmm.
But
just feels like a versatile guy that you could do a lot of different things with.
Yeah. So that's an interesting pick. They loaded up on the secondary. They got Dax Hill, and now they've got him. So they're putting an emphasis on getting secondary. Who said that secondary doesn't mean anything? Of course it means something.
Heck yeah, it does.
It definitely does. All right.
Ooh, the 49ers for the first time. They're maybe the only team other than the Rams, I guess, that haven't made a pick yet.
Yeah. Oh my God. Did you see the interview of the Rams after the Cole Strange pick?
Yeah, that was so funny.
That was so funny. And I didn't really see it as them knocking the Patriots as much as they were just laughing at their own, like, the way they built their team with not using draft picks. It just was so funny how they joked around that like that.
Yeah, they were having a lot of fun. They're basking in the Super Bowl win and just saying, we built it this way, we won this way, everyone else can have a good time, and so it was pretty funny. Was this guy at the draft?
Well, that's what I'm wondering. What's going on here with Breece Hall? Why is he on the screen right now? Take my running back off the screen, NFL. What are you doing? Oh shit, he is at the draft. What is happening? Did he hang? He must have been hanging out at like a hotel or something. He's walking the stage right now. This is Geno.
He was on his couch when he got picked.
This is very Geno Smith-like right now, where he's coming to the draft the second day and wearing like street clothes. Dude, he looks like he is built nicely. He is strong.
He's a house. Yeah, he's a house. Oh, there's Zach.
Yeah. Let's go, Breece. I didn't know he was even. I guess he was there for the first day, and I didn't realize it. This dude's a baller. There's Zach Wilson's tweet.
Yep.
He must have put on the film. He was going to YouTube. I love it, man. I'm starting to come around on it. I think that it's one of those scenarios where do we want to enjoy watching football games, because that's what this is going to be. It's going to be more fun to watch the Jets on Sundays. Oh, I'm going to turn it up so I can hear. Breece Hall's talking, everybody. Damn, he's a kid. He's got braces on.
Wow.
It's just a dream come true. Last night, just knowing the Jets, they tried to trade into the first round to get me, and it
Damn.
Whoa.
but I mean, I'm still blessed to be a Jet, and I'm blessed to be able to have the opportunity to come on here. So it's been fun.
And they traded up in the second round to get you a lot of new blood, a lot of promise for these New York Jets. What are you going to bring to this team?
Well, I was the best running back in this draft, so a 3-down back who can do it all, and not only a great person on the field, but a great person off the field.
I got a lot of cheers here. Everyone's excited to hear that. Congratulations, and I hope you know a lot of really good running backs taken in the second round.
Let's go. A lot of good running backs taken in the second round. And I love the part where he said they were trying to get in the first round for him.
They were going for a first round pick.
That's wild. And that shows you the level of aggressiveness that Joe Douglas was ready. He was ready to throw down in this draft. He was not pulling any punches. He was ready to throw down. So, and they make a great point about the second round being like a gold mine for running backs. You can go down the list and you can find them. There is a lot of good players. Dalvin Cook comes to mind. Jonathan Taylor, I believe, was a second round pick as well. LaShawn McCoy, second round pick. They put him on the screen just a minute ago, but you can keep going forever. I'm coming around. I'm getting there. I'm getting warmed up to it. And it's just like it's an exciting thing. The New York Jets tweet: 2 Michael Carters, 2 Wilsons. Now we got Breece Hall and Bryce Hall.
Yeah. I think we're gonna wind up with someone that we really like at 101 if they stick there and don't move up and get somebody. And so it is weird. You're right, because it's the position. It's not the player, right? It's the position, not the player. And it's another weapon, but it's something where maybe we thought there was some other better options out there. It's definitely going to be something that we're gonna be more than fine with a few months from now, and also
Exactly.
when September starts and we're rolling. So.
Right, we're gonna have fun watching the games.
I know one of my buddies texted me and he was like, we're gonna go to a game and we're gonna see like offense, like it's gonna be fun, you know?
Yeah, we better. That's when it gets scary. Is if the offense isn't doing what it needs to be doing, that's scary time right there. And that's why I'm so and again, it's a nightmare scenario, but at least if that happened, you would know you did everything to support. And again, that's the whole point of the pick with the running back. You are making sure you got your guy. Kev Chad is so young. It looks like Breece took a month to grow that mustache. LOL. Yeah, and he has braces on. He's gonna have to lose those. He's gonna have his gums ripped apart in the NFL. They're gonna feed him. I think they're gonna feed him the ball a lot, man. I think they're gonna give him 15 to 20. I'm starting to lean towards that. And Michael Carter is the complement now. Like, he legitimately is the third down back and the change of pace. And I don't think he's going to anywhere near, 50% of the touches. I really don't.
I mean, he did miss a few games, right? Did Michael Carter miss a few games?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he missed. Yeah, he got hurt. He got hurt. He goes running wild versus some team. I think it may have been the Dolphins. He was having a really good first quarter, first half, and then he got hurt and he missed a couple of games after that. What'd you say?
Dolphins, yeah. And then he had that like 55-yard run against Tampa Bay on the first or second play of the game. And then he was basically out after that.
Yeah. Brian Cook from Cincinnati, another DB from Cincinnati goes off the board. We're still waiting for Kobe Bryant's name to get called, but he'll be a while, I think. Still, I think he's a 4th round, maybe a 3rd or 4th round guy.
Yeah, we saw a lot of cornerbacks. We saw a lot of cornerbacks go.
Mm-hmm. I also watched him play. He's a pretty daggone good player, pretty aggressive, flies around the field.
Yeah, he's a good player.
Let's take a look here. I was just pointing out his braces to my wife. Look at how young these kids are. They're about to get a signing bonus worth more than a decade of my salary.
That's for sure. Yep.
Yep. Yeah, he'll get a mouthpiece. That's true, Dennis. I was just mostly joking when I said that he's gonna rip his gums up. N'Kobe Dean will heal. What are all these teams thinking? They are thinking that I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking because I'm not sure about this Peck thing, this Peck rumor. Is that
I
a?
didn't hear anything.
I haven't either. I don't know if there's anything official on what happened. If you guys do have an official source stating exactly what it is, I would love to know. I'm not on social media right now during the draft. I have too many things going on my end. I kind of keep track of all the other stuff. So I don't know. I think that depending on the severity of the injury or the potential long-term effects of the injury, depending on what it is, that's why he's still falling. And it could also be the size. I don't buy into that. I think he's the Roquan Smith, the Jonathan Vilma. He's that kind of build of a linebacker. I don't really care how tall he is. Like 5'11" doesn't really bother me. He's built well for 5'11". He's strong and he's got a thick base. And he takes blockers on pretty well, I would say, for his size. The Peck injury was true. It was on the NFL Network pre-draft show. So there you go. So N'Kobe Dean is dealing with a Peck injury, and I assume that's what, at least a 3 to 4 month recovery, or if he tore his pec. I don't know.
Yeah, it is not that it's a wildly significant injury, but it that takes time. You see like a lot of linebackers, they wear that like brace type of thing.
Yes.
Over the arm there. Like Ray Lewis is like a popular one.
Yes, I remember that. I think that eventually he's going to go. I think we heard the report from what's his name? The Denver guy. Crap. I can't remember his name. But anyway, the guy who reports for the Broncos, the guy that has the insider. Benjamin Albright. Right. I just remembered it. So anyway, Ben Albright said he was going to fall past 64. So I'm not going to hold my breath that he's going to get picked here. And, in that 3rd to 4th round range, somebody will probably be willing to take the risk. I think that's probably where he goes. Thank you for sharing that, Vern. Appreciate it. I don't actually listen to the broadcast. I have it barely on, and I only turn it up if I want to listen to a pick. Mm-hmm. Joshua McMillan, he says, if we go tight end in this draft, do you guys have a preference? I do have a preference, and I have a guy that I would love to get. I just don't know if we're going to be able to pick him. James, your preference is likely, I think, but who is it for sure?
Yeah, if we go tight end, I want likely. I think that's the I don't want to say the missing chess piece, but if you're looking at the tight end room altogether, I really think he provides that downfield threat that CJ and Conklin, they have their receiving ability, but it's different with Isaiah Likely, and it's also a matter of we saw Mike LaFleur be pretty creative towards the second half of the year, and I think it would give him someone that he can kind of move around and not necessarily have to kind of put him in that traditional tight end role. So in my opinion, it would be Isaiah Likely, but I do think, a guy like Jelani Woods would be, more than perfectly fine as well.
Yeah, and I think Dulcich fits into that conversation as well. I personally would try to get somebody that I think could potentially replace CJ Uzama next year. So not in 2022, but maybe in 2023. I like Ruckert. Ruckert is the guy that I would go for. I think he's a complete package tight end. He's never going to be the Darren Waller, the Travis Kelce, but, he can be a pretty good tight end, I think, in the National Football League. So, that's the one that I prefer. And again, I don't think we'll be able to pick him. I think he's going to go in the early 3rd round. That's my prediction.
Wow.
The New York football, the only football team, is that what he said?
Oh, I missed that part.
Oh, there's only one team only one football team in New York, he just said.
I mean, he's not technically wrong. But...
Right. Geographically, that is correct.
Geographically, he is correct, but...
They take James Cook, the running back. That's an interesting pick.
Very interesting pick. That's someone we're going to have to defend.
I was just going to say, so he is actually perfect. If they're going to continue to use the same offense that they did with Dayball, which was to run it very little, sparingly, but use their running backs in the receiving game. He is a great fit for what they're trying to do.
Excellent. They just don't run the ball, so he's kind of perfect.
Yeah, he is like the ultimate third down back, is what I've heard. Kind of like a, I don't want to make a comparison that maybe I'll regret later, but kind of like a James White in that regard. Like he can run the football, and James White's a good running back, but really known for his ability to do both a little bit. And there were people even speculating that James White could be like a split, like they could split him out at wide receiver in a pinch if he needed to as well. So
yeah, for sure.
Versatility. I think he fits the offense really well. I hate that pick because I hate the Bills. But in all seriousness, it's actually a pretty interesting pick for their offense. There is a play where he was lined up as an outside wide receiver.
Did that quite a bit. Yep.
All right. We are to the last pick in the second round, and it belongs to the Denver Broncos. They didn't say a torn pec, but they said a significant pec injury. That's probably the only pec injury it could be, right? Like if it was a significant one, it would just be torn.
I would imagine so.
Right. Other than that, or did he just like lose his pec? Like did his pec disappear? Did it deteriorate in his body?
Right.
Otherwise, that's pretty much the biggest injury you can have as a pec injury. All right, we got to go to Jason Rhodes. Hot take, Jason. And this is an interesting take. I disagree with it, and I do kind of hear what you're saying, though, so I'm going to go over it. Hey, John, remember last year when I said Michael Carter wasn't the real deal? You did say that.
I don't think this makes him not the real deal.
Right, and I think that's what I was just getting ready to say. He's not going to ever be a number one back. Nick Bonito is the pick for the Broncos. That's a pretty nice pick for them. They just lost the edge defender. Crime name. I'm terrible with my name recall here. The Hall of Fame edge that went to the Rams. Why can't I not think of his name? I can't. I'm terrible. Just terrible. The recall is bad here for this old man. They took Benito. I'm thinking of the guy they drafted early in the draft, too. I can't figure out what his friggin' name is.
Who, the Rams?
No, the Broncos. They won the Super Bowl with him.
Von Miller?
There we go. That one. That guy. Yeah, they get a potential replacement. Chris Sims talked a lot about Benito being pretty high as far as an edge rusher goes. Vern says he heard it working out. Probably a tear. Jason Rhodes, we'll go back to your comment. Michael Carter is not going to be the number one running back. But I think what you had said was more or less that he wasn't going to be like a playmaker. He wasn't going to be able to make plays in the NFL. That was your take, was that he wasn't going to be an effective running back. And everything that we saw last year says that he is going to be an efficient ball player. He makes a lot of people miss, which is a very, very important stat when you're talking about running backs. He can catch the football. He can make big plays. And his big thing right now is durability, but that's no longer a concern. So actually, Michael Carter is the real deal. He's going to be very, very good in his role in this offense. And again, for a fourth round pick, I think it's going to be okay.
Oh, yeah, for sure. No doubt about it.
So
he's a great player, Michael Carter.
Yeah, I have to disagree, Jason. I know that's your take, but I'm going to kindly disagree. We don't agree on much, but that's okay. Straight 100 Jets, he says, guys, according to Ian Rappaport, he said Dean does indeed have a torn pec, and they are worried about the soft tissue, and he has already had a bunch of injuries in college. There you go.
There it is.
We are into the third round, so I actually do have to change our scene. So let me go ahead and do that. And the scene for the third round is a lot more simple. Let me get you on the screen here. Sorry about that. This scene is much more simple and straightforward. We're just going to update the pick that we're on, and we're going to update the pick and the team and then the player that they draft. And that'll be that. So now we can put the Jets draft class up here, which I've been waiting to do this whole time. So we took cornerback Sauce Gardner.
Yep.
At number 4, we took wide receiver Garrett Wilson at number 10. We traded up from 35, got to 26, and we selected defensive end Jermaine Johnson. We traded up to 36, and we selected running back Breece Hall. I'm still like, I can't believe it. I just cannot believe they made that pick. It's a good pick. I'm excited about it, I think, but it's different than what I expected them to do. So there you go. There's the Jets' current draft class. Absolutely a ton of really good players there, as you can see. And there you go. I don't feel a muscle tear should be the reason to pass on a great prospect.
Mm-hmm.
So a guy misses a couple of months, you got him for 4 years, and I think that's where you make a great point. So it's probably not just the tear that he has right now. It's probably a concern for either previous injuries suffered or potential injuries that he could still, experience in the National Football League. So
Yeah,
there's a lot of
I
factors. There's a lot of factors going on. Go ahead, James. Sorry.
because Matt Miller, NFL draft scout, 23 minutes ago, he tweeted out saying that an NFL source texted him and said either N'Kobe Dean has horrible medicals or he's a serial killer. I don't get it. So that seems like that wouldn't confirm that we know the reason why he's actually falling. Right? Does that?
Yeah, I guess it's fair. I mean, it seemed to me like it's kind of like in jest, like it's clearly an injury thing. Do you know what I mean? Because he's not a serial killer. Like it's definitely
not a serial killer. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's something to do with his injuries, and I think that's the point of the tweet. Is like, it's nothing else. There's no other reason why he would have fallen.
Right. It just seems like a weird tweet to send out if you knew it's because he has a torn pec. I don't know.
This is a nice pick by the Jags. They get a center for Trevor Lawrence. Luke Fortner from Kentucky is the pick. Fortner. Getting an offensive lineman there is good. He's not a very athletic guy, according to the screen here. His athleticism is only graded out as a 60 on NFL Network's coverage. No tight ends, please. Vern, I'm shocked to hear you say that. You're a Jelani Woods guy, but I guess you are valuing some other positions ahead of that, maybe even an offensive lineman. So I respect that. Buffalo is in Canada. I hate the Buffalo Bills. That's all I know. Let's see here. See what I'm saying? Buffalo doesn't even have a baseball team. I mean, there is Toronto.
I mean, yeah, there is Toronto. It's just weird because, like, when you think about New York, you do think of it like you think about New York City. It's just what it is. Nothing against Buffalo. I've been there before. I played against Buffalo State when I was at Hartwick in college.
Nice.
Wasn't all that thrilled with the city of Buffalo, but I'm sure they're nice people.
Okay, now we've got another linebacker coming off the board, and this was somebody that Grant Root had mentioned in our stream, actually. Brian Asamoah from Oklahoma. He is the pick for the Vikings, and he appears to be a pretty good athlete and plays well in space as well.
Yep.
Yeah, he looks like he might be a good blitzer in the National Football League based on what I'm seeing here. That's an interesting pick. I think the Vikings have had a pretty good draft so far, if I am not mistaken. They've made the most of their board, although they could have gotten more in that trade back. They got Lewis Seen, they've got this kid, and then who else did they take? I know they took somebody else in the second round that I liked. They took Booth.
Yeah, so Booth. That's a great pick.
They've had a nice little draft. They've got 5 players now. Oh, here we go. Here's some N'Kobe Dean news. Oh, I missed what he said. Did you hear it by chance?
No, I have my volume on low because I don't want to like mess anything up on the stream.
Oh, no, you're good. I had it on low too. I just saw that Rappaport was on there, but again, I think he was just repeating the injury concern.
Never heard that. I don't know that name.
Oh, for the Giants? Let's see. Amari Toomer is making the announcement. Hall is the real deal. He will have you saying Carter who. All right. Listen, dude. If that's the case, I'm cool with it.
I don't know.
Oh, my God. Joshua Azudu? I don't know who that is. Legitimately, I've never even seen his name before. Have you?
No, I don't know. I don't know who that is, to be quite honest with you.
Okay. Pick number 67 for the Giants. They just took a guard out of North Carolina. Guard Ezudu. I don't know. I didn't get to hear his name pronounced out loud. So Ezudu, maybe. Ezudu. Guys,
That's a pretty safe bet. I think that's a safe bet.
yeah. Straight 100 Jets says, guys, according to Ian Rappaport, he does say that Dean does indeed have a torn pec. They are worried about the soft tissues, and you already mentioned that. Okay, perfect. We read that. Ruckert, who? How dare you talk about Ruckert that way? So how are y'all feeling after day two? Day two ain't over, Andrew. We got another pick still.
We have a whole nother round.
We have another pick, 101. And we still have the opportunity to move up if they find a guy that they really like. Jason Rhodes, that makes me happy that you're very excited about Breece Hall. It's always fun as heck to be fired up about a pick, like there's nothing better than that feeling. It's just super amped up. Jason said he would. Oh, that's right. Yeah, he did say that for Michael Carter. He said he'd be out of the league quick. That could be. Well, so here's the thing with running backs. 5 years. Sadly, that's actually above the average for a running back's, career average. The Browns pick is in at 68, and so they're going to announce their pick shortly. Have the Browns taken a wide receiver?
I do not think so.
They could probably use one. Not sure what's available at the moment. Let me take a look at the board. Cameron Thomas, my guy's still there. Maybe we could get him. Holy cow, that would make me flip out if we draft him as a rotational defensive tackle in rotational defensive end. That would be sweet.
There is a ton of options left. I mean,
Travis,
that's it. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, John.
No. I was gonna read a bunch of them off. Travis Jones is still there. Christian Harris, Perion Winfrey, DeMarvin Leal, Abraham Lucas, Cameron Thomas, Chad Muma, Greg Dulcich, Kirby Joseph, Jeremy Ruckert, Channing Tindall. I think Tindall is in the conversation, as a potential guy that we might look to. Jelani Woods. A lot of running backs after. There's going to be a run on running backs in the third and fourth round, I think. Isaiah Likely, Kobe Bryant. I don't think we're going to take a cornerback, obviously. Darian Kennard is an offensive lineman that we could use as interior offensive lineman. He's available as well. What were you going to say, James, earlier? Sorry to interrupt you.
No, I just think there's a whole lot of value left in this draft because you kind of look at it and there's so much hype around that first round, and you just think all of these guys are going to go in the first round. Then only 32 of them, realistically, mathematically, can be taken, and then it just starts a slide of all these other guys that you really thought would be taken much higher. So it's really interesting. You can get. I mean, there's only been 67 guys drafted. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is still early in the draft. It's 250 plus picks in the NFL draft, so we are still in the premature process, I would say.
Yeah.
Vern, he says, I want to know why Travis Jones is falling. That is true. I would say, so tell me if I'm wrong. Does he offer a whole lot in the pass rushing department, Travis Jones, or is he primarily a good, solid, run stuffing defensive tackle? What is his prototype, I guess, is my question.
Yeah. So, I mean, he's 6'4", 325. So the pass rush ability is more so upside. He can do it. You would just hope to maybe see it on a more consistent basis. So he is a run stuffer, but he is pretty quick with his movements. He has dominant hands. He's got big paws. So when he gets his paws on you, you can get in trouble. And it was pretty interesting at 325 pounds, his 10-yard split, I think, was 1.78 or 1.79, which is pretty fast.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
So he's got some strength and he's got some speed right off the line of scrimmage. So I think it's more of an upside with the pass rush. So which could be why he's kind of falling, maybe because they see him as more so of the run stopper. Yep.
That's why I posed that question, because if that's the case, if they don't view him as a guy that's going to ever really develop into a consistent threat in the interior,
right.
guy's just screaming into the microphone. Channing Tindall at 101. You heard it here first if he is there. I like Channing Tindall. I took him in one of my mock drafts. I think he makes a lot of sense. He would not be a day one starter, but there's nothing wrong with taking guys like that.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, Super Bowl winning Cleveland Browns. He heard it here first. Cornerback Martin Emerson from Mississippi State is the pick. Emerson.
Oh, they went corner.
Yeah, they went corner, and that was pick number 68, Browns. Okay, so it's updated on the screen right now. Again, I'm trying my best to keep that on the screen, guys, so you can look at it. John, your thoughts on tight end Kohler? I like Kohler, and I would be very fine with taking him in the 5th round. I don't think we would need to take him any earlier. The tight ends they're falling. It's the 3rd round right now, and only one has gone off the board. So you are going to get a really good tight end in that 5th round. That's kind of why I'm still on that 60-40 split with Breece Hall, because I really would have liked to have gotten a tight end in the 5th round. It might be hard to do that now.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, yeah, Kohler's great. Big, tall, long. He needs some development with his run blocking. He is a guy that is upright often and does not really get his hips bent down in blocking. I've read that's a problem for him. But there's a lot of upside for him in year one. Could be a great red zone target. So for those reasons, I would definitely be okay with him being a pick. Yep, you definitely mentioned Asamoah earlier. Actually, as of last week, you were mentioning him. So pretty good stuff there. Titans selection, pick 69 is upcoming. What in the world? What did they take?
Nicholas Petit Freer
The offensive tackle
from Ohio State.
Yeah. He was definitely one of the guys I was thinking could be a good backup potentially.
Yep.
That was pick 69, and so now he is gone. Popcorn feet. That's an interesting description for his light, feathery feet.
Get some moving.
BG, he says, actually, Big Al, you heard Tyndall from me about 10 minutes on this board. Buffalo has good food and beer joints, wings, etc. Yeah, that's good. Good for them. Speaking of, I'm
This is
hungry.
actually our pick.
Yeah, that's true. 69. We would have. That's a great point to make. So let's see what
Yeah, I
is
forgot about
available.
that.
We can take a look at what's available. I mean, Nakobe Dean's right there, but Travis Jones is there. I don't regret the trade up for Jermaine Johnson though, so that's certainly not that's certainly not a concern. When I saw the trade, I was like, okay, we traded way back in the 3rd round, but we were able to keep a 3rd round pick, and we lost the 5th round pick. I have no problem with the Jermaine Johnson trade up. It's too bad we didn't give up a future pick for that trade up for Breece Hall. That would have made it a little bit sweeter.
Yep.
Jacksonville's on the clock, pick 70, and their pick is in. So we're about 30. We're about 30 picks out from the Jets being on the clock now, guys. Where do you guys think Malik is gonna go? Pooh. I don't know, man. At this point, I'm wondering.
Wait a second. Who drafted Devin Lloyd?
I don't know. Oh, they doubled. It was the Jags, apparently. They just said they doubled up. Chad Muma is a Jaguar. That sucks.
They drafted Devin Lloyd and Chad Muma?
Yeah, sounds like it. That's pretty good for them, I would say.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to go back and check that, though. Let me see. Round 1. The Jaguars did. They took Devin Lloyd.
Huh.
So they are heavily stacked up at the linebacker spot. They got Miles Jack still, or did they let him go?
I think they released him.
Okay, so they. Oh yeah, he was available. That's right, because we talked about him coming to the Jets potentially. That's interesting. Very young linebacking core and two very good prospects. So that's very interesting.
Well, yeah, I didn't see that coming. That's a lot of resources for the linebacker room.
Yeah. I don't hate it though. Although now that I'm looking at it, they have really not added anything for the offense. It's Fortner and then three defensive players. I don't know. They could have used some help for Trevor Lawrence. I don't know though. I guess they're counting on ATN and the kid that they just signed from the Cardinals to $1 bajillion, Christian Kirk. Jorge Gonzalez, wow, a guard from NC with tackle versatility, but damn, he was projected to be a 5th-round pick. That's what they're talking about with the Giants pick earlier. Kev Chada, this is the most unpredictable draft ever. More drama for us with so many premium picks. Well, we're running out of premium picks. We've got basically three 4th-round picks here. We've got the late 3rd. We've got 2 early 4th-round picks. But those are good draft picks. So we can still, fill some holes. I actually am starting to lean, I had said this for the 38th pick. I would be okay with trading back and getting, a couple of late round picks here to help fill up some of the depth that we need. But based on what Joe Douglas has done, I don't think he's going to do that. I think he's swinging for the fences. He's not going to swing for depth, I don't think, right now. That just doesn't feel like the plan right now.
That's for sure.
44 picks to go. What pick are we at? It's
71.
not 40. It's not 44. We're at 71. That means we're 30 away because we have a pick at 101, Dennis. We traded back. No worries. Oh, yeah, he already corrected himself. Yep. Let's see. Did Travis Jones sleep with Roger Goodell's wife?
Impossible.
Everybody's talking about Travis Jones, and again, I'll just stand on that same question. If he doesn't offer a ton of upside with the pass rushing, or if teams don't view him in that way, this could be the reason why he's slipping just a little bit. Yeah, Troy Anderson went in the 2nd round. That was an awesome draft pick. I loved him. Let's see here. Just trying to catch up to the chat here. Stop talking and read the damn card. Absolutely. That gets on my nerves.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be an old man, get off my lawn, but Velus Jones, wide receiver from Tennessee, was the pick by the Bears. So they finally go ahead and they add a weapon there for Mr. Justin Fields. Velus Jones. Okay, so there you have it. That's the next pick.
Yep.
JJ trade up was necessary after passing on KT. I agree. I have no regrets on that one. I think, they valued him very much. They had him as a top 15 guy. They were going to pick him potentially at 10. That was another thing like they talked about. They would be, they were interested in doing that. So yeah, I think it was well worth the trade. Jones is a solid run stuffer and does have pass rush upside, though. I don't understand his fall. So maybe, it could be anything. Who knows? Maybe it's another injury. Yeah. It could be another one of those guys that just medically did not check out all that great.
Possible too, yeah, absolutely.
Jeez, Vern just said they just zoomed in on a guy smoking. That's not a surprise. It is Vegas, the Sin City after all. All right. We're getting closer and closer here. I agree with you, Grant, about Travis Jones. I assume that's what he's talking about there. I don't know. I'm not sure what else to say here as far as what's on the board, other than that there are still many guys. We keep talking about it, but there's still a lot of guys. What if Christian Harris is there and Nakobe Dean? Would you go Harris over him at this point because of the clear fall?
Yeah, you may have to if you want a linebacker, and I mean if there's that much of a concern, we're at pick 72 and N'Kobe Dean is still here. I think it's pretty incredible that Christian Harris is still there. So at that
Mhm.
point, yeah, I would seriously consider it for Christian Harris if there's that much of a concern about N'Kobe Dean.
Yeah. And we've started to see some linebackers come off the board now. They were a little bit slow to the party. It still feels like the third round is going to be a juicy spot for some tight ends, but I don't know. In a lot of the mocks we did, they were like just free falling. They were. I remember we got some really good tight ends in like the fourth or fifth round every time we did it. So who says that they who says they'll even go that early? Chanel over any linebacker that's left. Really, in our scheme, I'm not sure. I kind of agree with James on that one. I think that he could. He's almost like that tweener, like where he could like maybe put his hand in the dirt, but really probably shouldn't put his hand in the dirt. He's probably just a 3-4 outside linebacker, right?
Yeah, I don't know how much upside he's going to offer in pass coverage, which is what we really need our linebackers to do.
Mm-hmm.
They got to be able to play the pass, and he may be able to do it. I don't know. You just didn't see that much of it from at Wisconsin. So phenomenal player, but I just don't know if it's what we're looking for.
I think that's fair to say. All right. Let's see here. I think I need to go to the bathroom. So
Yeah,
I
we're
don't.
gonna do the same. I'm glad you said it. I was kind of like holding on
All
to it
right.
for a couple
Why
minutes.
don't you can go first. I'll let you go first and then I'll run away and you can run the show for a few minutes. It'll be the James Today show.
All right, sweet. I'll be back in
Yeah,
two
no,
minutes.
you're good. You're good. Take your time. Jorge Gonzalez says I love the JJ pick. We might be going from not having a double digit sack guy to having 45 plus sacks for us this year. How many did we have last year? Because I feel like we may have just been hovering around 30. Yeah, 45 would be pretty daggone awesome. JJ, if year one, if he gets 6 to 8 sacks, I'm doing backflips. And then you really would be expecting year two for him to really take a step forward. Mike Cause, he says, Dean, if he's still there, or Lindstrom, the center from BC. I don't think they're going to take Lindstrom. Dean is not out of the question if he's there at 101. Good night, Michelle. Go Jets. I love you very much, and I will come up to you later in the evening. Thanks, Michelle. We're going to get her on the Sunday show at some point, guys. I hope you all know that. She's working up the courage. What's your grade for Breece? That's a great question. I'm going to say B plus for that draft pick because of losing the 5th round pick. And because I just felt like we had some other positions that I would have liked to have filled. Linebacker, safety, offensive tackle. Seahawks are making a pick. Abraham Lucas just went, so now we've got an offensive tackle that we've talked a couple of times about going off the board. And so yeah, to answer your question, I would say a B plus. Losing the pick stinks. I prefer to not draft running backs early. And then, I give it a B plus because of the idea that it's going to really help us to identify what we have in Zach Wilson. He has zero excuses. So I'm going to give it the B plus, and certainly it could go way up higher if he showcases the special qualities that you guys keep throwing in the chat. I can't wait to watch some film of him. Again, I didn't watch the running backs that were projected early to go. I didn't pay attention to him. I did not expect the Jets to do it. Breece was a great pick. He makes our offense dynamic. He certainly could. The Colts are on. They just made their pick. It's the pick is in for the Colts, and we'll see who they are going with next. Let's see here. Love, Lucas, Ugg. Yeah, we need an offensive tackle as a backup. That's definitely a need right now. And that might even, what in the world is this? Backup offensive tackle might even be a bigger need than linebacker at this point. Kev Chada, because of losing the pick when we should have traded down, I give the Breece pick a C minus. It certainly has that potential to be a bad pick, but most picks do. Again, I give it B plus because of the Zach Wilson effect. You know, it's going to help him a lot. Wow, Jelani Woods is a Colt. That's a great draft pick. And I can't say that I'm surprised because this is right around where I thought he was going to go. I think tight ends are going to start coming off this third round and fourth round. They're going to come flying off. This is right where you want to be picking if you're taking a tight end. He is so big. It's ridiculous how big Jelani Woods is. Phew, he is. Dude's big time. The Colts got him. He feels like he's going to be one of those guys that's just really, really solid. Great pick by the Colts. I'm looking forward to reading what you guys have to say on him. Good luck, Jelani. I didn't love the Breece pick, but almost 150 yards per game is nothing to scoff at. Yeah, I'm sticking firm on that B plus. I would have preferred not to have done it. But again, I think it gets a positive grade because of the impact that it's going to have for Zach Wilson. It's going to make our offense, hopefully get the play action game going as well, which is a big factor. Falcons are picking Desmond Ridder. Desmond Ridder is off the board. That's a very interesting pick. They did need a quarterback, and Ridder is going to the Falcons. That is pretty cool. He's going to keep the same color. He gets to play with Drake London, gets to play with Kyle Pitts. So Desmond Ridder is in a good spot, and he's going to be able to use his athleticism there. That's a very, very interesting pick. James, can you hear me? Desmond Ridder just went to the Falcons.
Oh, crap, he did.
Yep, and he went ahead of Malik Willis.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And Jelani Woods also went to the Colts. Another. Yeah, I know. Dude, I was watching the clips of him. He is such a beast.
Yeah, dude, he's a freak of nature. I remember we did our tight end rankings like pretty early.
Yeah, and we weren't even talking about him.
No, we weren't talking about him, but someone in the chat did mention him.
It was Vern. It's Vern.
Was.
It's Vern.
And then I was like, oh, I wonder who that is, because like if it's hard to like get everyone in the mix. And then and then I saw him, and then he had the combine, and then the RAS score. I think his RAS score was number 1 out of any tight end in the last however many years.
Yeah, really high. AC says I'd kill for a B plus from a teacher. Well, luckily I am a teacher, and you know what? You get a B plus for your comments. How about that? Your comments get yourself. Maybe I should start giving out letter grades for comments, guys. I'll just start every comment that I read. I'm gonna give it a letter grade at the end of it. Let's try it out. Let's see how it feels. Isaac Benjamin, you get the right to be the first graded comment. Breece Hall had 1,472 yards and 20 touchdowns last season. He also ran a 4.39 40, and he has a 40-inch vertical jump. I'm giving that an A minus comment right there. Throwing in the stats, I really like that. Thank you for sharing that information. James, do you have the comments in front of you on the YouTube side of things?
Yep.
Okay. I
have them on the side.
Yeah, I can't pull them up on the screen while you're gone, but I'm going to go to the bathroom, and I'm going to leave you to it. You're running the show now.
My show.
That's right. It's your show.
All right. Yep, Michael. And in here with Wilson is the best wide receiver in the draft. I think it was close. I did have him as my wide receiver 1, with Jameson Williams as a very close 1B or 2. And I did think the Jets were going to take Jameson Williams just because of the the speed that he brought, but very happy with Garrett Wilson at number 10. Sorry, this is awkward for anybody. I've never done this part before, but see, Wally wants extra credit. John's going to have to give out the extra credit. Pick is in here for the Houston Texans too. We're at 75, so the Jets are still 26 picks away. Grant Rude, you're quite the character, Grant. Quite the character. Cheers to anyone who's having a beer or anything right now as well. Okay, so there goes Christian Harris. I don't know if I heard John's footsteps coming down the stairs, but Christian Harris just is taken at pick 75 by the Houston Texans. So roll Tide, first of all. But another linebacker is off the board. And it's Nakobe Dean is still there. So there must be some pretty serious medical concerns.
Son of a bitch. Christian Harris is gone.
Christian Harris is gone. So
I heard it. I had my headphones in upstairs.
Oh, you heard me being awkward?
Yeah, I heard you say something about extra credit. That was funny. Oh man. All right, let's see here. You did good. I was listening to you. You had a relaxed tone. I liked it. That's how I like to run things. Let's see. Wow, that's pretty cool. Did you know that Breece had at least 20 consecutive games where he scored at least one touchdown? That's pretty cool. That also shows you a reliance on him in the red zone as well. Not all of those touchdowns were big runs, so an effective guy inside. We definitely need that. That's like a huge part of any good offense is efficiency in those situational things, third down, and also red zone game as well. I want to know Raymond's medical issue. I guess at this point in the draft, you could just start throwing that out for everybody, right? Like,
yeah, it's like, all right,
what
this
is
didn't
the
go
deal?
the way my mock draft went.
Right. So there must be something wrong with them and not me, because that's always the first reaction is there, it's them. It's not us. Breece Hall was a great pick. What'd you say?
I said, it just came like the headlines at the bottom of the screen there, and it was like Jets selected Breece Hall with pick 36. I still can't believe
I'm
that
stunned.
happened. Yeah,
I'm still in disbelief.
I'm definitely on board, and I'm on board. Like again, like it matters like as a whole. And what they did in the first round, like I don't know what would have made me upset, in the second round. Like, I feel like it just wasn't there for me to all of a sudden, like, if we made a pick in the second round for me to be, like, upset. Like, oh, my God, I can't believe the Jets done that, after the night that we had last night. So,
AC, are you talking about the Jets or are you talking about in the entire draft as far as, like, value goes? I'm going to give you a C+ in this question because I need specifics. Jets' favorite pick so far? Or just best value so far in the draft, because that's two different conversations. Throw in the A+ question. Tell me which one you want, and then we will answer your question. I guess we could do both, though. We could stop being lazy and do both. Name a team with a better draft than the Jets. That's a good question. I'm going to go with a solid A- on that one. A team with a better draft. I don't know if I'm going to name a team that has a better draft, but I can give a couple of drafts that I like. Let's go to round 1. And I like what the Packers did with Walker, Wyatt, Christian Watson. That's a pretty nice little, trio there. I like those picks. The Eagles have done a nice job. I know they're a team with multiple picks, but they've done a nice job landing some good players. The Giants, the first round for the Giants has a lot of potential to be very, very good. If they hit on those two picks, 5 and 7 with Thibodeau and Neal, that's a lot of important players at some really, really important positions.
Yep.
Mm,
I like the Chiefs with McDuffie and Karlaftis. I thought that was a pretty solid first round there.
Sky Moore as well is in that draft
Guy
class.
Moore is up there.
So
Yep.
yeah, they're doing pretty good there. So yeah, no, I don't know about, who had a better draft or anything like that. It's kind of hard without having every single pick in front of my face. This is the second round. The Steelers, they got Pickens. Who did they get in the first round? Pickett. That's not a bad class. They've only had 2 picks, but I like what they've done. They've gotten themselves a quarterback that they feel good about. And clearly he was probably QB1, and I guess I didn't watch any of the quarterbacks at all, really. So it'd be hard for me to know, but people seem to really like him. I do not have speakers in my bathroom. I do have headphones in my head, though, and they are Bluetooth. So if I walk away from the screen, I can still hear things. The dinner. We went to a Tex-Mex place called Uncle Julio's a couple of months ago, and it's really, really good. Like, they have good, like the meat that they use is excellent quality. Like, it's good steak. It's not just like crap steak. And so it's a Tex-Mex kind of thing, and it's delicious. It's really good. Pec injury for Dean. Yeah, we've seen that a lot. And again, I think one of the concerns maybe NFL teams are having is that he's not having surgery on it. He's electing to do rehab, which is an interesting choice. I would think that you would just go ahead and get the surgery. But I don't know. Depends on what the doctors told him.
Yep.
Yeah. If we want to grade, because there was somebody that asked the question about, what was your favorite pick in the draft? Why don't we go ahead and do that? It's kind of hard to say because we like all of them, but you can, just rank them, Sauce Gardner, Garrett Wilson, Jermaine Johnson, and then Breece Hall. What was your favorite pick? Ravens are selecting.
Yep. They took Travis Jones. He's off the board.
Oh, wow. They've really maximized their picks, haven't they, the Ravens?
Yeah, they did a really nice job.
They just keep taking the best players that are available. They are true to their board for sure, because they've taken some players at not premium positions like a center and a safety, and now a defensive tackle. But again, if they're good football players, they're going to be an impact for them. So that's an interesting pick. What do you think, James? What's your favorite pick so far for the Jets?
I'm gonna go with Jermaine Johnson because I'm gonna factor in value there. In terms of getting him at 26, I think is tremendous value. So I'm gonna go with Jermaine Johnson, given the player and then where they were able to get him last night. So I'm gonna go with Jermaine Johnson, even though I know Sauce is kind of like a homer type of pick, but I'm gonna go with Jermaine Johnson.
I'm going to say Garrett Wilson. Sauce Gardner had me the most excited because I wasn't sure the Jets would do that. And I'm very happy that they did. But I think Garrett Wilson is going to pay big dividends for Zach Wilson this year and for the future. And so love the pick. Colts are picking. Oh, there he is. Bernard Raymond.
Yep.
So he is off the board now. A tackle. Ryman. And he went to the Colts. The Colts are having they've had a couple of good picks in a row. Yeah, with Jelani Woods, excuse me. And now this guy as well. Eagles are doing pretty well. Especially since they traded some of their capital to next year. Yeah, they moved some of the capital, like you said. They have another future first. They are going to be loaded up, and the idea I think is that if
Jalen Hurts,
if it doesn't pan out with Jalen, they'll have an opportunity to move on. Jets, Giants, Lions are in the running for the best draft, in my opinion. Lions have done really well.
I feel like the Giants, I don't know. They were in the running for me before tonight because I thought they got 2 fantastic players. But
I'm having trouble with the Wandale Robinson pick, and he could be a very fine player, but at some point you do have to think about fit, and I just think they have someone who does that. And to size at some point it kind of it kind of matters in a sense, but at 43 overall, to be picking someone that's like 5'7", 175 pounds, that's going to be a gadget-ish type of player in my opinion. And they have someone already like that in Kadarius Toney. So they kind of lost me with that pick. And then I, to be honest, I don't even know who that lineman was from North Carolina. So I didn't see his name quite often. And so Giants for me, it was up there, and then they kind of lost me in that second round, second and I guess the third round, or they had two second round picks. So something.
Ajabo is off the board. Dennis Montalvo, you got to get you got to get some sort of like a best available list. Yeah, Ajabo went in the second round to the Ravens. Another player that the Ravens took with unbelievable, and probably was the best player available too when they took him. All right. Jorge Gonzalez says, I used to bartend at Uncle Julio's in D.C. Love me some UJ's steak tacos. I told you. They do have some really good steak. Who is this?
Andrew Hawkins.
Oh. My favorite pick was Sauce, best player at the time he was drafted.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, a defensive end, Alex Wright from UAB.
Right. All right, so what are we away now? We're getting not really close, but we're getting there. We're starting to get close.
Yeah, this was pick 78. So we're about 23 picks away. And they don't even have I don't even see the clock anymore for the picks on the screen. They don't even put the time up because they're turning the picks in pretty quickly.
Yeah.
It'll probably be at least another hour though before we're on the clock, if I'm being honest with you.
Yeah.
They just move it so friggin' slow. Ravens have hammered BPA. I'm not sure why they took Linderbaum for a power man scheme though. Maybe they're adjusting it. I don't know. You're right though. They do typically go for those power blockers.
Yeah, I trust in the wrestling background though too. He knows like leverage and all that kind of stuff. Those wrestlers know what they're know what they're doing.
Yeah, the background in wrestling is definitely like a thing for offensive linemen.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
This is an interesting question. If the Jets had lost one more game, would JD have picked Sauce over Hutch? Probably not.
Probably not.
But maybe. It's hard to know for sure because they felt comfortable enough passing on edge early because they liked Sauce so much. That was the reason why they took him at 4, is because they knew that they weren't going to get that guy later. Right. They could get some edges later though in the draft. Even if it didn't end up being JJ, it could have been Boye Mafe, it could have been a bunch of guys, but I think that was the play all along, was they were going to go corner because they knew that they could get somebody really, really special with unique traits. So it's possible. Jason Rhodes, number 1 player, or favorite pick, I should say, was Johnson. He likes the Jermaine Johnson pick a lot. Breece Hall was his second favorite pick. Gardner was his third favorite pick. And then he puts, he said number 4, whoever we pick next. And then number 5 is Wilson.
So not a Wilson fan, I guess?
I don't think he wanted a receiver, but we needed a receiver. We only have 4, really. Now we have 5. I guess if you're counting Jeff Smith as one of the receivers that you want to run out on the football field. But no, I think we needed to get a receiver. Maybe you just don't like the player. But I don't worry too much about the school, and I think that's part of your concern is he's from Ohio State. My brother's always talking about schools like USC quarterbacks, and they all suck. Like I don't know. I think that's just like a. I don't think that's actually a thing. They're either good or they're not good. Favorite pick has to be Sauce. I really feel like he can be a Revis 2.0. We might not see a Revis 2.0, but he can be a really good shutdown cornerback, though. And that's not crazy to say because there's other really good cornerbacks in the NFL right now that,
Oh
they
yeah,
do
for
their
sure.
they do their job. They match up well and they limit the success of another receiver. So, I hear what you're saying. You're not saying he'll be as good necessarily, but he can be a really big cornerback for the New York Jets, and that is Revis 2.0. Jason Rhodes, what did you think of Terry McLaurin or Ted Ginn Jr., Santonio Holmes, and Tony Gonzalez? Actually, Breece Hall broke the NCAA record with 24 consecutive games with at least one touchdown. Jeez.
It's a lot of games.
That's a lot of touchdowns, too.
Yeah, yeah, he was productive as they come in at Iowa State.
Hmm. What
That's
is
what
it?
I'll be doing after this.
Watching Breece Hall? I'm watching
Watching
Breece.
Breece Hall. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we're all going to watch that, and we're all going to be like, I love that pick. That's exactly what's
Um,
going to happen.
oh, by next week, it's going to be one of the picks that we're talking about more than most of the other picks. Yeah, for sure.
It's very possible. What is happening with Dean Mark Molina? He has suffered a pec injury, and teams are not into it.
Wow, JT Woods at 79, huh?
Austin Eckler announcing the pick. JT Woods. Who is that? What position is
He's
he
a
play?
safety. He's a safety from Baylor.
Oh, okay.
I like him because as soon as it comes up on the screen there, he is long. Um, he's a good player. I just didn't think he would go in round 3. I thought it was going to be quite a little bit more of a ways. I think the last mock I did, I was like taking him. I think with our like 163.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kirby Joseph is still available. A guy I like a lot. I would be okay with that pick. I think they're
Absolutely.
gonna. I actually starting to feel like they might roll with what they have at safety. I don't know how you feel about that, but I think they might do that.
Yeah, and you could see. I mean, you could see it too, right? This isn't the last draft that's going to happen. So, like, if they go with LaMarcus Joyner, right, and apparently they really like him,
Right.
and so they go with him there. And then if it doesn't work out, he's on a 1-year deal. Maybe you have a good year and you're sitting at like, I don't know, the 15th or the 16th pick in the draft. And then you make a move for a first round safety, but it's the middle of the first round and not like a top 5 pick of some sort. So I think it's possible there too. They roll with LaMarcus Joyner, and then maybe they address it in the 2023 draft.
Grant Rude throwing in a comment. Hit the like button. Appreciate that, Grant.
There's a tight end off the board there.
Oh, Greg Dulcich. Wow.
Greg Dulcich.
So Grant Rude, do not worry about the number of likes because the stream yesterday it got plenty of views. People watched. They tuned in after the stream ended. A lot of people came back to watch it after the draft. I don't care how many people are here watching, and it does not bother me one bit, but I do appreciate you putting that in the comments. Super cool of you. Definitely hit the like button. I would greatly appreciate it. And there's been definitely a lot of content. I put out 2 videos today. I made a hype trailer for the first round picks, and then also made a video reacting to round 1, like a recap. The hype video, I'm pretty proud of it, actually. It was pretty cool. I thought I did a nice job with that one. I made one last year, too. I thought that was fun to make. And I put the phone call. You know how the Jets do the phone calls? You can hear them talking to the players.
I love those.
I put those into the highlights, and it looks really cool when you're watching it.
Dude, what is it?
Oh, did they make another? What's the pick? Tell me.
Cordell Flott.
I don't know who that is.
He's a corner for LSU.
I do not know who he is at all. You know what's funny with these kind of players like this is like it almost feels like they were watching film on Derek Stingley and then they were like, well, who's this guy that we keep seeing making these plays? You know what I mean? Like they're scouting for one guy, but then they accidentally bump into another player like, wow, look at him. He shows up on tape.
Yeah.
It kind of feels like one of those scenarios like they saw him and they liked what they saw. I know nothing about the dude.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about Cordell Flott.
All right. Sauce might score more than Revis. I don't know, dude. Revis was a legend. I don't care how many touchdowns he scored. Almost got to feel bad for Sauce. The Revis comparisons are going to be there forever. Listen, I'm not saying you're not wrong. He is going to have to listen to that. But if you listen to Sauce Gardner talk, he's going to embrace that. And he is one of the most humble guys in this entire draft class. He is going to be in the gym. He's going to be working in the dark when nobody's watching. He is that kind of guy.
Yep.
Falcons select a edge, D'Angelo Malone out of Western Kentucky. I don't know that guy. It's going to be a lot of that from here on out. Hopefully you don't mind.
Don't
I don't
worry.
know. I don't know a whole lot about this guy. There's still players that I know about, but it's not all of them. That's for sure.
No, listen, it fades for just about everybody, in my opinion, anyway.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's see. Getting closer and closer. My guy Joseph. Dude creates INTs, and we need them. He'd be great complement to our newly acquired shutdown cornerback. He would also be a good combination with Jordan Whitehead. I don't see it happening. I have a feeling they're not going to take a safety. I think with 101, you're looking at either a trade back to accumulate something for depth, and then maybe offensive tackle, and maybe linebacker. But safety's not crazy, and I love Kirby Joseph. So if they do make him the pick, I'll be really excited. And you're right about that 100%, Jorge. Turnovers. So that's the other thing. We talked about it, James, how like the offense is clearly going to be, it's going to be an expectation that our offense is in the the top half of the league in NFL in points, in yards. Like they've got to be at 16. Like that's the floor. It can't be, it cannot be lower in, it doesn't have to be in every category, but like overall, we should be one of the better offenses based on the talent that we have. So if we're not a great defense, but we're one of those teams that just has a knack for creating turnovers. If you remember like a few years ago, the Chiefs had like a really good offense, but their defense wasn't really all that good, but they were really good at creating turnovers. So it actually was one of those things where it worked out in favor because their offense was getting more opportunities, even though the defense, wasn't really like they weren't like, killing people basically.
Right. I mean, they gotta be up in that near the middle. I mean, you think about the investment now when you combine last year and this year, right? So that's Zach at 2 last year, AVT at 14, Elijah Moore at 34, and then Michael Carter the second in the 4th round. So the first 4 rounds they went entirely offense last year. And then you turn around, you take a wide receiver at 10 overall, and then you come back and you get you trade up for another running back at 38 overall. You paid Corey Davis, you paid Laken Tomlinson, you took Mekhi Becton 11th overall. You paid, and I don't want to say you paid Braxton Berrios, but considering a decent amount of money there, it's got to come all together now. The floor to put them in the right spot.
see here. All right, can you talk? Can I hear you?
Yeah, can you hear me? I can hear you. Can you hear me?
All right. I'll figure that out. I just got to switch my speakers somehow. I know you were just telling me about all the positions that we have and all the things we did on offense.
Yep.
Talk to me. I'm just trying to make James laugh. He's been unflappable thus far. Yeah, he's a tough cookie to crack, I guess. Let me see here.
Sorry, I'm so like locked in.
Here we go. I got it. All right, give me a sound check here.
Good. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Wait.
All right, good.
Okay. Good. All right. Perfect.
Now I got to make sure there's no echo. Let's see here. Let me know if there's an echo, guys. I think I just got it fixed as far as the echo goes. The Eagles are making their pick right now.
I love when the fans paint their faces.
Do you see the tag? It says long snapper and magician.
There he goes.
Who?
Nakobe Dean is an Eagle.
Oh, wow. Okay. Nakobe Dean is an Eagle at pick 83. He fell. He fell a long way, the mid-third round.
Wow, that's crazy. I mean, maybe not crazy considering his medicals, but talent-wise, that's crazy.
They traded back into the 2023 draft, and they just drafted a first round, talent in the third round.
Howie Roseman's doing his thing.
I mean, I'm jealous. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I thought there was actually. It started to feel like there was an actual chance that he would just continue to fall, and then we were the ones that took the chance.
Mm-hmm. We wanted him at 38.
I know we were banging the table at 38.
Yeah.
I was like texting like my friends and stuff, like just make it happen, make it happen.
Kev Chad, did Mike have it in his one stream contract, one appearance per year? Mike will probably come back a little bit every once in a while, but yeah, it's been a while. It's clearly. I'm starting to think he might be he might be coming on the Sunday post-game show. That might be where I have him come on next time. It'll be a while, obviously, but he'll be on more consistently during the season, I think. Let's see here. Getting closer and closer. Kirby Joseph at 101. I prefer a trade back. I know it's going to make some people really upset because everybody wants to see us make a pick, but I would like to acquire a 5th round pick and a trade back to get back into that round. And then we would ultimately have probably 3 4th round picks and a 5th round pick. Essentially, you're going to be able to draft another player if you trade back here.
Yeah.
And I think that they should try to do that. Top 15D, a top 15O is a massive improvement for the Jets. That's sort of my expectation this year. And that's really nice. That's all I'm going to say. Just be in the top half. We do not have to win 10 games. We do not have to be an elite team, but we better show something.
Yeah. Well, that was a good point. They actually Eagles drafted Jordan Davis also, so they got a little Georgia combination now. That'll help Nakobe Dean, I'm sure, too.
Indeed. Let me know if there's no echo, guys. I would really appreciate to know. I can't really tell on my end unless you guys let me know.
I don't think there is because I heard it before and I don't hear it anymore.
Perfect. Okay, Steelers selection at pick 84 is DeMarvin Leal, Texas A&M defensive tackle. That also feels like a pretty good pick here. I don't know a ton about him, but I know that he was ranked pretty high.
Yeah, he was. There was because I don't know. I made this joke on Twitter the other day.
Like we're gonna see like a 2023 way too early mock draft. Like I don't know, probably like my guess is Sunday or Monday. Um, Legitimately, like, and they'll be called like way too early mock drafts. And like over the summer and stuff, you kind of look at stuff before the college football season gets started. DeMarvin was like consistently like in that top 5, top 8, top 10. And then yeah, he is a little bit of a tweener. So I guess his value just dropped. And because Texas A&M had a really good year. So um I think it's a pretty nice value for the potential of the player at 84 there for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, that feels like a good pick. Patriots are on the clock and their pick is in. I'm going to read a couple of comments, guys, and then we will start to get. We are creeping up on our pick. We are awfully close at this point.
We're very close. Yep.
I'm going to go to Jorge Gonzalez next, and then this is the next pick right now. Have you ever been to Las Vegas, James?
I've never been to Vegas. No.
I'm a foodie.
Have you?
I have, yeah. I went a couple of years ago. The food is unbelievable. I know people probably don't talk about Vegas in that regard, but the food was everything we ate was amazing. Marcus Jones was the draft pick. Yeah, they had it was the best. I know this is going to sound crazy again, but it was the best buffet I've ever had in my life.
Oh man, nothing like a good buffet.
Dude, and it was like everything that you could imagine was like available. So there was like snow crab legs in the buffet. There was all the seafood, all the fruit that you could imagine, all kinds of meats, and it's just like crazy delicious. Like all of it was so good. And everywhere we went, it was like that. We went to a steakhouse with Wagyu beef. Have you ever had Wagyu beef?
I did. I had it on my honeymoon. Actually, it was really good.
Dude, it was the best steak I've ever had in my life. And I've eaten a lot of steak. I mean, a lot of people like steak dinners.
Yep.
It was easily, hands down, the best steak I've ever had in my life. And I had it in Vegas. So the food's really good. They get good chefs in that city and they work it, man. All right.
Yeah, I had a Wagyu burger on in Aruba. And it was by far the best burger I've ever had in my life.
Damn. All right. Jorge Gonzalez, he says, speaking of Corey Davis, people have said that we can move on from him after next year, but having both Moore and Wilson on rookie contracts and how the wide receiver market exploded this year, CD is a bargain.
I would agree with that.
That's a really good observation to make, and I have no problem with Corey Davis not only being on this team this year, because that's the other thing. I remember the beginning of the offseason, there were some really stupid takes about them trading him, getting rid of him. Like, what would we be accomplishing by doing that, by trading him after a bad year where he got hurt? It's just really stupid, if you ask me.
I agree.
So I agree, Jorge. I think that we are making the assumption that they are just going to get rid of him after next year. It could end up being that way, though. They could make a move because they have a full slate of picks next year. So who's to say they won't get in on a trade for another wide receiver? Maybe they go all in, like James was talking about. Next year could be the year where we are really pushing the limit. If Zach Wilson shows what he needs to show us this year, you push everything in the middle of the table next year. You go very aggressive. If you thought this offseason was aggressive, you get even more aggressive next offseason, because if you think about what the Chiefs have done, it's what they've been doing up until this offseason. They were very aggressive last offseason.
Yep.
Trading for offensive linemen and accumulating, players in the draft for offense for Patrick Mahomes. So, yeah, I think there's a possibility that he's gone after this year, but I'm very happy that he's on the team this year. And I do think that, like you said, James, he's up for a bounce back in 2022. Sure. And it doesn't even mean that he needs to have 1,000 yards. A bounce back for him could be, 750 yards playing every game and not really having drop issues, because that wasn't really part of his career before last year.
Yeah, and he he really kind of broke out once AJ Brown kind of got going in Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
And then he comes here and he was kind of the vocal point. Like, no one was scared of anybody else on the Jets offense other than, they were like, hey, we saw it at the first Patriots game. The Patriots were like, we're just going to take away Corey Davis. And Zach was still trying to force him the football and nothing else was open. And so he just kind of struggled in that role of being kind of the really, not even just the number one guy, but potentially really the only guy. And then Elijah Moore got going. But by the time Elijah Moore got going, Corey Davis wasn't even really in the fold. So
yeah, he was hurt.
He was hurt. And so I think at this juncture now, you add to the running back room. You want to run the football. You add to the tight end room. You get Garrett Wilson now, and so now Corey Davis may not feel like, hey, this was, the weight's on my shoulders. Now it's kind of spread out.
Mm-hmm. All right, Titans are making their pick.
Oh, wow.
All right, hold on. Don't say their name because it was in the chat that somebody said they got to stop taking my guys. Oh, my God.
Whew.
Wow. Malik Willis to the Titans. What in the hell? They just signed Tannehill to a big contract, so I am very surprised by this pick. I guess they are also potentially just sticking to their board and like just taking a guy that they feel like, worst case scenario is a developmental piece. Like,
was he invited to the draft?
I don't know.
Like it looks like he's like outside, and it looks like he's outside in Vegas somewhere.
Yeah, I think he was invited. Good for him.
Good for him because I mean that's got to be
tough.
An awful feeling.
Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, that's tough. I'm sure, and I don't know what I'm talking about, but in the situation where you were expecting to go, I would say maybe worst case scenario, late first round, and you fall to the third round, you start doubting yourself, you start like questioning everything, and like that's not a great feeling.
No, yeah. He's a really good guy, Malik Willis. He's he does a lot of cool stuff, so it's an easy guy to root for.
Mm-hmm. All right. Jets should have enough now to make a run at a playoff spot this year. I'm not doing that to myself. You're not crazy for saying that, by the way, Isaac Benjamin, but I'm not going to do it. Last year, I went too crazy. This has been a great draft, and for a lot of reasons, we should be very excited. But I will never go beyond 8 wins. I'm just not going to do it. I have to see the quarterback do something. And he proved some things at the end of the last year. So I'm not trying to say he did absolutely nothing last year. But part of winning in the National Football League is having a really good quarterback. And so he's got to show that he can go in there and he can have, a 300-yard game, have multiple touchdowns, and not have turnovers. Like, he needs to be able to do that kind of game every once in a while. He doesn't have to do it every single week in year 2, but he's got to show that capability in year 2. That's not asking too much. He's got to be able to do that. As a number 2 overall pick, he should be able to come out some games and just be red hot and dominate. That should be an expectation that we have for him. I think that's fair. And 8 wins next year, I think is on the higher end as what I'm willing to do. And I'm going to keep it that way. I'm not going over 8 wins this year. I just won't do it. I won't allow myself. I would rather be pleasantly surprised and all of that than rather be like completely disappointed.
I agree. He got better at the end of the year. I think it was just like a factor of it was really bad to start. Like, so it was like such 2 ends of the spectrum to where like if he just kind of started off okay, got better, and then had the end of the year that he had, we'd probably right now just be saying like there's nothing at all. But no real question marks. He's going to take off. We know he's going to take off. But I think because we saw it be to the point where it looked like he was really, really struggling. It was bad.
Right.
So now it's like, all right, we need him to be more Zach at the end.
My guy.
I didn't want to say anything.
No, he was almost there. I would have been screaming for him at 101. Damn it. Ugh. He is going to be real. I think he's going to be good. Oh, you know what's cool? J.J. Watt's on that team.
Yes, he is. And no, Chandler. Where's Chandler Jones? He's not on the Cardinals, is he?
Mm-mm.
No, he
Raiders.
signed somewhere in free agency,
Not with
right?
the Raiders.
Right, that's correct. Yep.
Ugh. I mean, I wasn't really counting on him being available, but I feel like he's going to be good, man. All right. Jorge Gonzalez, he says, Vegas. Used to go to Vegas often when I was stationed in San Diego. Stories for days. I do plan on going to a game with my wife, and I would love to organize some sort of tailgating with people that watch the streams like you do, Jorge. I think that would be a ton of fun to meet you guys and hang out. I'm trying to work that out.
What's up, Emmitt Smith?
How good does he look?
Yeah, my mom loves Emmitt Smith since he was on Dancing with the Stars that one year.
Mm-hmm, and he was good, too.
He was good, yeah. Oh, good pick.
Speedy
Good
guy,
pick,
too,
Jalen
right?
Tolbert. Yep, yeah, fast guy. His name started to really kind of come on around the Senior Bowl time, too. He had a good Senior Bowl.
All right, 88.
Good pick there for the Cowboys.
13 picks away now. All right, let's take a peek at the chat here. Did we trade down? Thought our pick was after Cleveland, or am I mistaken? I don't think so. I think that's 101. I don't know for sure. I'd have to count, but
That's 101, yep.
Okay, so we're still at 101. Willis was there last night, but chose to not return tonight. He sat in the green room all night last night. Yeah, that's a common thing, and I think Breece Hall did the same thing, actually. Breece Hall went out, probably wanted to go spend the day doing something else, you know?
Mm-hmm, for sure.
What the hell is this?
That's the guy from Good Morning Football, right?
Oh, I know who it is. I know who it is, but why? What is he doing? Why is he wearing that? Yeah, Kyle Brandt, yep.
I don't know.
Why is he wearing Bills?
He's been like adopted by Bill's Mafia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I feel he did like a segment like a couple years ago where like something that got the Bills fans fired up, and then like they've kind of adopted him as their own.
I like him. A lot of high energy with him.
Yeah, he's got a great personality, good guy.
The flip of a coin. Oh. Used to like him, didn't know he was a Bills fan. I don't even think he is a Bills fan.
I don't know. Yeah, I think he just loves the Bills Mafia, like the whole tables and like all the like the bot. Yeah.
I think he's actually a Bears fan.
Yeah, a lot of Baylor players going. Baylor's defense is, especially for Buffalo. I always talk about Baylor's defense being like a team where no one's like a crazy athlete, but they play such team defense, and it's like almost exactly like the Buffalo Bills.
Sorry, I'm laughing. I have to ask you a question. What was your dad is a former police officer, retired. By the way, congratulations to your dad. I told you that after the show last week. Didn't say it during the stream. James's dad retired just a week ago, or a week and a half ago.
Yeah, it was about a week ago. Yep.
And I'm just wondering, what would your dad say to you if you went up on the stage and started doing stuff like that? Like, would he be okay with that, or would he give you Would he
Yeah,
not
no, he'd
tolerate
ask a
that
couple
kind of
questions.
nonsense?
Yeah, no, he's not. He'd probably just like kind of. He'd probably ask a couple questions. That's probably it. He'd probably be like, "Dude, what's going on? Don't
You high?
yeah, getting all crazy like that."
Oh my gosh.
He's a little bit more of a reserve guy, that's for sure.
I'm sure that would be the case. Okay, Vern, they really only have 2 defensive ends. They need more after Lawson and rookie JJ. They have a need to double dip in this year's draft. I agree, getting another edge is definitely another reason why I was a little bit sad to see the 5th rounder go in the trade for the running back. I would love to get another edge.
Is
Having
Perry
said
on
that,
Winfrey still available?
let's refresh this. And actually, now that you've said that, this is a good time because there's 11, or I'm sorry, there's going to be 10 more players selected before we go on the clock. Winfrey's available. Kirby Joseph is available. Jeremy Ruckert is available. Channing Tindall is available. Sean Ryan, the UCLA guard, is still there. That might be worth something. It would be nice if there was an offensive tackle.
Is Abraham Lucas still around?
No, he got snatched up.
Oh, did
Isaiah Likely's there. I almost prefer that they go and get a guard. Oh, yeah, Darian Kennard's available. Oh, this is okay. All right, so Rasheed Walker is somebody that I actually mocked to us. I don't know if he's a perfect fit for us, but if we're going to go offensive tackle, he might be an okay pick at 101 or even at 111 and 117 because we're these next 3 picks are really all in the same range basically. So
Right. Yeah, I'd be surprised if they made all 3 picks.
You think so?
Yeah, I would be surprised. I think they make this pick at 101, and then they probably wheel and deal between 111 and 117 tomorrow. I would say they maybe try to get back because the end year draft after round 4 is kind of, I don't want to say awkward because I mean there's 7 rounds, but
yeah, I would agree. I would be surprised. I say trade back with 101 if you can. That would be ideal.
Oh, Dylan Parham. That was another guard option there. Good pick for the Raiders.
Yeah, there's some good interior ones. This is one of them.
Yeah, this is kind of where you got to find those guys, you know?
Yeah, I sure do. I talked a lot about it. This is where I was saying the 3rd, 4th, 5th round. This is where you should be trying to fill out the depth and get your developmental pieces for the future. That's what you're supposed to do. In my opinion, for the offensive line, once you've got a good starting unit, which we do, I think that's what you're trying to do. Let's see. Brant is a Josh Allen fan. Kay Adams is the Bears fan because she's from Chicago.
Oh, right,
I'm a fan of Kay Adams. Am I allowed to say that out loud?
Yeah, so she's like, she may be leaving.
I heard that, yeah, to go to Amazon or something.
Yeah.
Isaac Benjamin said, congratulations to your dad, James. 10 years of law enforcement active for me, 16 years certified. I didn't know that, Isaac. That's pretty cool to hear.
Thank
Very
you.
Cool. Oh, he ate a wing on the stage. Jeez. Oh my gosh. He should be a wrestler. He's like the next who's the punter?
Pat McAfee.
Yeah, he's the next Pat McAfee, basically. He should have his own podcast. Don't say his name, Perion Winfrey. That'll be the last time we say his name, actually. So, unless we get on the clock and he's still there.
Yeah, or unless he gets picked.
That too. That would be a no-brainer, I would think. I mean, I don't know if that's a huge need for us, but the value is really, really good there. If he's there at 101, I think I would take the player there. We nailed this part of the draft the last 2 years. Both Carters in the 4th round. Did we get Michael Carter the second in the 5th round? I think it was in the 5th round we got him. Or am I mistaken?
Who's that?
The Duke cornerback, Michael Carter. I can't remember which round we drafted him in.
I think he was the 5th round.
Yeah,
I
and then
want to say
Ray.
Michael Carter and was it Sherwood was the
Yeah, I'm
something
excited
like
to see who we get in this area of the draft. I don't know if I'm calling Sherwood a nailed pick yet.
no, we can't do that. He
Sherwood
didn't play.
Sherwood didn't show enough to be able to say that yet.
He also tore his Achilles. So
He also tore his Achilles in a sport where the average career length is like 3.5 years long. So he's got to have a big second year, and he's got to bounce back from that injury in
yeah,
order for me to get excited.
I mean, on top of being trying to be converted to a linebacker, then you tear your Achilles, and I mean, he definitely showed that he can play. I don't think there's anything there. I mean, like the talent and like the potential is there, but I've talked about this kind of a couple times. Is like that change from safety to linebacker. It's a pretty significant move in my opinion. Like if you just think about like where you're lined up on the field, like as a safety, especially if it's like a run play, you can see it happening and then you just come up and usually you don't really have to deal with anyone when you're coming up. Like if you're a linebacker and you're like 5 or 6 yards away from the line of scrimmage and like you need to look over linemen, you need to find the gap. And then if you can't, like all of a sudden you have Quentin Nelson in your face because
Yeah.
you're 4 yards from the line of scrimmage. Like it's a lot different of a position to where like if you don't diagnose it right away, chances are you're getting completely brought out of the play. And so the eyes are such a huge difference, and they can coach it, but when the whistle blows, crap hits the fan really fast. So
Yep.
it's a big move for him, and it just so happens it sucks that he has that injury because it's going to take away from his time to develop in that position change.
Yes. And I will also throw in that, Salah spoke about the defensive line needing, to do a better job, but he also talked a lot about the linebackers hesitating and reading and reacting. Sometimes they were overreacting, sometimes they were underreacting. They weren't reading, like you said, using their eyes correctly. And so that's why I've been saying all along, linebackers are pretty big need. I think a sneaky big need too. Kyle Brandt is not equal to Pat McAfee. That's not really what I meant. Pat McAfee is on another planet.
He's monster right now. He's doing everything.
He is doing everything, and he is going to become a big, big guy for a long, long time doing what he's doing. He's got a lot of different people that want to.
This is your guy pick, is it not?
Yeah. I don't know if he made the final list, but he's definitely on the longer list of my guys. Definitely, I like Rachaad White a lot.
I like him too. I like him a lot too. Did we have a third round? I don't know if we had a third round. Like, I guess I don't know if I don't know why I was going to say the word imagination, but like we didn't think he was going to go in the third round. I don't think, right? I don't know.
No. Probably 4th or 5th, I would have said.
Interesting player, though. Definitely an interesting player. He looks like he kind of reminds me of like an Arian Foster almost.
I was going to say a little bit like a Curtis Martin, maybe a little bit more athletic than Curtis, but he kind of reminds me of that, like a little bit of a patient runner. Nothing too flashy.
That tall stature, yeah.
Arian Foster is probably a better comp, though. He was good for a while, wasn't he? As a one cut back, he was so good in that scheme. He was made for that scheme.
He was top of the top for especially fantasy football around that time.
Yep. All right, let's see here. Yeah, no trade downs, trade back. And if you want someone, you can get 3 good rapid fire players. Not in this part. I don't know if they're going to be rapid fire. I know what you're saying. You want to get the best available, which is true. And they may end up doing that. They may just stick and pick at the 4th round. I would like to see us get... Oh, Sean Ryan.
Ryan.
That sucks. Especially if he's going to play tackle, because we really need one. Anyway, back to what I was saying. I would not rule out them just sticking and picking, but I do see some upside or the benefit in just getting a few more depth pieces, because again, that's really what we're looking for. We're not looking for starters at the round, 4 or 5. You want guys that can develop and play depth roles. So that's what I'm thinking there with that one. Who took him?
The Packers.
Packers. Thank you. All right, Packers take a offensive tackle from UCLA. He only allowed 1 sack in 423 pass block snaps last season. That's pretty impressive. The Niners are up, and their pick is in. They're number 93. Who are you hoping for now? We should start having that conversation. Who are you hoping is there at pick 101 that would have you as pretty excited to be making the pick?
I think I'm gonna go with. I'm just gonna pick one player and not go because I mean there's a list of guys I think for right now that I'd be interested in, but I'm gonna go with Kirby Joseph because I really do think we're missing the one high, and I really like his length too. That means he can get he can disrupt especially the zones, but he can get his hands on footballs, which is what we need. And so if we can have Jordan Whitehead kind of roaming around and doing what he does. And we can have Sauce Gardner and DJ Reed on either side of the field, and then we can have a guy with that length playing the one high. I think it would be really good value here at 104. It would also fill a need. So it would feel like maybe not right away, but we wind up with a starter at 101.
I do not hate that at all. Verone McKinley, I think, could also be in the conversation. We took him in our last mock draft. He was a name that I kind of I don't want to say I forgot about him, but like I had watched film on him and I had read a lot about him. He talk about turnover creator. He created a lot of turnovers at Oregon. So I'm game for a safety. The only thing I'm going to say again is if there is an offensive tackle that they see, I think I would probably go with that.
Trade.
Who's all right in the book? I need more specifics. What'd you say?
The Carolina Panthers are on the clock.
They traded up to 93?
94.
Okay. So they might be taking a quarterback here. Sam Howell?
Matt Corral, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Matt Corral and Sam Darnold could just throw picks together.
Oh, gosh. That interview was painful to listen to, by the way, with Sam. That was so awkward.
Which one?
The one where he was in it was like a bus, like a podcast.
Oh yeah, it's that Barstool podcast, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically saying he's proven that he can play in the NFL, which is, I mean,
yeah.
I know he's trying to be confident and he can say things that's like he still believes in himself. He knows he can do it, but he had said he's proven that he can do it. Like what have you proven, Sam?
No, yeah, maybe besides like a stretch of 2 or 3 games in a couple of different years, that's about it, really.
Grant Root is an Oregon Ducks fan, and he says, I would love to have a Duck on the Jets to get behind. Now I get it. Now I know why you wanted Thibodeau. That's the only reason, probably, too. You probably didn't even like him as an edge prospect. You just wanted him because he's a Duck. Am I right?
I didn't even know Grant was an Oregon fan.
Yep.
How does Grant? I'll throw a name at you then, Mr. Oregon out there. How about Dennis Dixon? Do you remember Dennis Dixon? John, do you know who Dennis Dixon is?
Mm-mm.
He was probably the guy that like when I was a kid, he put Oregon like on the map, and he was a Heisman candidate. And then something happened to him. I don't know. I forgot if he got hurt. I can't remember if he got hurt or not. But he ended up not winning the Heisman. And then Oregon kind of
Now I'm vaguely remembering that, actually, now that you said that Heisman bit.
So it was Dennis Dixon. I used to love him as a kid, and he never became anything in the NFL or anything like that. But I always loved college football, and I always loved watching him when I was a kid.
Vern's got a couple of names here that he wants. Chanel.
I thought we weren't throwing out names. Vern.
Oh.
You're goddamn right.
You did say you weren't gonna do that, Vern. All right, so he says Chanel, Falele, if that's how you say his name, Winfrey, Cross. Who's Cross? Which Cross are we looking at here? Let me look at this list. I'll throw a name out there that's a little bit of a curveball here. Donovan West.
Donovan West, Nick Cross, right? Nick Cross, probably the safety from Maryland.
Also, Kellen Deesh, the offensive tackle. He is tailor-made for this offensive scheme. He could definitely be a backup. He's a little bit on the older side, though. I think he's like 24 or 25. He's pretty old. I'm not sure if Joe Douglas will go for that.
There goes Matt Corral.
Oh, did he get drafted? Matt Corral?
Yep.
All right. So there you go. Quarterback. They got themselves.
He does have a wild arm. His arm strength is pretty intense. He's just kind of a reckless person.
RPO specialist.
Yeah, and he tries to run a lot, and he doesn't exactly have the frame for that NFL-wise anyways.
So yeah, they already drafted Sam Darnold's replacement, which is interesting. He probably won't play his rookie year. They'll probably put Sam Darnold out there to start, I would imagine.
Yeah, I would say. I think that's a safe bet.
About to log out to watch it. Wanted to throw my guys out there. All good, buddy.
I was just messing, Fern.
Yeah, all good. You're good. If we don't get a safety, I think we should put Eccles at safety. We already have Pinnock, who we drafted at cornerback last year. By the way, Vinny Bad, good to see you. He says, I think we should put Eccles at safety. I do that in Madden, and I get a lot of picks. You user in the safety? Because if you are, I have a lot of respect for you now, because I love to user the safety in Madden. I love the robber coverage. I love that the hard flats with the safety as well. Love to play.
I suck at Madden.
I'm pretty good. I'm not sure if I could beat Mr. Vinny Bad, but I could play pretty good. I used to be in a Madden league. I actually enjoyed playing Madden quite a bit.
It just frustrates me. That's all.
Yes.
I feel like every time I play the computer, they just the tight ends catch like 5-yard passes every time, and my linebackers do nothing about it. Like, I don't know how to fix it.
That's because Madden sucks. The game itself is terrible. Imagine Corral comes in and steals the job. It's not impossible.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past him.
I remember in training camp, Sam Darnold was not doing all that great, and it certainly didn't bleed into the season. Although I do remember early in the year, he ran for like 5 touchdowns, and people were freaking out in the media about Sam Darnold because he had a few rushing touchdowns.
The worst 3 weeks of my life. Yeah, that was the worst 3 weeks.
Yeah. Let's see.
Dan Orlovsky was basically, and I think maybe Terry Bradshaw. Terry Bradshaw called him like the best quarterback in Panthers franchise history, which was insanity. In my mind, that was just people just making digs at the Jets because the Jets haven't had a quarterback forever, and then here's Sam Darnold rushing for touchdowns.
That is exactly what that was. All right, we're really close now. The Bengals are making a pick at 95.
I like that pick.
Who did they take?
Zachary Carter. He's a defensive end
for Florida.
A defensive tackle, defensive end out of Florida. Yeah.
I remember reading about him too.
Man, Florida's always got these defensive linemen. Not all of them work out, but I'm sure we're familiar.
We're 5 picks away. 96, 97, 98, 99, and 100. So 5 more players are going to go off the board. I feel like James would treat Madden like an actual football game and just trying to move the chains instead of scoring every single play.
Oh, I do. No doubt about it.
I have to say, I actually do run a very meticulous offense. I do run a West Coast version. I call it the Smash, or the West, what do I call it? Smash, or West Coast Smash offense. I don't know what the hell I called it. But anyway, it's like a lot of running and a lot of West Coast principles, and not trying to score every play in my offense.
So I do like a
an online franchise with like a few of my buddies from, like we've been friends forever. There's like four
Yeah.
or five of us, and we do like an online franchise. We're in like year, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 or whatever it is. But I, I'm sad to say this, but I did offer Zach Wilson a pretty hefty contract, and he declined it. And so
Oh.
I traded for Malik Willis, and now Malik Willis is the quarterback for the Jets. Oh, Nick Cross just went.
Okay, safety Nick Cross is gone.
That was the Colts pick. Did they trade up? Because or
I don't know. I don't have all the
no,
picks
no,
on the
no,
board
you're
now.
good.
I'm just going one at a time at this point. I couldn't when I was preparing for the draft, I got so tired because I don't know if you can tell, but this is meticulous. This screen here with all of these, I have to individually create each one of these text boxes.
Also, I know a guy that I talked to Andrew Golden about that he's pretty high on, because I mean he loves breaking down the offensive linemen. And for me, it's kind of difficult. But Zach Tom out of Wake Forest
Go ahead and talk about him a little bit.
Yeah, it's a name. It's a name a lot of people like, especially around the Jets X Factor world, and just a guy like the impression I get is he's not going to wow you, but he's just going to be extremely competent in what he does. Like, he's just a very clean prospect all around, and so I know he's pretty high on him, and he just kind of put a little something out there that that would be a top choice for him for offensive line depth if he were to fall here to 101. So I think that's also a name to definitely keep an eye out on.
Fair enough. If you guys are sitting here watching this with us right now, we are close to the Jets pick. If you are new to the channel, go ahead and subscribe to the channel. And also, go ahead and hit the like button on this stream. We'd really appreciate it. We're not doing so bad on the likes. We're getting close to 100. We're not far off. So hit the like button for us. Support the channel. Support the stream. I agree with this, C. Wally. The Colts are having a sneaky day too. They landed Jelani Woods. They landed, who else did they land in the second round? It was somebody pretty good, actually. Colts. Pierce. They landed Alec Pierce, somebody that a lot of people really like. Let's go to pick number 97. The Lions are turning that card in. They could maybe take a defensive tackle. I don't want to say his name, but I could see them maybe going, heavy on the defensive line. They might also go with no, they already have their tight end. They drafted on Hawkinson. I'm trying to figure out who each player is going to be at this point. I don't mind Zach Tom, by the way. I read a little bit about him for my last mock draft, and I liked what I was reading.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing, like you said, nothing flashy. Kellen Diesch, I think, still makes some sense for the Jets. The age is a turnoff, but the player himself is good. If we're looking for a linebacker, Brandon Smith could be a hell of a steal at this point in the draft, y'all. And he has a little bit of that. Who was the BYU linebacker that the 49ers drafted late, and he's a stud? '49er linebacker, BYU. I can't remember his name, but he's
it's not Fred. Did Fred Warner go to BYU? Yeah, Fred Warner.
Yeah, Fred Warner. He was a late round pick. That would kind of have that type of feel to it. I'm not saying he is going to be Fred Warner, but it would kind of give me that vibe. I also like Donovan West, the center. I don't know if I would love the idea of drafting him to replace McGovern this year, but he would be a guy that you could have as backup and depth. I don't think they'll do that. Verone McKinley is there. I like that idea. Rasheed Walker, I like that pick as well. Myjai Sanders, a guy that we did not want anything to do with, is still sitting there. Zach Tom, I would be okay with. Let's see here. Bo Melton. I don't think we're going to go wide receiver again, though. Cade Otton is available. Isaiah Likely is available. Jeremy Ruckert is sitting there. I would be really excited if they took him. That would be cool. Yeah, there's still quite a few players that are sitting here. I mean, like Vern had said, maybe we do decide to just stick and pick because we could potentially get some really good players here and not worry too much.
All right, so one of our names is coming off the board.
Ah, great. Thanks for that teaser.
Yeah, and I like. I tweeted that I wanted him at 101, and I got like a flood of text messages before this pick, not like tweet replies. He's already gone. There's Kirby Joseph goes to the Lions at 97.
Oh, wow. Okay. Kirby Joseph. He is a Lion. That's a great pick, and he is a playmaker. And his athleticism's decent. It's nothing crazy. He's not like the most athletic. But I like that pick a lot for them. That's a pretty nice pick. Picks 97. All right. I also like Verone McKinley. I mean, if we want a safety, I would be okay with that. I still like him quite a bit. Jorge Gonzalez. He said Joseph, West, Smith would be ideal to end the night. All right. He who must not be named seems like a Dan Campbell guy. Yeah, the PW guy who's still available. Would you make him the pick if he's there at 101? Is there anybody that you would take over him at 101? We can start talking about it now because we're close enough. It's worth the conversation.
Yeah, no, I would take Perion Winfrey. Listen, if Joe's really trying to be a maniac, I would go. I would really consider Isaiah Likely here at 101. But I do think that at the end of the day, the bigger need to address is interior of the defensive line. Oh, another Roll Tide, Brian Robinson Jr. goes to the Washington Commanders. But I would make Perion Winfrey the pick at that point because I think it presents a bigger need, and they were around this guy for quite a bit at the Senior Bowl. So I feel like there would be a comfortability level with making him the pick as well.
Yep. And
Brian Robinson's good.
And pass rush too, man. That's the thing. Maybe we don't need to be perfect at safety this year, but perhaps, if we just continuously add to the pass rushing unit, maybe it helps everybody in the back end. Maybe a guy like Ashton Davis can get it together. Maybe Panak can maybe do something with his position change. So we'll see.
We're getting really close here.
Yeah, I think if he's on the clock, I think they'll make the pick. I think they'll vie for pass rush, but there could be, like you said, there could be a case to be made to just go get yet another weapon. Just to go get a guy like an Isaiah Likely, just go bananas. Matt Morris says linebacker, safety, offensive tackle in that order. I think that's a fair order to have them in. As far as the needs go, yes. I would actually put offensive tackle above safety, though. I would say linebacker, offensive tackle, and then safety. But that's just me being picky. Leave your comments, guys. Who do you want to fall? Who do you want to be there when the Jets are... Oh, God.
Starting to get nervous again.
Oh, you're nervous.
I'm just going to get nervous altogether, yeah. It's like pick 101. I don't know why I'm getting nervous, but I just am.
No, it matters. These picks are important. We have to hit these picks. They cannot be
misses.
They do. You're not going to hit every pick, and there's a good chance the odds suggest that the Jets are going to miss on one of those first round picks. At least, one of those guys is not going to be a boom. But if that's the case, that's why you have the mid rounds. You got to find somebody in that range to become a player. That's what it's all about. All right, don't say who it is. Don't say who it is. The Browns are making a pick here. Pick 99. Oh, wow, David Bell.
Yeah, he was a name we talked about quite a bit.
Yeah, David Bell. Really cool for him. That could have been a steal. He is not a 40 guy. He is never going to be a 40 guy, but he is a really good route runner, and he is just a baller. He does a lot of things well. Good for him. He'll. I feel like Deshaun Watson will hook up with him pretty nicely, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, for sure.
I think he'll like throwing to David Bell. All right, Michael N. He says, for me, it's safety because I really can't watch Ashton Davis play another down. You're not
Well,
the only one
hopefully,
that feels that
hopefully
way.
LaMarcus Joyner just stays healthy.
Yeah, makes it through the first game.
Yeah,
This is where teams are made. Jorge Gonzalez, you're right on the money. Absolutely. Dynasties are made in the mid rounds. Actually, if you think about it, the Seahawks landing Russell Wilson, they landed, Richard Sherman. They landed that linebacker, the one that was the MVP in the Super Bowl.
Oh yeah, Malcolm Smith.
Yeah, they found him in like the seventh
Malcolm
round, I
Smith?
think. Yeah,
I don't
Malcolm
know why I
Smith.
know that.
It's okay. That's
Oh.
good. Good recall. and then yeah, Bobby Wagner in the second round, I'm pretty sure. So you got to get these mid round picks. If you don't find these guys, you're going to be falling behind. Wow, totally forgot about Bell. Surprised he didn't go in the second round wide receiver run. It's because of his 40. Teams want the speed. And you could see it. You could see it based on who went in the second round. Oh, Magi went. That's good.
Yep, that's good for us. Good for us. Good for us.
Okay, the Jets are on the clock, by the way, and the Cardinals just took a defensive end that I don't want, and so now the New York Jets are there, and Perion Winfrey is available. Let's try to go through as many players as we can because we're not gonna, have a pick for, it's gonna be until tomorrow. I like Perion Winfrey a hell of a lot. I would take him. He would be my choice. Jeremy Ruckert, I'd be happy with. Channing Tindall, I would even be okay with. Brandon Smith, the linebacker, is still available, right?
That is correct.
I would take him. I'd be pretty excited about that one. Isaiah Likely, you could convince me. Any offensive lineman, I would be okay with. James, anybody that you, on top of Perion Winfrey, whom we both seem to agree on here, is there anybody else that you would be ecstatic that we picked?
Well, I'm gonna trust Andrew, and I would be pretty ecstatic the way I've heard him talk about Zach Tom. I would be pretty excited about Zach Tom in this case, and the pick is in.
Okay, pick is in for the Jets, and I am going to turn your sound off. Can you give me a sound check here? Oh, perfect. I can mute you. That's perfect. Okay, so you're muted, and I'm gonna also close out the chat for a second, guys. I'll repeat what I just said, though. There's a number of guys. Perion's at the top of the list just because I think he's a clear fit for the scheme and a clear BPA. You get him in the mix with Quinnen Williams, Jonathan Franklin Myers, Sheldon Rankins, and there's a chance that you maybe even move on from Sheldon if you make this pick. You save some dough. You can make some moves at other positions. I'm not saying that would be a guarantee, but just an option. I don't think wide receiver is going to be added here. I don't think that cornerbacks in play. Maybe safety, but I'm leaning towards no. I don't think they're going to take Verone McKinley. And maybe tight end. Maybe a tight end. I'm going to say it's going to be either Perion Winfrey or one of these tight ends that's available. Likely Ruckert. That's going to be my pick. I'm going to say those guys. That's my best guess. I may have muted you a little too early, a little premature, because this is a commercial break. So James, I'm gonna get you with your sound back on. Any other last things you want to say before we get the pick announced?
Sorry,
I'm putting you on the spot.
7 interceptions this year. Like all the bad crap that they're just like putting up there. Like I get it. Like it's the drafts they're trying to add to the team, so they're going to put like where you struggled. It's just kind of disheartening to look at. That's all.
I think it makes even more sense then to go get yourself a defensive player, and you could make the argument that that a pass rusher will help to create those turnovers. That's what I've been, preaching, is that's going to create the negative plays. That's going to create the turnovers. It's going to create three and outs, good red zone defense, all of those things. That's what pass rush does. All right. I am going to mute you now for real. And I'm going to look away from you. All right. So I just want the pick to be turned in at this point. I'm tired of waiting. I'm trying to think if there's any bad picks that could be made. I guess if they take a cornerback, that would really tick me off. A wide receiver will be weird. I don't want them to take a wide receiver. We've got 5 right now. We could sign, we could re-sign Keelan Cole to a 1-year deal after the draft, have him come in and compete. I think that's the only positions, cornerback and wide receiver. I don't think I want either one of those positions. A quarterback would be a nightmare. If they go and take like a Sam Howell, that would be awful. All right, let's hear what Rich Eisen has to say.
I feel like I should just leave this alone. Playing with house money. Exactly. Which is a great phrase here in this.
Come on, I want Perry on, damn it. I want Perry on. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be a little disappointed if we don't take him. in the 3rd round, I want that guy. That's a huge pickup if we can get him to the room. And the rotation will be ridiculous.
New York, New Jersey, we in the building. Let's go. With the 101 pick in 2022 draft, the New Jersey Jets select Jeremy Ruckert.
Oh, we took Ruckert! Let's go! Yes! Holy shit!
That's pretty cool.
Oh my God, I'm fired up. I wasn't expecting him to do that. Hell, fuck yes, guys. That's an awesome pick. Wow. Dude, we have some freaking tight ends now. Oh my God, I love Ruckert, dude. He's my favorite tight end. I think probably aside from maybe Trey McBride. He was my number 2.
That's awesome. Good for him. Long Island guy, so it's a hometown pick for me at least.
But he can block, dude. He's gonna be able to play. We're gonna be able to use 3 tight ends, and we're gonna be able to like interchange them. That's unbelievable. Would you trade up for Winfrey, or would you just sit tight because he could be there in the 4th round?
I think I'd just sit tight now. You have the 1, 2, 3, 4. You have the 5th pick in the 4th round.
Oh man, if we could get Ruckert and Winfrey, man, I cannot believe they took Ruckert. All right, chat, what do you think about this Ruckert pick? I think it's amazing. Yes. No, he's not a special teams player, Joseph. He's not a special teamer. Wow. Freaking awesome. Oh, man. Huge pick. Yeah. Offense on fire. Awesome show. Awesome chat. I have a great night, everyone. See you next time. Grant, how many more picks we got? 3? 4? Yeah, so we can start to wrap this up, but I don't think so. Dude, that's a great pick. I mean, I think that they should have taken Winfrey, but Ruckert was definitely on my short list there. He will bring a physicality. He's going to bring a red zone threat. He's going to be able to block for us. James, what are your thoughts? I haven't let you speak at all.
Yeah, no, my main thing with Jeremy Ruckert is, first of all, he's going to be able to make an impact immediately because of his blocking ability, right?
Yes, he can play.
He's a nasty player, and again, we're going to play 12 personnel, so you're probably asking, like, we just signed 2 tight ends. Why are you drafting another one? If one tight end goes down, ultimately, at that point, then you're gonna have an issue needing a 12 personnel type of set. But I think where the value is for him, I think he's an underrated or didn't get enough chances in the pass game.
Yes.
So if he sits, what does he turn into in 2023? Like, what does he ultimately become? I don't know. But I mean, they're racking up. Joe Douglas is not afraid to be racking up as much talent as you possibly can on the offensive side of the football.
Good. Let's make our quarterback one of the best quarterbacks in the AFC. That's what we're trying to do, right? Like, that's what we want him to be. You know, he
Yep.
doesn't have to be a top 5 in the AFC this year, but damn, they have really gone all out. And yes, he is one of my favorite tight ends. I said he's my number 2 tight end in the class. I mean that. I didn't really prefer anybody other than him. I said it earlier in the stream. In fact, I like him a whole heck of a lot. And James, you make a really great point. If he's tight end 3 this year, what
Yep.
can he become after Uzama goes? You know, because he's not going to be here forever. And
Right.
if somebody does get hurt, we are not screwed. We can still run 12 personnel. We can still run a 2 tight end set if one of our guys goes down. I think that the depth is outrageous. I think that the red zone appeal that he has year 1 is there. Yeah, how can you not like
That's
this
really
pick?
cool.
It's really, really cool. And I'm sure his family is going ape shit right now, right?
Yeah. It means a Long Island kid.
Yeah, he grew up a Jets fan. It's cool.
Yeah, grew up a Jets fan, so definitely a really cool pick. And Kansas City just keep on stacking up here with Leo Chenal.
That's a pretty
Leo
good
Chanel,
pick.
Chanel,
Yep.
Chanel, whatever.
Mm-hmm. JD is going BPA all day.
He's stacking it up. Yep.
Yeah, he has made some really, really good picks. I cannot wait to go to bed tonight thinking about the offense that we're going to field in 2022. It is really, really good. I'm not trying to get too overwhelmed or, over ahead of myself here, but I love some of the players that we've added to the offensive side. Winfrey is still available, and we are going to be picking, like you said, James, at the 6th spot in the 5th round. The Rams pick is in at 104. And man, all right, let's do this as we're wrapping up tonight's show. Let's give a grade, a letter grade. This will be hard to do because we're really excited about almost all of these picks. But what would you do for a letter grade for every pick in the draft? And that's based on the player and where they took them. What would you give as a letter grade for each player in this draft so far?
I'm gonna go A for Sauce. I'm gonna go A minus for Garrett Wilson.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go A minus for Jermaine Johnson. I'm giving that it's A's across the board for the first round.
Okay.
I'm gonna go Breece Hall a B.
Okay.
And then Jeremy Ruckert, I'm gonna give. I'll give it a B minus.
Oh, you don't like that one?
No, I it's not that I don't like it.
You wanted that explosive dude.
Yeah, I feel like how do I say it? I also don't want to seem like I'm just giving A's across the board either, but
yeah.
because like Joe Douglas, there is nothing to be upset about. I just think maybe like if they don't wind up with a Perion Winfrey or depth at the offensive line, then I would start to question, all right, did we need the 3rd tight end, but you're also looking into the future, but clearly Joe Douglas is he's taken whoever he thinks is the best on the board at that point in time. And that was clearly the pick there.
Love that Ruckert pick. All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to go A as well for Sauce Gardner. I'm going to go A for Garrett Wilson. I'm not going to do anything because I think it's a great pick. I think they got one of the best wide receivers in a really good wide receiver class. For the Jermaine Johnson pick, I'm going to say a B+, only because you had to move up. I don't disagree with the trade up. I love the player. If you could have landed him at 35, that would have made it an all-world A. It would have been an A for sure. So B+ for Jermaine Johnson. The 36th pick for the running back, Breece Hall. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to give that a B- because I'm still not sure how I feel about it. Because I still think that if we had taken a running back later, it would have been the same excitement. Like if we had gotten Tyler Algier in round 5, like I would have liked that. I might have liked that better. And we also gave up a 5th round pick in that trade, only moving up 2 spots. So I'm gonna go B minus on Breece Hall. And I do want to continue to remind people that it is positive because it's going to help us to assess Zach Wilson. So that's the reason why it's not a C grade. And then the final one with Ruckert now, I'm giving that a minus. I think that's fantastic. I agree with you though. Offensive tackle does feel like we're taking a bit of a gamble with that a little bit. This is the final pick of the night, and then we're gonna say good night to y'all because it's 11:30, and we're gonna
It's
we're
been
gonna
fun
see.
though.
It's been a lot of fun. Yeah, this was a lot of fun, and it's easier to stream when you're not drunk. It turns out it's not as difficult.
All right, so they're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the sixth pick, and then
Yes.
the 12th. So they have 6 and 12 at the start of tomorrow, which I believe starts at noon tomorrow.
Yeah, it's like the old schedule of the old draft.
Yeah.
Definitely a good time. Thank you very, very much. And
Thank you, man.
that is going to complete it. I hope you enjoyed tonight's show, guys, hanging out with us for the draft. It was a long stream, but we enjoyed it. And day 3 presents a opportunity to still improve this team. And I'm going to post videos on my cell phone for each pick, guys, so you can see my reaction. I know people seem to like that kind of stuff. So anyway, any last words, James, before we head out of here?
No, the Jets. The Jets got a whole lot better this weekend. That's for sure. So far, anyway, and they still have 2 early picks tomorrow with a bunch of talent left on the board. So names look out for: Perrion Winfrey, Zach Tom. If guys like that are available, and they can add that to the room, then we're cooking with oil here. So we're doing. Joe Douglas is doing the right thing.
All right, that's it. Thank you guys so much for watching. Have an awesome night. Go Jets, and we will see you guys next time.